Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm John.
I'm Claire.
This is many a true nerd of welcome to the grand finale of Life is Strange 2. You know, it's been over a year. It's been like a year and a half since they began Life is Strange 2. It's been a long one.
Yeah.
It's been I feel like it's been more stretched out than the original Life is Strange. I swear the original Life is Strange was done in like a year.
Well, I wouldn't know for sure because I think the original Life is Strange, you did the videos and I didn't.
Claire.
Sorry. Okay, but usually I have headphones in my computer.
That's how much. Now you know how much latency there is. That's the precise amount of latency. Now you know. Claire has revealed one of the secrets of the trade there.
Mm-hmm. Well, at least I wasn't looking up cat memes.
Damn straight. We were a few minutes late because I was just showing Claire cat memes. It's very important. So, welcome to Life is Strange 2, which is always a tricky one. So you've got to be able to hear the audio, but the music can be a bit aggressive. So let's see if we've got this right here. That looks about fine. What I've done is I've set it so like the music and the sound effects are low, but the voices are full volume. So if the music gets excessive, let me know. We'll adjust that further. Because yeah, I've got that set like this, so it hopefully means the music isn't overpowering right now. But when people speak, then you'll actually be able to hear them. Very important. So welcome back to Life is Strange 2. This is the big interesting one to me. Because Life is Strange 2 is I've got a really complicated relationship with this game, which is I actually like what it's trying to do. I like the franchise. I like the fact it's telling an interesting story that you wouldn't normally get in gaming. This is a very different story. I like the idea that they'd follow it up from just a character who's got superpowers to actually this time you don't have the superpowers. This person who's got superpowers is someone who you've got a duty of care over, who's an immature kid, and you need to raise them despite the fact that you have no real way to like physically exert any form of dominance whatsoever. And they're very immature and they're still learning, and like you don't directly control the outcome. Instead, you try and inform the outcome as best you can by teaching this kid to be as good as he can be. I think that's really interesting. There's a lot I like there. You know, but there's problems gameplay-wise that the invisible walls have been visible. The gameplay has been limited. It's been feeling too on rails. You can see the rails. Like, the spook house ride only works if you forget you're on a spook house and you can actually get yourself invested in the horror. That's a terrible analogy, but you know where I'm going with that. And sometimes in this game it feels like you can't. You can feel the walls around you. Because it's supposed to be a big road trip game, and it doesn't feel like a big road trip game because it feels very small.
Hey John, they can't hear you. You muted yourself.
What?
I don't know. They said there's no sound. Panic, it's back.
I
don't know. There was a lot of Fs for a bit.
I'm seeing everything looking like it should, John. I'm not seeing a single dropped frame. I'm not seeing anything. Is it possible? Were they talking about the game audio? The game audio might have dropped out.
Yeah, I don't know. Someone please give us a message more...
Give us detail as to what just happened.
More better than just F, please.
Yeah, otherwise we don't know what it is and we can't fix it. But yeah, what I was saying in case I got missed was, yeah, I like what the game was trying to do. I actually like the basic core of the story, even if the writing can sometimes be a little bit over the top, a bit overly clear. It overly tells you what's going on. But the problem is the gameplay and how it's been too on rails, and you see, you can remember you're in a spook house unless you can't get scared. But there's a lot I do actually. It's all going to come down to this. It's going to come down to this, because this being the final episode, they don't have to have it end on a point where it doesn't matter what choices you make, you can restart in episode 6. There is no episode 6. This is the episode where they can just cocking go bananas. And, like, if it goes well, you live on the moon in a magic hippo. And if it goes badly, you end up, like, bleeding shot out on the floor by Daniel. Like, you can do that. Because it doesn't matter anymore. To some extent or another. And literally, like, the original Life is Strange ends with Arcadia Bay either being exploded or not. So they are willing to do that, this is the bit I'm looking forward to. I'm really hoping they're bold enough to actually have it completely diverge, and my experience might be totally different to yours. But just in case, we've got mulled wine. We've got plenty of mulled wine. So
we've got like 2 bottles of mulled wine.
We've got a bottle of mulled wine each if that's what we want. That stuff goes straight to my head. So that's going to be good. But first we need a quick reminder. Where we are with episode 4. The big things. If you just remember, we did indeed start off in hospital because we kind of got accidentally blinded by Daniel there. which was unfortunate. We did completely dob in Finn. Whether Finn's going to make any form of appearance, I don't know. But as a reminder, because it was totally Finn's fault, I did not feel bad in the slightest about just basically telling the agent it was all Finn's fault. So if Finn makes any form of appearance, or if there's any form of epilogue, Finn might get screwed over. I did attack a guard in a hospital. Whether that matters, I don't know. Didn't talk to Finn because screw Finn, basically. You didn't try to take the toy back and you didn't break it. Yes, indeed, we were attacked by the two assholes by the side of the road. And I was, in the end, as it turns out, I was just in the majority of people who refused to sing. Just the majority of people, or rather the single biggest group, refused to sing for the assholes. So we were just in the majority there. 88% of people got into Anton's truck. 12% of people just walked Haven Point. I still feel that should have been a non-conventional game over. You didn't give money to the church. Yes, because they were an evil church that kidnapped my brother. And then we burnt it down. So I feel like that money would have just caught fire by the end of the episode. So that's fine. You were hard on Karen during the conversation. 2% of people, 93% of people tried to let Karen open up to you. I don't get it. I don't get it, but fine. Maybe we're both just bitter, jaded, flinty-hearted assholes.
I just don't know that she's written very well.
No, I know. I had no interest. She had to make the effort. Yeah. I did stay outside with Karen when she smiled. I didn't even realise that was a choice. But apparently 7 people you could just go inside and ignore. I didn't even realise you could do that. And as a result, Karen didn't offer her help, so I didn't care. We snuck around Nicholas, that's fine. Shared my money with Jacob. So whether Jacob gets an epilogue, we did give him some money, even though he kind of screwed up as well. Successfully hid from Nicholas, and then, yes indeed, because my Daniel is a good boy, he actually, we both decided to spare Lisbeth's life. So, yeah. That's nice. One option is you shot Lisbeth while Daniel was already hurting her.
Jesus Christ.
8% of people are just basically giving no fucks. They're just like, fuck it. Torture her. Shoot her while we're torturing her. Pull out her toenails when she's already dead. Fuck it. I'll make a necklace out of them. It's great. So that's good. That's some good stuff. So, yeah. That's where we are. So we've just left the church, but how we got away from the church we just set on fire. Oh yeah, we drove away with what's face, didn't we? So I don't know. Maybe we're just going on foot at this point. I can't remember if we had a car at the end of the last episode. Can't remember where we were.
I think the chat can tell us.
Yeah.
If it doesn't.
Did we have a final confirmation as to what the technical problem was earlier? By the way, did we find out what it was?
Yes, it was YouTubing.
Oh, there was just a flicker on YouTube, was it? Okay, well, yeah, that was definitely YouTube's frame because YouTube's end because we do have a little. I've got a little thing here that shows me how many frames OBS is dropping, and it says none. So we should be streaming absolutely fine. So, just so people don't miss the beginning, do you have anything you'd like to just toss in while we'll kind of start in a moment, but
yeah, sorry, I'm legit just trying to get to that because it's now like approximately 12 steps instead of 1. Because of the new YouTube backend, you know?
You can force it back into old mode still. I've still got old mode.
Yeah, it just took me a minute to...
YouTube is, yes, forcing everyone slowly over to its new stupid backend, and nobody likes it, but we all have to use it anyway.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Problem is, every time you try to go in live streaming, it, like...
Shall we kick off and will you have a moment in a minute?
Please do.
Yep, okay, so let's continue, and we can get told the story through the metaphor of furries. Come. There we go. There's the little wolves. Any minute. You ready, Kate? Come
on. Karen drives away with Sean and Daniel.
Okay, so we're still with Karen at the end. Oh, here we go.
Once upon a time, in a wild, wild world, there were 2 wolf brothers living in their home lair with their papa wolf. They lived in peace until hunters took their dad away. The wolf brothers wandered for days and nights, learning how to live on their own for the first time. That's when the big brother discovered that the little one was not an ordinary wolf, but a super wolf. They decided to head south to the distant land of their ancestors. But the journey was long and dangerous. Still, the Wolf brothers made new friends on the way. They learned more about the world. But danger seemed to always follow them after a bad accident. They were separated. The big brother had been hurt, and the hunters finally captured him. They put him in a cage, but when he finally escaped, he went to search for his little brother. He soon found out that the little wolf had joined a coyote cult, and he would not leave them. Suddenly, their mother showed up after all that time. She said she came to help rescue him. They begged the coyote leader, but she would not release the little wolf. He was their idol. So they had to knock her out to escape. The Wolf brothers, now reunited, followed their rogue mother far into the desert to her hideaway.
And there we are. We're all caught up through the metaphor of wolves. So yeah, it sounds like we're going to be, yes indeed, choose wisely. Though it sounds like, yes, partly, the ending might at some point be partly predetermined based on the decisions you've already made. We shall see. We shall see. But my Daniel's a good boy. I have faith in him. My Daniel's going to do the right thing. Hope so anyway. He's a good boy. And this is, okay, just as a reminder, we've disabled all of the third-party music, which is an option you can do. 7 weeks after the events at Haven Point. Okay, so we're skipping forward a bit. 7 weeks probably not long enough to have actually regrown my eyeball, so I've probably still got the eye patch on, but we'll see. There's... I think, yeah, possibly, like, I think, like, some of the part of the music track's allowed, but part of it isn't. Because there's still a tiny bit. That's a scorpion. Claire, this is a good chance for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out... Sorry. Shout out to Patrick, who gave us $5 and says, I hope you're drinking single malt scotch.
Mulled wine. 'Tis the season.
Yes, 'tis the season. Shout out to Xpoint, who says, I'm ready, and make drunks noises, and gave us €5.
Damn straight, and I think everyone is about to wake up. There we go.
Hey. Wake up, Sean. Dude, come on.
What? What time is it?
Get up. It's so beautiful. Check it out.
Okay, seems like we're sleeping rough at the minute. Not sure where Karen is or whatnot, but okay. We're just sort of sleep. Is this the Grand Canyon? Would that roughly be between Nevada and... Would that be between Nevada and Mexico? Is that what the Grand Canyon is?
So?
Yeah, okay. Good call. Wow. That's amazing.
I know. Is your eye okay?
Yeah. It just itches. It's okay, Nano. Promise.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so he knows he did that.
I love you. No matter what happens. You hear me?
Yeah. I love you too.
I'm guessing that little scene could have been a lot less wholesome if you'd had a worse relationship with between Sean and Daniel.
Diaz brothers. Always.
Yeah, what happened to Carol? Why are we just rough sleeping? She just abandoned us.
Again?
I think she just dumped us in the Grand Canyon.
So, are you still having those bad dreams? You know, about Lisbeth?
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like she's around, coming after me. It's scary.
And she's scared. She's lucky. Okay.
She's lucky you didn't go after her.
Yeah, but she's still out there. Somewhere. Creeps me out.
And you did sort of, set, like, everything shown's on fire. I doubt she's going to try and come for you. Yeah, I don't think she's got any real meaningful power whatsoever.
Without you, she has no power. We're all good.
Hope so. Sean. Are we criminals now?
We sort of already
Criminals
were.
for a while,
We've been,
right?
this is only just dawned on him. Daniel, think back very carefully to the farm we were working on. Do you remember what they were producing on the farm?
He killed a cop!
Also, he killed a cop, yes, but we don't dwell on that because that might be traumatizing. I'm gonna be honest, yes, sort of.
Sort of. We did a lot of
Murder.
illegal shit. If the cops catch us, we'll be judged for what we did. That's for sure.
Yeah. I know.
Well, we're almost at the border. Finally.
I like it here, but we'll have to leave soon. I know.
I'm sorry, Enano.
Sean, I know it's been a long time. Can you tell me the rest of the wolf story?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, Daniel. It was a metaphor for us. So, I don't know the ending because we're doing it right now. Okay, does he not know? Does he not realise the story's a metaphor for them yet?
Oh dear, oh dear. I was laughing
What were you
earlier.
laughing at, you?
Yeah.
Ruining the emotional moments.
Shout out to Charles in the chat who says, Sean, are we the baddies?
Oh.
See, it was definitely worth a laugh to interrupt the dramatic moment.
Dab strike.
Yes, and then there's some people just catching up who were like, wait a minute, when did Sean lose an eye?
End of episode 3. At the point where Daniel was shot through the shoulder at the drug farm, he kind of lost control of his powers and like everything exploded and like bits of glass went flying and shit. So a bit of glass went into Sean's eye then. But I don't think anyone died. I think we had it confirmed everybody survived.
Yeah,
the
because
instance.
the FBI agent wanted to talk to all of them.
Yeah. Although the girl was wounded when I think, if we recall correctly, the girl who I had sex with could have not been wounded at all. So there was some form of a way to make that go a little bit differently. I think possibly if you broke into the house fast enough that you could get the gun before he had it. Or if you had the gun so like he was pointing it at you rather than at Daniel. But there were ways there was some way, that like 1% of people got it, of her not being hurt at all. But go on then, let's see what the end of the story is, despite the fact that apparently Daniel has not realised. It's a metaphor!
Oh. Yeah. I can tell you. Been forever since we left off.
Way too long.
Let's see.
They made it to Wolf
Oh,
Mexico.
yeah. Okay. So, thanks to their mama wolf, the Wolf brothers barely escaped from the coyote cult. She led them to her secret lair, deep in the Red Desert. The Wolf brothers rested for a while, but at some point, they'd have to continue their journey south.
Why didn't she drive
They were
you
closer
south?
than ever to their father's land, but between them and their destination lied
A mighty fire unicorn. But she's nice, so they become friends.
Excuse me, who's telling the story?
You are. But it's my story too. Right?
And, okay, yes, we need to... I want to get the secret fire unicorn ending. That's the stuff right there. That's true. This is my version. It's my damn story. No, it's not.
Yeah, there's no way, the chat agrees, there's no way he doesn't know that, there's no way he knows it's a metaphor.
No.
Because he's just like, you know.
Clearly not paying attention.
Well, clearly just wanting to add fire unicorns in, which...
Damn straight. I just a couple of said, yeah, we rested there, but then we started walking south. She had a car! Why didn't she drive you south to the border? Why wouldn't she wait?
Well,
Why would she go on
John,
foot?
I believe there is some border control at the border, you
Well,
see.
she could have driven us closer than the Grand Canyon. Dear oh dear. Yeah, you know what, it's your story, go on.
Yeah. That's true. Okay, then. So what happens next?
They arrive in Mexico, but
Wolf
the country
Mexico.
is rampaged by goblins. Together, the wolves and the unicorn manage to slay them and become heroes.
So they go to Mexico
The
and they
police
slay...
forgives them, and all their friends come to Mexico to celebrate.
Yeah. Sounds pretty good, Enano. Let's pack this shit up and head back to town.
It would be a pretty big
Gotta
shock
clean up
if...
our stuff before we leave.
Yep, got to clean up, obviously. It would be a
This
pretty big
place
shock
is
if
too
everyone
big.
just shows up at the end. If everyone just randomly shows up at the end. Dear
yeah.
oh dear. That'd be great if we just had, you know, if the perfect ending, all your friends just show up. Like the hipster from episode 1.
I don't know, like, what... I mean,
He was the weirdest character.
obviously it's not... the guy who looked like he was going to attack us in our sleep, but was a blogger?
Yes.
That dude, yeah.
Thank God liberal bloggers are here to save... Thank God liberal bloggers are here to save the not white people. Don't worry, not white people. Liberal bloggers will save you.
Well, next time you're, like, in a pinch, you know, and you're...
The thing
escaped from
is
the
it a white
police.
saviour complex if you're literally a white saviour?
Yeah. It's just like...
It's the weirdest fucking thing. Okay, I'm gonna check through the... Where are we with the journal? Yeah, okay, so you get picked up. The journal can fill in the gaps a bit, which is great. So that's a giant monster eating things. Karen wants to talk. What's the point? And who likes onions anyway?
Me.
Yeah.
I like onions, I do.
Yeah, Claire likes onions. So we got Daniel. Freak can go to hell now. Feels so good to be back again. Leaving Haven Point. Karen is taking us to her place. We need to breathe, stop, and heal. Fair enough. So okay, so now we're into the bridging gap. I like how there's like the bridging bit in the thing. So you don't have to have it, but if you want to, you can have some more information. Karen lives in a desert commune. No shit. Unincorporated community. Interesting. It's called Away. 30 people live here on and off. Place is so weird. Desert is mind-blowing. Perfect hideaway. Okay, Away. Daniel's still feeling so confused, guilt-tripping. Can't figure out what happened. The brainwashing, the lies. Lisbeth's grasp over his trauma. Doing my best to help him recover. Sure hope they find now. Karen is a big help too. She's good with words. Letter from Jacob and Sarah made him happy. Daniel needs more friends. So do I. And Sean, we posing. There we go. Aw, nice little things. And also, just a picture of surfing. Not sure there's surfing, but okay.
In the desert?
Yeah, in the desert. Sands. Dunes? Like sand dunes?
I don't
know. Total trip to live with Karen again. She's trying her best. I'm not ready to open up. Maybe I'll resent her forever. Maybe I'll deal with it. Daniel's getting better. See, he loves having his mom back. Lovely. And then there's some form of terrifying parrot man dragon creature. There, interesting. Daniel's power is no secret here. No one gives a shit. I was like, yeah, psychic powers, sure. That's weird. Who's gonna tell we're already the batshit crazy sand people? Said David, apparently. Fine. Excellent. This Away place is what you make it. Joan haunts it with cool-ass sculptures made from salvaged scraps. She's cool and sunny woman. Karen's closest thing to a best friend. Cool as heck ornamental tattoos. Okay. Maybe we'll get to see this place. I'm not sure. Arthur and Stanley live in one of the only proper houses in town. They built it together 10 years ago from ruins of their past lives. These two can't stop teasing each other. They're so inspiring. Old couple, young love. And then got a letter from Cass today. Would love to hang with her again sometime. And do we know what the letter said? Sadly, no.
Oh, you might have it in your bag.
I might have it in my bag. I'll check that in a second. The place makes me want to draw. Could stare at these canyons forever. Good, good, good. And then Daniel needs to vent out. He's been having nightmares about Haven Point, and Elizabeth still feels guilty about the eye. Need to find ways to help him process this, and apparently he's also terrible at drawing. Truly, truly dreadful.
Oh, that's cute.
Terrible. Karen told us about a cool camping spot. Reached the top after a long hike across the canyon. Track sessions feel like forever ago. Need to work on my cardio. Don't fall, mate. Ursa Major. Manhorsaurus. Probably the best view ever. Gonna stargaze all night thanks to Arthur's telescope. Daniel seems happy. Alright, so yeah, that's just the map. So, okay, so now we know where we are. We've made our way south from Haven Point through Nevada, and now we're over here. So we've still got a long way to go to Mexico. We're already just in maybe just in Arizona. There's a long way to go. We've got to past Phoenix and I think it's perhaps Tucson down there, despite the fact it's Tucson, but whatever.
Yeah, no, it's Tucson. But
Good old Tucson.
Okay, so presumably she drove them down a bit.
Yeah, well, if that's Haven Point, yeah, the black line must be where I think the whole distance she drove. I'm guessing.
I mean, I know we have problems with Karen and stuff.
Yeah.
And I know we have we'll go to Puerto Lobos and it'll be really special and stuff. But
yeah. I always forget that bit of America's actually in Mexico. I always forget that's actually Mexico bit, the bit that hangs off the back. I always assume that's America, but it's not. Well, it is America, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Central America.
Yeah.
Okay, but why do we not stay in the crazy off-the-grid commune for a bit?
Well, we have been for 7 weeks. It said 7 weeks at Haven Point.
7 weeks is fine, but
Well, I'm assuming the police are looking for us.
Yeah, I suppose.
There is a small problem with the police who want to track us down. So we've still got walkie-talkies, we've got the thing, we've got that. I'm not sure if I've ever confirmed how good my Spanish is. I've definitely spoken some Spanish in passing. I hope my Spanish is fluent given we're on our way to Mexico, and I'm not sure I've actually ever heard Daniel speak Spanish.
Yeah, I don't really know.
So one lives in Hope.
Because obviously they use Spanish for nicknames and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I wonder if I was just noticing when they were talking to each other just now that Daniel says Mexico in the the English pronunciation.
I suppose it's Mexico, isn't it? Is that
yeah.
Right? Yeah. I think anyway.
I mean, it's something like that. Yeah,
something close to that.
We better get out of here before that heat comes in.
Alright, so we know where we are, and this is Arthur's telescope, I think.
So incredible to see all those stars and planets up close. It's like we're right there.
My back hurts a little. I'm
I
glad
hope we
we're
can go
sleeping
watch
in
the
our
stars
bed
again.
tonight. Mom said there's a moon eclipse coming up soon.
I'm in. This place is cool. I could just move here.
Hey, I can help. Just tell me what you want to put in there.
You are the man.
Excellent. So we can just, doing some drawing too. Alright, well, I just quickly sketch this class. This is a good opportunity for you to get caught up, given it's just a question of wiggling the
sketching
stick.
time. Good idea.
Yeah, shout out to Thomas Richter, who gave us 2 Brazilian
I'm
reais.
glad you can still draw after.
After I sort of blinded you a bit.
If I can see it in my mind, I can still sketch anything.
It's not how depth perception works.
Almost.
That's so cool. I don't want you to stop drawing. Ever.
Thanks, man.
This is so cool.
Daniel doesn't want you to do any reading. Daniel just wants to...
Pretty good. But I can add more details if I want.
There we go.
Yeah, sorry, shout out to Thomas Richter, who gave us a little sticker of a purple cat.
It's so nice and cool in the
when
morning.
we were talking about that cat meme
Then
earlier.
it gets so hot.
And Thomas gave us...
Can you draw me as a superhero?
Oh.
Like, striking a pose over the canyon.
Yeah, badass superhero pose. We'll add him
I can
in.
try.
We'll add
Wolf
him
looks
in.
cool, but messy. Should I keep going?
Yeah, add the detail in. There we go. Things.
I guess we need monsters for him to shoot.
Shadow monsters or something.
Ta-da. Finished.
Let me check it out. Jeez. Do I really look that evil? He looks more like a supervillain.
I don't know,
No,
it
you
looks
did-
like
you-
a guy who would take my eye out.
You did admittedly just sort of, burn down a nearby church. Which, I know it was an evil church, but still, it doesn't seem like a good sort of a thing to do. And, yeah, we can get Daniel to do things with his
We better
powers.
get out of here before that. Activate flashlight.
On the way.
There we go. He's getting good at controlling small items.
Yeah.
He used to struggle a bit with the smaller things, so that's cute. And get the
Yo,
soda.
Captain Can you take these away?
Sure.
He is definitely very useful for cleaning up. He's
Perfect
very useful for
formation.
tidying. If I can't be asked to just stand up.
Yeah, we need to get him to come to our house and do the kitchen because we had a party yesterday.
That's true. That's very true.
Every star looked the same. Until we used Karen's old guidebook.
Alright.
I swear Dad had that same book in the garage.
Yeah, I think he did.
Why did he never show it to us?
Maybe it reminded him of Mom too much.
Oh. Yeah. Right.
Someone go back and check whether there was actually that book in the garage. It might well have been there. Who flipping knows? And yep, we've seen the sketchbook already. We've already read the notes. Don't know where my wallet is. I used to have the wallet that told you how much money you had, and also were reminded there was an unopened condom because apparently I had unprotected sex with what's-her-face and grossly irresponsible. Dear oh dear.
Let's clean up this mess.
Not if it cleans up by itself.
Stop. Daniel.
Can't catch it, huh?
No shit. Now cut it out.
Jeez. You're no fun.
Well, let's hit the trail, cowboy.
I suspect they might be playing music here, so go on, Clara. I think you might have a moment.
Yeah, shout out to Thomas Richter, who gave us another 2 Brazilian reais and said I don't like the selection of super stickers.
Oh.
So apparently not so great.
What are you doing?
Oh. Toying with a... I wouldn't toy with a scorpion, given they've got, like, stingers and shit. Plus it's a living creature. I'm gonna say don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
That seems like a mean.
What the fuck, dude? Don't do that.
What's wrong?
Stop messing with it, man.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, little guy. Don't get eaten by eagles.
Do eagles eat scorpions?
No idea.
Cool. Let's go.
Yeah, you shouldn't toy with living creatures. That's
Yeah, no,
definitely
that's
bad.
fair.
That's definitely a bad thing. So he should just not do that in general. And yeah.
I wish we saw more falling stars. Or any.
And we saw the Milky Way. Don't piss when they fall.
Hey,
What?
we saw the Milky Way, dude. How cool is that?
Yeah, that's true. And Mars. That was so cool Arthur and Stanley let us use the telescope.
Yeah,
Too close to the side.
these guys are real cool.
I bet there's... Oh. I want to check whether there's actually an edge here. No, invisible barriers. I can't throw myself to my death. That sounds really cool. Because I mentioned to you recently, I wanted to
Joanne
go
will
on a
let me help her
little...
with the sculpture when we get back.
Shut up!
Hell yeah.
Quiet you.
You're like the magic
Shut up.
assistant.
Shut
It's
up!
nice to be able to use my power out here.
Like, I liked it better when you were kidnapped.
Yeah. Karen was right. We're all cool with it.
Mom
We were
doesn't say
talking
much
just...
about my power.
Shut up, Daniel!
Why do you think?
Stop talking. Oh dear, she's confused just in case she's in denial. She's probably confused about the superpowers, yes.
She's... confused.
Like, what do you mean? She's my mom.
Well, you know... I mean... She hasn't seen you for years. Not sure she can deal with all of this at the same time.
Huh. It must be weird for her.
I hear you.
Oh. As I was saying, because I was saying this to you the other day, I'd like to kind of go on a little One of those like dark retreat things where you can actually see the stars.
stargazing thing.
Yeah,
My
where
legs
it's
are
a
gonna
proper.
be like yours after all this hiking now.
Daniel.
This is why, by the way, we do a live stream and not a video, because it's really annoying for John to
The
record
editing
and for me to
of this
edit.
is it's such
Got the
pain
munchies.
because they just constantly
Karen has some food.
just start talking at random moments. They do just randomly keep talking like all the cocking time, just constantly.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Potato in training in the chat says, "What kind of a man does not piss off the edge of a canyon when given the chance?"
I did once really enjoy pissing in that building where there was where the urinals were basically up against the window, so you could look down at commuters below and feel like you were pissing on them. That was a creative assembly
After all
event,
that
actually.
scary crap Daniel
Oh,
had to
you're
go
a
through,
lovely human, aren't you, John?
nature
It was
still
in
freaks
a
him out.
really tall building that was directly above a train station. The toilets were right up against a glass window. So you just kind of felt like, you could just feel like you were peering at all the people below, all the fussy plebs below. It was great. I think he might actually be Dunclair. Go on.
Yeah, shout out to Jonathan who gave us $5 and says, "Sadly, I can't be here the whole time today, but I'll watch the VOD when it's fully uploaded tomorrow. Have a good time."
Oh, thank you very, very much indeed.
Yes, indeed.
I hope you're
It
having
felt
fun,
good to
whatever you're
sleep under
doing.
all those stars.
You're just making random inane comments at this point. It's fine.
Yeah. Shout out to Jamster13 who gave us £2 and said, "We
I wish I
like to
had the
drink
power
with
to
John
fly.
because John is our
It'd be
mate."
such a short hike.
We haven't started actually drinking yet because we need to heat up the mulled wine.
We need
But
to
I
heat
feel
up the
like we
mulled wine.
kind of should because it's so. What? Oh, not actual weed, just a weed.
It's just a weed. We need to discuss this
Holy-
weed. It's
What was that?
Looks like an eagle.
Oh,
I'm gonna just pay more
let's
attention
go
to the
find
weed.
the nest.
Yeah. Then the eagle will eat you.
We need to discuss the weed first. Apparently, there's important weed-related discussion to have. Just so you know, little sneak peek into how the editing process works. If I'm recording something,
It's
I know
gonna take a
Claire's
couple
gonna edit
hours
it.
to get back.
I'll make comments
Time
like
to go.
if something gets said and like I said, you know what, this isn't important really to the game. I said, after it happens, I'll be like, Claire, don't worry, you don't need to include that. When we're doing Life is Strange, there's a lot of actually no, we don't need that. Don't need that either. Don't need that. I probably didn't add
Light's
much.
so different from yesterday.
Happens a lot.
It feels like a completely different place.
Let's discuss the weed, Daniel.
Amazing that anything can grow out here.
Does it ever rain in the desert?
Well,
Well,
Good
see,
question.
it grew because someone pissed on it off of the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, there could well be someone pissing up there right now. Good stuff. Good flipping stuff. Claire.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm glad we got to spend some time alone together again.
Oh, you missed your chance there. There was a moment.
Hey.
There was.
know
Oh, you
I
see, you
came
missed
out
it.
of the
You
trailer.
fucking missed it. She took a drink of water and she missed it.
I just had a frog in my throat.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, shout out to Paul who gave us $5 and says Life is Strange
man.
2 now without
So many wolves in this
gameplay.
desert.
Time
Life-
travel really was the thing in
Anyway.
the original. I still love the way
Brody,
your stream
he'd love
stream
it.
brings it to
Like,
life though.
He could have his own radio station
This-
and everything.
Yeah, definitely. It would be so cool to have him around.
See? We need
I miss him
white liberal
sometimes.
blogger. We need white liberal blogger back.
I mean, to be fair, I feel like the white liberal blogger, like the way it was written, it's almost already like a 5-year-old writing joke. Like, honestly, it would feel more to the point if he was a podcaster at this point.
Maybe I think he might have had a podcast.
Oh yeah.
I
It
think
feels
he
like
might.
yeah.
Why not? Isn't this game set slightly in the past?
Yeah. Okay, so that makes more
I
sense.
think we're slightly. Actually, it's only 2017. That was still very much into the era of podcasting over blogging. The era of live journal was dead.
Okay, I was gonna say it's almost more like a sorry, it's almost more like an interactive novel at this point because there's so much more of the dialogue than of gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, no, they never found anything to
Trying
replace
to
the.
deprogram Daniel from a cult
they-
is hard.
go. They never found anything to replace the time travel puzzles. They never found anything that could. I like the basic narrative, and I'm guessing.
Oh, shit. That wasn't here.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Look. Oh, man. I just saw a cool baby lizard.
Yeah. And you scared it.
I know.
But I'm guessing, obviously, you can just, psychic the rocks away.
Looks like a job for our
How
local
did that
super
happen?
psychic boy. Rock slide, I guess.
And yes, indeed, ask for help, because I can't do it myself. What are we...
So, maybe you can help us get out of here?
I'll try. Step back.
Be super careful.
Just nudge him over the edge.
Yeah, hope there's nobody under.
That was not that careful. That was a force push. That was just a force explosion.
There you go. I hope it's okay.
Nice, man.
I loved how there was just screaming coming from below the moment you walk away. Oh God, Nancy, my legs! And our several dogs, we were taken for a walk. Oh God, Nancy, the dogs!
Maxie in the chat wants to know if we've read any of the Life is Strange comics.
No, I think I saw some screen grabs from one. I've never read them. But I saw some screen grabs that somebody shared.
Yeah, I haven't read them either. Buster Bear says, it's bad enough Claire has to deal with John constantly interrupting her. Now she has to deal with Sean and Daniel too. Girl, take a drink. You deserve it.
This is your chance. This is where the music would be. They're about to the title card. Come on, Claire, quickly.
A shout out to Thomas Risher, who gave us 2 Brazilian reais and says, la 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 la. I'm not going to do a tune because I don't know what tune you mean, and also I can't sing. And we don't want the video to get flagged, obviously, by my wonderful singing.
Absolutely.
Obviously. Shout out to Indiana Matt, who I've already read that one. I'm so good at this.
Hey, I'm gonna go see what Joanne is doing.
Go for it.
Isn't that how he...
I have to bring back the telescope to Stanley and Arthur.
Oh, so they are at the commune.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the commune and meet these people. Well, but now we know a bit about who they are.
For weekly supplies. Some pancakes left in the kitchen? Back soon.
So yeah, Arthur and someone else have been together for a long time, and they're in it looks like
Stanley?
I think Stanley was Arthur's partner. Yeah.
So that's...
Yeah. It looks like an old like a camper van they've converted into
Daniel,
a
you
staff
copy?
home, like an RV.
Yes, I read you. 10-4.
I have a pancake alert in the kitchen. Repeat. Pancake alert.
Oh, man. Sorry. I was gonna eat with Joanne. Over and out.
10-4. No flying pancakes today.
Alright. Well, he's naffed off, so he can't really interrupt anymore unless he actually calls you on the walkie-talkie.
Oh, good.
So this is your chance. This is your chance right here.
Yeah, shout out to Indiana Matt, who gave us $5 and says, I can't watch this yet. I forgot I need to watch the last episode and I have to head to work. I hope you all have a good day.
Oh, well, I hope you have a nice day at work too.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to Jessica, who gave us 50 Swedish krona and says, I haven't seen any of the previous parts and I know nothing about the story, so this is going to be interesting.
Basically, it's two.
We're wolves.
Yeah,
Looking
the wolves
at this
thing.
place,
The wolves thing fills you in.
I see that Karen really wanted to get away from it all.
So this is
Literally.
kind of vaguely inspired by the Burning Man festival, isn't it?
I guess.
Because there's it's because it's metal sculptures in the middle of nowhere. Not that I've never been to Burning Man. I don't really understand much about what it is, to be honest.
Same.
I bet this is Karen's trailer, actually. This is Karen's trailer. Sorry, I thought because we were going in here
Didn't
first.
you say that Stanley and Arthur have an actual house?
Yeah, so I'm guessing that must be that shack
Yeah.
over there. So everyone else has got a little mobile home. I just kind of thought if you take the wheels off an RV, does it become a home? I don't know. Percy
Karen
says
did
shit
help
puppies.
us a lot since she found me and Daniel. Better late than never.
So yeah, we do actually have a fair way to go based on the map. We've still got to cross all of Arizona before we actually get to where we're going.
But we can drive.
Yes.
If we found a thing to drive.
Yes. Well, she must have a car.
Arthur and Stanley probably want their telescope back.
I'll give it back to them in a second. One of these cars must operate because somehow she got us here. She drove us through all of, like, whatever the state north of Arizona is. So.
It's nice to play games with Daniel again. Huh. Karen likes to join us too.
Yeah, but he cheats. He cheats with his powers, as I failed to notice for a while. Until the chap pointed it out. What a dick.
Nice mess. Daniel will never change.
It's nice to see him being a bit more, now that, like, you know, we've got him out of that more bad situation, he's being a bit more of a kid again.
Yeah, it's like Tabby when she plays.
Yeah, because he was kind of, because of the stress and the pressure he was under in episode 3 and 4, I think you felt like he was having to grow up a bit too fast.
No matter what happened before. Still can't believe she's kept it.
Oh, terrible mug. I think we saw Sean written on one side of that. Like a little mug you make at school or something. Which is a thing that parents do. Mm-hmm. Go on. What's the shittiest thing that's still sitting out, like on a sign or something in your parents' house that you made when you were in school? Because I know what mine is. I made a shitty little clay sculpture of a local castle. It's awful, but it's still sitting up in my mum's house. It's still there. I know exactly where it is.
No.
Oh, does your parents just not love you?
Yeah, probably. Just not.
the moment you left home, said, right, so Claire's shit straight in the bin, baby teeth into the recycling.
Oh no, they have the baby teeth, obviously.
That's such a weird, creepy thing that parents do. That they keep the shed teeth of their children. That's so weird. My mum's still got all of my baby teeth as well, and like my sister's. It's so fucking weird. What is wrong with
you have to have so many
what the
babies
fuck is
in
wrong
order
with
to
boomers?
be able to have a necklace of human teeth?
Exactly.
Like,
what is
it
the
just
fuck
takes
is
a
wrong
lot
with
of
boomers?
investment.
What is wrong with boomers? That they're keeping baby teeth. The fuck is wrong with them?
Mad Wolf 28 says mine's an awful clock I made in woodwork.
Awful
Cole
clock.
Says Christmas ornament.
Ah, sweet. Christmas ornaments is the classic. That's the classic right there.
Burb Nugget says, no joke, mine are some drawings on the fridge.
Oh, they're still there. I mean, I thought they wouldn't age as well because the paper would like yellow and on the fridge it would let you get something spilled on it sooner or later.
Titan says a wooden butter knife. Enzo says I made a toilet paper holder for my parents' kitchen.
Oh, sweet.
Why is there a toilet paper holder in the kitchen?
Well, like for kitchen roll.
I suppose.
We've got a kitchen roll in the kitchen. It's a good thing.
Oh, wow. Bean says I've kept my cat's baby teeth.
I didn't even...
I didn't even know cats shit.
I didn't even know that either. I mean, I guess normally they go and like lose them outside or they're so tiny you don't even realise.
App the Kid says, how are you supposed to clone replacement children if you don't even keep the teeth?
You only need like one tooth for that. Also, I can just look at my mother's bra.
She changed my diapers, but... it feels kind of awkward to be here.
I really thought because he's looking at the bra and he starts with, she's changed my diapers, but I was going to go in a different place. Just not like, we don't want to know about your Oedipus complex, man.
Mm-hmm. We've got a massive tub of eye medicine.
Gotta keep my eye lube handy.
Don't call it eye lube.
Glad I don't need it as much.
Don't call it eye lube. That's a weird thing. And this is where we keep the snakes.
Ugh. I wish Karen didn't tell me she got a rattlesnake out of the toilet last week.
Good
yeah,
old...
it's a thing that happens in Arizona, though, I think.
And I'm guessing, yeah, because this thing obviously doesn't have proper plumbing, so it must just lead out. Hang on, is there a little outlet pump outside that presumably just the... Because I don't know, how do the toilets work in this thing? Presumably you need to fill up an internal tank and then
Arthur and Stanley
it drains into
back.
like a little waste tank that you drain over here.
Yeah, either that or it's like an eco toilet where there's in fact underneath the house like a massive but it doesn't
but it's too low to the ground. There couldn't be that much there.
Yeah.
Water filter.
Karen taught me some cool off the grid shit.
Okay, that's nice. So she knows how to survive without much in the way of infrastructure. And also she just enjoys sitting on the top of her own RV. And so we're really up here. Must be something up here. I see there's a chair. Oh, I can sit and draw. I thought I'd done all the drawings because I got a little achievement. I don't think it get picked up by OBS, but I got a Steve achievement saying out of ink, which I assumed meant I'd already got all of the drawings. And there we go. Right, this will be a good chance because there's no one else to interrupt me. So Claire!
Yeah, shout out to Bookcade, who gave us $10.
Just draw now. Don't think about anything else.
Punch him.
But talk about drawing while you're doing it.
Bookcade gave us $10 and says, I thought this was yesterday and I was sad to have missed it. Then this popped up in my notifications. Excited to see your thoughts on this one.
Pretty good. But I can add more details if I want.
And we'll be doing that. I'm really interested to how it's going to end. And also, I'll be very interested in how how much variety there is in the endings. Like, I think it'll be a good ending if what happens is by the end, people say my ending was totally different. And people were saying that their ending of how Sean and Daniel resolved the situation with Lisbeth in episode 4 was quite different.
Well,
so I'm looking forward, if it's there's a lot of difference, then that would be quite good.
Solar Dragon's in the chat and has played and had been playing quite a different game from us in the last few parts. So
that's good. Yeah, be interested to see that take. Yeah.
Yeah. Nathaniel gave us $5 and says, I got the words jacuzzi and yakuza confused, and now I'm in hot water with a Japanese mafia.
Lol. Good joke. Good joke.
Yeah,
Approve.
Approve.
Draw biomechanical fantasy or draw a wolf pack.
Obviously biomechanical fantasy.
Obviously, I agree.
Shout out to Charlie who gave us $10 and says, I just need to submit a paper on Wednesday and I'll be done with my first term of my Masters in Education.
Just draw now. Don't think about anything else.
I'm going to be an English teacher. You've helped me through a lot of late nights.
Oh, sweet. Well, congratulations. I hope it goes well.
Good luck on that final paper and everything. Shout out to Keith, who gave us $5 and says, Claire, the characters are almost as good as Jonah interrupting you.
I'd forgotten it was really nice the last episode because we'd lost our little brother. There was less interruption. Now he's back. He's bloody annoying.
Now I can see why Karen likes it out here.
We need to find someone else to kidnap him again.
It just took a while. She really doesn't want to be a part of society. Except just this tiny one. She did screw us over, though. But Daniel's so happy to have her back. Get to know her. I still don't know how I feel.
Oh, is that? Oh, musical interlude, go!
Shout out to Storm, who gave us $5 and says, I can't stay because I need sleep for work, but I wanted to drop in and say hi to my favourite channel. We'll be watching the archive stream later.
Oh, I'm sorry to all the people who have to work on a Sunday. Hope you all have a lovely day and you can catch us up later.
Maybe it's like a Monday morning for them. Maybe they're in...
That's true, depending on time
middle
zones.
Of the night.
Yeah, depends on time zones.
Also, I am working today, and you are working today.
Oh, barely.
Uh-huh.
It's Life is Strange. It's pretty chill. I think of all the things we could do, Life is Strange is the most chill stream.
Well, aside from all the interruptions.
Aside from the many interruptions, yes.
Shout out to Thomas Richter, who gave us 15 more Brazilian reais and says, I think he's quoting a song, but again, I can't actually do a tune because I don't know it. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out in the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name because there ain't no one to give you no pain.
That rings a bell, but I can't place it.
And then there was the La 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 that I saw earlier, out of context, that are part of the same song, obviously. People have been pointing out to me in the chat. It's very helpful, but I still don't know the tune of the song.
They've got solar panels here.
It says yes.
Pretty smart. You're never gonna run out of sun in the desert.
And yeah, also after 2 days in the desert sun, my skin began to turn red. After 3 days in the desert sun, I was looking at a
I should bring the telescope back to Arden.
Should we call a hospital, or is this still the song?
This is still the song.
Still the song, excellent.
Anyway.
Also, I think I can call up Daniel to discuss things, I assume. This is
Water
interesting.
management is kind of a big thing around here.
Yeah, checks out. So do we call him up for that? Yes, we do.
Dude, we could put red food coloring in the water and turn this into a blood tank.
Yeah, but then everybody would freak out. Plus, you can't do food coloring out here.
Yeah, I wouldn't bring up fake blood in front of Daniel, given how this whole situation with the dead dad began. How his stupid, him messing around with fake blood, pretty much directly led to... I wouldn't bring up fake blood in general, or red food colouring or anything. I just wouldn't.
But this is where people
Under
come
the
to get old.
circumstance, it would be a bad idea. Potentially a bad idea. Dear
Thomas Richter gave us another 2 Brazilian rice and wants to know if you're allowed to drink as it really works.
Speaking of which, we need some booze. We need to get the booze. This live stream is false advertising right now. Your FTC takes a bad, dim view on this shit now, Claire.
Oh dear, oh dear. Okay.
We need to go get Claire's going to go get us some of that. Yes.
We're classy bitches here, so we're having microwave mulled wine.
Yeah, microwave mulled wine. The best kind of mulled wine. Oh dear. And oh god, I don't have the best view of Claire. Oh, here we go. I've got the thing. Thank you very much to Paul Wilson, who gave us $5. Said, randomly interrupting, I wonder if they have pancakes in Mexico. Pause for false sense of security. They probably do. I like the random interrupting. Everyone interrupts. It's one of my favourite old stupid jokes from when I was a kid was the knock knock joke with the interrupted characters. You probably figure out if you've never heard it. So knock knock, who's there? The interrupted cow. The interrupted cow. Moo! It's a very simple joke. It's a great joke. And yes, indeed, Beaver Creek. So call up, Daniel.
Hey, do you miss Beaver Creek?
I miss having a house. But the town was kinda dead. But I really miss Chris. And Grandma and Grandpa. I'm just glad we still have family out there.
That's nice. Sorry, I paused that phrase. I thought I heard Tabby meowing, but no, it was just a nearby something else. So yeah, Beaver Creek.
Ooh, Karen, you are so busted.
Okay. Claire was also checking on Tabby. Tabby will never be a neglected cat, because in any spare moment, Claire will always just quickly go and just say hello to her, just to make sure she is a good and happy cat. It is excellent. And yeah, they're growing their own crops.
Karen practices what she preaches. She barters with her food.
And her tummy troubles
Not money.
have gotten better.
Mm-hmm. Tabby is doing much better in general for anyone who's worried about Tabby's health. We've mentioned that before. Little Tabby is doing much, much better. Now she's had some new medicine and seems to be doing much better in general, which is lovely. Discuss the crops.
Alright, that's the call of the microwave.
Food.
Excuse
booze.
me. Water boy.
Did you say food?
Did you
Yes,
remember
I got
to
confused.
feed the crops?
Do you want to
I never forget.
well?
I'm fine.
But no way I could grow stuff like she can.
Was that a no?
Maybe in Mexico.
Oh yeah. We can grow a lot of stuff there.
There we go. Aww. It's a little community. It's nice to know there's some little stickers. Little stickers.
We could also try to be self-sufficient when we're in Mexico.
Ah, that's true, of course. We're gonna need to survive with potentially like no real marketable skills in Mexico.
Yeah, that's why you should stay in the commune. Mooch off your mother and her guild.
Wow. You're a horrible person.
Karen's a horrible person.
I should bring the telescope back to Arden's stand before I forget.
Oh, that's pungent. Oh, that's got a good smell to it. Oh.
Alright.
Okay, we got mulled wine. All right, cheers. There we go. Oh, that's good stuff.
Woo-hoo!
That's good. That's strong, actually. That tastes pretty strong. All right, good. We got the mulled wine now. We got the mulled wine.
Okay, I'm just gonna move a table away from the other computer so the mulled wine can sit somewhere.
Good call. Good call. Let's just skirt around all the different trays. There's a lot. It feels like this is a big old place. There might be some invisible walls. I'm just curious how big this place is. This place feels fairly large for for a Life is Strange.
This part of town is dead this time of year.
No, that's Invisible
Let's just stay
Fake
around
Town.
here.
That's Invisible Fake Town. They did say 30 people like in like a rotation, so that side of town doesn't actually exist. That side of town is not actually real. And oh, look at this! Look at this! It's Daniel. He did a thing of Captain Spirits.
Aww. Don't do bad.
Please.
Daniel still misses Chris.
Well, he didn't have a chance to really have many friends his own age.
Aww.
We're going to call him up about that.
Hey, your Captain Spirit drawing was awesome.
Thanks. Wish I could show it to Chris. Do you think he can visit us down in Puerto Lobos?
And a bit far away. I don't see why not. You could do it maybe when he's a bit older, just like once or twice.
Yep. Let's make it happen.
Yeah. Instead of snowmen, we can make sandcastles.
Oh, bless. And some other stuff which I don't recognise so much. I've seen some shit. Upside down owl eye thing. Also, I just remembered, I think we didn't actually bother to eat the
Arthur and
Eat
Stanley
pancakes.
probably want their telescope back.
Yes, we'll go and give the telescope back in a second. There's pancakes that need to be eaten. We didn't eat the pancakes inside. Claire.
Yeah, shout out to Robin, who gave us £5 and says my new job means I'm working through election night on Thursday, so this stream is my last chance to relax.
Letting us invade her
Cheers,
space
guys.
Oh, sweet. Election night.
after all these years.
I mean, sweet election night.
That's something.
Look, I'm just saying, if we've got a community member who's involved in any form of, vote counting, I'm not saying you should count some votes more than others and some not at all, but, keep it in mind.
Do you like the National Health Service? Anyway.
Okay, but just Mediterranean does not actually advocate subverting democracy. Most of
We
the
do
time.
advocate saving the National Health Service, though.
Let's eat some pancakes. That's less
One thing Claire
controversial.
and Karen have in common: their love for pancakes.
Did he just pick up a pancake with his hand
Yeah,
like a loaf
he
of bread?
did. He just took a stack of pancakes, just like, pancake. I think animating.
Hashtag relatable.
I think eating, having it getting a knife and fork, doing that. It's that's a difficult animation. Damn it.
I do remember Karen would drown her pancakes in hot sauce.
Ew.
Ugh, gross.
Ew, that does sound gross. And this is nice. Apparently, she let us have the bed, and she's just been sleeping over here on this thing.
Karen has been camping in her own house since we arrived.
And name tag. Does she have a job?
Either Karen was desperate for a job, or she loved working with kids.
Okay, so at some point she worked in a resort of some description, but that was in Florida, so that was a long time ago, or a very long way away. 'Cause she's been here for a little while, and that's the other side of America.
Oh my goodness me.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I hope Karen sends this to Claire and Steven.
Mm-hmm.
Richard sent me a picture of his cat watching the stream from his lap.
That is a cat that is curled up
That is
on
a
itself.
very comfy cat.
That is a cat that is curled up over itself.
Orgpog says Cassidy's letter was above the bed.
I saw that. We'll read.
Yeah,
we'll get to
sorry.
that in a second. So this is. Hang on. This is hi, mom and dad from your daughter. So this is actually writing. Her actually writing to them, the grandparents we met during episode.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice of
2.
her if she rewrote it without stuff like a problem child and burden visibly crossed out, but sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh dear, I've been thinking about this letter for a while, and it's been a long time coming. Sitting here tonight thinking about the words I should have written 10 years ago. You as you say everything happens for a reason. We thought about it then, scratched out. I understand why now. There's a reason I feel like I have to reach out to you both tonight from the desert. I know you've only heard from me once by phone and 6 times by letter for almost a decade. I'm sorry. It's okay, I forget to call my mum sometimes too.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean to hurt you, and I was certainly not trying to punish you like you told me. Scratched out. Don't laugh, I just didn't know what to say. Right, poet's block. Just like how you... I know. wankiest
Wow.
thing. Such a wanky thing to write.
Oh,
Why didn't you get in contact with me for 10 years? I could not
right,
find the
just
words.
stop.
The inspiration did not strike. Oh. Just like you had to block me from your life after I left Esteban, I understand that was how you had to deal with a problem child, an only child who didn't live up to your expectation. There's no denying I failed you, but the burden weight of your aspirations as parents failed me too. You had such a rigid opinion of what I was supposed to be. I just didn't have the chance or opportunity to explore who I actually was. You wanted a daughter to grow up happy, find a good job and a great husband, settle down, to breed...
Jesus, Karen,
to have
come on.
kids and to raise them in faith to continue the cycle of suburbia. That daughter wasn't me, scratched out. I know that you were raised in a different time and culture. I didn't understand your point of view like you didn't understand your wayward daughter. Maybe a bridge too far for us at the time. After Danny was born, you knew I wanted to take a break, some time to think things out in my head and heart. That didn't make sense to your, replaced by you and Dad, and I get that. But you didn't see how I was so desperate, and only Esteban was willing to give me at the time because he saw how unhappy I was. I don't blame you for your decision to leave, and maybe a time out would have led me to the same outcome. We'll never know. I tried to live in regret. My life's been a roller coaster, and there have been times I longed to hear your voices and thoughts, even the negative ones. I know when I last talked to you in New York to ask for help in paying back my debts, you wanted to help, but it was on condition you return right back to where I couldn't return. Hate that was our last conversation, and so I reached out to you this day. I'm sorry I broke your hearts. I'm sorry you broke mine for silencing me for so long. I think we've paid our dues. That's such a shitty thing to write. Oh dear. Well, I'm sorry about that. But also, you should be sorry, so I guess we're even. I'm just going to assume that you forgive me for all the shitty things I've done. I guess I'll just assume that. That's okay for me to just presume and put in a letter. Fucking hell, Karen. Jesus. Oh, dear. And now I sit under a blue field of crystal stars, like the poet I hope I am.
No,
writing
come
and
on.
waiting for a chance to rebuild an old bridge. Fuck. Set fire to the camper. Set fire to it all. Oh, we've got the poems here as well. We've got the poems
She's really
here.
good at rewriting her own life.
I am a solo Mobius strip. Just when I reach the end, I go back to the beginning. Resign myself to new faces, the privilege to escape and rewrite another draft. Goddess laughs at plans, then shows me the page left unmarked for years. Only the ghost desert. Or was it only the ghost desert? Only in the ghost desert, yes. Only in the ghost desert, the seeds return as saplings to reveal their age and power. Now I go back forward, layered with fear and hope, to water the children of the sun.
God, she's the worst. Like,
This one's pretty intense.
It's
I think I get it.
You don't believe I would find a soul within or without a church. A miracle was sleep and food and fuck. A day without shit until it was not. Now we run to celestial spires, oh visions of the fate prophet, engulfed in ego and belief as the burning cross falls on all your cruel angels. I am the bonfire of vanities, so when the dam breaks, we all flutter like glass on a mirage, if I believe.
see, it's like deep and
Yeah.
poetry because she talks about God, but in the same poem she uses the words fucking shit.
Yeah, no.
So
just
that's like
no.
poetry.
Ghost desserts.
There's a passage in Stephen King's book on writing where he talks about taking a poetry class at university and describes how like everybody was just writing this like really shit poetry that was just like, you know, pretentious
There was
similes
that.
and stuff.
All
Yeah.
her life possessions
And-
are in here.
Mm-hmm.
And she seems happy with that.
Yeah, no, that's terrible.
Yeah.
But also, like, in the book, he says, like, that was the class where he met his wife, Tabitha.
Yeah.
And, like, he knew that she was special because she was, like, she came in and her poetry was, like, it had meter, it had structure, it was doing interesting things. It wasn't relying on, like, stupid stuff.
Yay.
And he was like, everybody was a, like,
I should
basically
bring the
wanky,
telescope back
snobbish
to art
person
and
except
stand
for
before
her.
I forget.
Truffle is fun now, very sweet.
USB key, which we need to take out of the rock site for whatever reason. Why did we have to take that? I don't know why we had to take that. And also, we've got our ID back. Not sure.
Which is very useful because we're wanted by the FBI.
When did we get that back? I don't remember us getting that back, but alright. And yes, we've picked up a handful of letters here that we found. I think we just picked them out of the bag. Sean, we're grateful to find out you're safe and awake. The police contacted us when you were found unconscious in Humboldt County. Went out to visit you in a hospital, wanting to recover ASAP. Doctors say you woke up from coma stronger than before. Most important thing is that must have been in episode 3. I'm guessing we've already seen that. That was probably in episode 3, and I've just forgotten I'd already read it. So that is... Was that the letter from episode 3? I think that's the letter from episode 3, because there was a letter over here. So I think those are the old letters, because the people did say there was Cassidy's letter. So this will be the new one.
Didn't realize how much I miss Cassidy's voice.
There we go. Holus sexy
and her
boy.
songs.
Yes. Holus. Shut up!
Dude.
Yes. We good? There we go. Holus sexy boy. Jake hooked me up with your P.O. box, so now you can't hide from your crew anymore. I know you took off from the hospital. I'm glad you're still going down to Mexico. We've all been fugitives on the run. You and Danny are the kings of the road. I hope you find your way back home. Of course, I'm not ready to settle yet, so we're all hanging out in Colorado. The idea is trying to get as far away from the West Coast as possible. Too many ghosts for now. Hard to believe Finn isn't here to start shit, and we don't miss him for that. But he'll get a few more songs out of me. We all want to remember him his angels, not his demons. I miss you. I'd love to take a road trip out of this shithole. It'd be great to swim with you again. So you better let me know when you hit Mexico. When you hit Mexico, Sean. Don't make me track you down. Here, I'll even give you my number, so no excuses. There we go. Got ourselves a number and a little picture of a shitty wolf that I've still presumably got on my. Can we see that? There it is. There it is. The shitty, terrible wolf. Right, you can just see it on the bottom of the arm there, on the bottom left. The absolutely awful, shitty wolf tattoo. I love the awful, shitty wolf tattoo. And okay, we've got computer. So, well, let's just spy on Karen's internet browsing.
Had no clue there was a network of seed pirates.
Okay, seed pirates.
Karen's a real-life hacker. Karen takes on some small pieceworks for a living. Must pay better than poetry.
She writes advice columns. Okay.
Oh, wow, I bet she gives really terrible life advice.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's kind of the point, isn't it? Like, the shittier and more ridiculous the advice, the more likes and treads going to go. So look at this insane advice.
No. Like, advice columns and, like, agony aunts and stuff like that is legit, like, a genre that people look for on the internet.
Yeah.
And there's some really good advice. What's funny is, like, how crazy the people are who write into, like, say, Ask a Manager or something like that.
Yeah.
And you're like, what, people are doing what?
Yeah. I mean, given it's at Desert Life, I mean, I don't know whether that means that it's, like, you know, it's about something to do with, like, a survivalist community or something. Great. Who knows? And over to my tabs.
Brody's so good at describing painful situations.
Oh, so we've got...
seeing the good into it.
We're actually checking out what's going on with Brody. So you can go home again. Last time I saw my mother before this year, I was telling her to leave me the fuck alone, that I was done with the whole bullshit family, my real family, the strangers I met on the road, who became friends, not my family, who became strangers. Oh, wanky inverted sentence. Yeah, poetry. Tab straight. So, yes, and we did hear this in the first episode. He was actually heading home to see his mother, who was actually in hospice care, because she got sick. So we know that was actually... happening. So she was sorry. I cried. She cried. My brother cried. We all cried. But it wasn't like in a happy way. It was definitely sad. I just wasn't mad anymore. Didn't know it would be so easy or so hard. I didn't mean the past didn't matter. That I wasn't responsible in my own way. My brother used to tell me I was a fake liberal because while I was out trying to save the world, he had to take care of mom and the family estate. Maybe he was right, but I told him that he also had the money to take care of them. God damn, if I was in charge of the finances, I would have given away the family estate and we'd be broke, living in a co-op. My brother knows this. Families are fucking weird. So there we are, just an update. He did indeed make it home to his family, which is nice. And, oh, does it keep going? Yes, it does. Sorry, that goes. Apparently you need to, it's spread over 3 tabs.
I miss you too, Lila.
That's not how blogs work.
Always.
You know, they're not in 2 separate, fine, whatever. Oh, dear. Are we actually included in this, by the way? Are we actually included in this? And, oh, that's where my brother and I held my mum's thin fingers as she passed onto a place I hope is better than the one she came from. So, His mother did indeed pass on at this point. So Brody... Oh, now I feel bad we were mean to Brody earlier. I feel sad about that now. Oh, dear. So, come back to home I once vowed to never return. Don't feel so alienated this time, even if I still am. Like I say, too often there's a difference in being alone and being lonely. Now I have an estate to deal with and more responsibility than I actually want. I have to do this as karma or destiny or the dharma of the privileged. Don't panic, but I may be taking a break from my life on wheels just to see who or what I can help. Now I've got some more resources to spread around. Okay, so he's got himself an inheritance and he's going to do something with it. Alright, so possibly, do a bit of travelling further afield than just being in a van or in a car. He was in a car, wasn't he? He was in a little car. Excellent. And also, we're keeping an eye on Lila's Twitter, or whatever Twitter's called in this universe. Including, hashtag relatable.
No.
Upload a new picture, free the families, and my birthday baby bro, Daniel Diaz, missing not forgotten, I'll make a wish for you. Aww. Except it's kind of like, is that supposed to be like Facebook or Twitter?
I think it's supposed to be...
Because it looks like, because there's the @ but from the like and the thumbs up symbol, it feels more like Facebook. It's some form of, it's like some sort of face tweet book. It's a face tweet book, I think. So there we go. So yes, that's nice. And also we can plug in the USB key that we just got.
Whoa. I should have gone through that flash drive weeks ago. Hey, Dad.
We've actually had this all the time. We just never bother. I mean, we've passed computers before. We just didn't bother looking at it.
Lila always knew how to crack me up.
Good old Lila. Maybe she'll show up at the end with everybody else. It's a terrible photo of me, even in that weird style. It's a terrible photo of me. No. Maths, homework, movie and stuff, other crap pictures, Misty, mice, tickets, drugs. Okay, so other crap, that's where he keeps the porn. That's where the porn is.
Yeah,
Because you keep that in the folder which has got, like, a name no one's going to look at. So obviously that's where the porn is.
Can you look at it?
Huh? No, there's nowhere to click on it. We just, it's sad we can't see Claire, we know what sort of porn he's into.
It's furry.
And we I don't think we want to see it. I think we're fine. That's a fan.
I'm still not used to this heat out here.
Well, I'm going to be honest, you're heading further towards the equator yet. It's going to get hotter yet. Ooh, VHS tapes!
Dad was an absolute fan of this movie.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I
Maybe
do
they
remember
were
seeing that
nerds
in the
together.
house. There was a poster of that in the house in episode 1. Chupacabras
Dad was an absolute fan of this movie.
Chupacabras from outer space. There was a poster
Maybe
in
they
the
were
house.
nerds
You
together.
can never say that word. Yeah. And more letters. Jacob's letter as
I'm
well.
so glad Jacob and his sister are doing okay.
We gave
They
him a giant
deserve some
pile of
peace.
money, so hopefully this actually works. Sergeant writes to you sooner. This was the first time I've had a chance to relax after we got out of Haven Point. Thanks to you and your brother. Still can't believe it really happened. So bizarre. Sarah Lee and I do miss our parents. We're not ready to let them know where we are yet. We'll figure it out later. With the money you gave me, I could pay a month's rent in advance for a room in a small beach town on the coast. Sarah Lee loves it. She's much better now thanks to the antibiotics. We're doing great. Most important thing to me is my sister, just like your brother. So you're lucky to have each other, and we were blessed when you both came our way. Okay, so because they got the money, they've got a place to live, and she got medicine, so she's not dying. Yeah. So okay, it was good that we did that.
So cute.
And she even sent us a tiny letter.
Looks like
herself,
Lila
too.
has some competition now.
Aww. I'm so happy I got to see the ocean for the first time. Even tried to surf. I think I could be good at it. I wish we were here so we could go to the beach, even if the water is cold. Maybe that's why he was drawing surfing, because that was the same day the letter arrived. Could well be. Okay, I like the fact that, we've got some... we've got a bit of closure for some of the previous characters that we've run into. That's nice. That's actually there as an option. And birthday candles.
Daniel's Big 10 late birthday party made him feel so happy.
Oh, we gave him a slightly belated 10th birthday. That's nice. And Karen even wrote him a poem as a birthday present. Sort of ruined it.
Yeah.
Looks like they all finally found their home.
Okay, so that's the community.
Karen looks so young and fragile on this picture.
Maggie and Karen.
Hard times.
Summer of 11, so 6 years ago. Alright. And there's one framed poem.
Karen must have been so excited to finally hit New York.
Fly by night, not by fright, into the big city bright. Stop, that cliche never dying in the steel of the buildings, the warp of the street. But no matter what or where I spin, the pull of a million dead poets takes me to dance once again. Go, but this time I get to lead until the next flight. I'm going to be honest, it doesn't really speak to me. That one, it just doesn't say anything to me, really.
You just don't really like the city bright, do you?
No, City Bright's not really my thing anyway, so that's fine.
Karen doesn't even like to leave this place just to go shopping.
So she's nipped off to town. Can we eat more pancakes? No, we do not get to eat more pancakes. Tragically, that's it. That's all the pancakes we're allowed to eat, which is all we got. All right, so let's see what other. Wonder if that over there is actually a thing. Can we actually make it to swap box? Ooh, that's fun. Take a thing.
Arthur
leave a
and
thing,
Stanley
I'm guessing.
probably want their telescope back. It's so cool that people want to give a second life to their stuff.
That's cute. That thing and the terrifying eagle monster.
Love the energy out here. With everyone building stuff as they please.
And okay, we can make it over to this one at least. So is this? Oh,
Glorious, but does it help you or anything?
I don't know. It kind of helps me focus, get a better grip.
Do you feel it?
What's up, Joanne?
See for yourself.
Man,
They're doing
check
magic
this out.
powers.
Okay, Daniel, let's take a little break.
Got it.
I love how they're totally chill with magic. It's like, yeah, sure, why not?
That child is something special.
Yeah. I hear this one a lot. Don't worry.
Yeah, I bet. But you have your own talent, Sean. I'm dead serious.
No, not relatively speaking, no. But screw it, let's just be humble, but still acknowledge the art thing.
I don't know. It's just doodles and shit. No big deal.
I thought my sculptures were shit, too, compared to all the dope stuff that was being done. But every artist is fucking unique, Sean. We all got something to bring to the world.
And always an artist. Yeah, what brings you to this exact spot out in the middle of nowhere?
So why are you all the way out here now?
Easy. I started selling my work for good money, and as soon as I did, everyone turned into smiling sharks. Listen, if you want to be an artist, you will be. It's not always easy, but in the end, it's pretty fucking cool. Speaking of, do you mind giving me a hand here?
Oh, I don't know if I can.
Yes, you can. I just need your input, okay?
Alright, sure.
Okay. Sure. Why not?
Ah, there you go. Now, go stand over there. Daniel, you ready to start again?
Oh, yes.
Oh, they're doing
Hold
psychic art. It's a robot. I don't think it's a robot.
So, for my next trick, I'd love to see if you can connect these three pieces. I've made a model of what I have in mind here, but go ahead and be the artist. And we don't need a crane to lift this stuff. Daniel can snap these together like block toys.
Hell yeah. Let's do this.
He does have marketable skills.
Alright, so we need to. That's the metal arm. We need the ball is the base. That's the base thing.
Maybe that's supposed to represent the Earth.
And then yeah,
Or a
that's
ball.
the head. Then the arms.
Looks like a freaking steampunk spider. Man, I thought my art was weird.
Okay, so pick
Ready,
up the. Yeah, I am. Pick up the thing. Pick up the. There we go. Yeah, we're going to. When you say add. Okay, yeah. Start with this one. The metal bellies first.
Okay, Daniel. Can you Slam dunk the earth ball onto the base.
Watch this layup.
Don't necessarily need to slam dunk. You can just do it nice and careful like. It's fine too.
Oh, you should totally do like the model, but with the spider on top.
Oh, we're already doing the model. That's what we're already doing. It's right there. So ball at the base, then the arms, then the head on top. Fine. So arm next.
Now, let's throw on that spider.
There he goes.
And up.
What is a spider? It only has 4 arms.
It's kind of like a spider that's it's fallen on hard times. And head.
Now, let's move Mr. Pancake's head onto the pedestal.
See,
Be careful, Daniel. Don't want you to get hurt.
And there it goes. It's remarkable all this balances so perfectly. And, oh, hang on. Ah, we might need to rotate it. Okay, hang on. Check the exact orientation. Potentially an arm that's sticking up should be at the front, if that's...
Is the head of the model of the thing made out of a egg carton?
No, oh,
The little model.
the little one.
There's an egg carton.
I think it is an egg carton, yes.
The 2 cans of beers for the
Don't
eye.
think too
Yeah.
much, Sean. First thought, best thought.
Yeah, the problem is that I don't see
Hey,
which is supposed to be the
can
front of the...
Turn that earth ball around a little bit.
check it out.
Which is the... I don't see why any bit would be the front more than any other bit. But if what I'm reading is correct, then this should be turn right.
Yo, can you turn that
so
that,
that one of the sticky uppy arms is
spider
at the
thingy
front
around?
right as
Watch
it
this.
looks forward. So just get that round to there. Alright. And then, yeah, I think that's roughly right. That looks pretty much like her little plan anyway. So we'll see what she has to say about that.
Feel like we're almost done.
What if you do it in
Well-
wrong order?
I think this is it. Looks good to me.
Only if the muse approves.
Not what I had in mind, but it's still cool.
You did a great job, Enano.
Well, Sean, Daniel, I think art might be in your family DNA. There's no escape. I think we're done for the day. Thank you so much for your help.
Okay.
Is her
That
saying
was
art
fun.
is in your DNA? Is that
Joanne
the
is so
equivalent of
chill
her
about her art.
saying that
That's what makes her talented.
his art is as good as his mom's poetry? Because that's a backhanded, you know.
Kind of like.
Yeah, I've read about it. It's a video game, right?
Yes. And you can build whatever you want in it.
Ooh, you have to show me then. Precarious patriot, shrouded
new
in dust.
Thing.
That's cool. Joanne trusted me to help build her sculpture.
Lurid politics. Yeah, you hate it.
She's just muttering to herself, applying characterization
All
to
the
the
way
thing.
down, all the way down.
Joan, are you okay? You doing okay there, Joan?
Bad habits turned religious dogmas.
Joan?
Or just a stupid pile of scrap.
She's talking to the
I
robot
should bring
again.
the telescope back to Art and Stan before.
No, just talk to Joan
You
first.
okay, Joanne?
As fine as frogs here, sweetie. I like to take a good look at a piece after I'm done working on it.
I'm done working on
It
it.
helps me connect with it.
Cool. Well, thanks for letting me be a part of it.
It's a very romanticized view of like a community of artists, isn't it? Or artistes. It feels like a very romantic, idealistic, perhaps naive take on what a community of artists in the desert would be like.
I mean, I don't know, because I feel like the portrayal of Joan and Karen, like, is very clearly, you know, is very clearly quite far to an extreme of,
Yeah.
like, there are plenty of people, and I know this is set a bit in the past and it doesn't have as much, you know, but there are plenty of people now making a perfectly good living as artists, you know,
Yeah.
working.
Yeah.
Because you've got to work, whether you're a novelist or, you know, a visual artist or whatever. Like, you've just got to do work and get paid and live. And it's quite a, I think, old-fashioned view of, like, art for art's sake, and that any kind of, like, being paid or anything at all like that is always inherently bad.
I think they're kind of vaguely trying to hand wave it by saying, oh yeah, but these people are being self-sufficient because they're growing these 5 boxes of food.
Yeah,
so,
which
yeah,
is
that's
clearly
that
nonsense.
feeds you for 2 days. What do you eat the rest of the? What do you eat the other 363 days of the year?
And it doesn't really make sense, and it's in a way, to me, it's almost a little backwards, because you kind of feel like the only way that Karen can manage to live like that is that occasionally her parents give her money or something.
Well, we know
like
she
that.
does the advice column. She does the advice column that was confirmed.
Yeah. I mean,
So
I
she
guess
gets a bit from that. But it does feel like, I mean, it feels like a romantic ideal of like going off grid would be as written by someone who's never gone off
Arthur
grid
and
or
Stanley
considered
probably want
the
their
practicalities of
telescope
it
back.
particularly hard. This is David's trailer. Which one was
David
David's?
always wants to help. But he's tough to figure out.
All right, we'll be running into a David at some point. His trailer's locked up for the minute. He appears to be technically
I hope the UFOs are listening.
possibly a UFO conspiracy theorist as well. All right, let's just check out the rest of her stuff. Claire, while I snip over that.
Yeah, shout out to Josh, who gave us £2 and wanted to know what castle was it that you made a clay sculpture of when you were a kid.
I'm afraid I'm not saying that one. It would be too identifying because it's a smaller area I come from. Sorry about that, but that's a bit too personal for my taste, I'm afraid.
I wasn't sure if it was something really close to where they live or really far away, actually. So.
Close, yeah, it was the local.
Yeah,
it was the
enough.
local. So I'm sorry. That's a bit too close for me. I'm afraid. Sorry.
And shout out to Barry from Finance, who gave us £2 and says, I'm writing my work in progress and watching you. No care for productivity.
Sweet. Well, good luck with it. I hope you feel creative. As creative as these people in their creative community. All right, we got some
Joanne
stuff here.
says she needs all this junk to grow inspiration from.
Okay.
Yeah,
more
also, as someone
newspapers.
pointed out in the chat, why the hell would they say Joanne when they've clearly written
They've
Joan?
Joan. Yeah,
It's
I
quite
was
weird.
wondering whether that was like in a certain regional part of America that was a spelling of Joanne, but I always thought Joanne had like more letters than that.
Yeah, right? You need
Joanne can throw a total rager out here.
you need
but
an
without
extra
asshole
N
neighbors.
to change the vowel
You need at
sign.
least one more N, maybe even an extra E too. Go
This
crazy.
place is the ultimate playground for Daniel.
Yeah, shout out to Sir Roderick Quincy Fonts on the bottom, the magnificent hiking of Australia, who says in the chat, the local castle. It's always weird to think about that over here.
We just have them all over the place.
Yeah, which
It's after the time the French invaded and took over that we
I should
don't call
bring
the
the
French
telescope
invasion because
back
we're
to it.
embarrassed.
I love how they recycle everything into art, construction, or agriculture here.
Giant piles. I don't know where all these cars came from. There's a very large number of cars out here in the middle of the desert.
SD says, the thing about this game is I don't know how much irony there is in it. Are we supposed to identify with the pot hippies and the art commune or not?
Well, it's really hard to say because, like, in episode 1, the character of Brody just felt way too on the nose. Like, when we met Brody, like, he was so... it just felt like he was so being much like, oh, the goody two-shoes good. It's like, it was either tone deaf or it felt like he was going to be the secret bad guy
yeah,
of that
it felt
episode.
like there was a very, very, like, clearly signaled twist.
Like,
where he
when
was
you
going
had
to-
simultaneously the clearly very, the asshole family, the incredibly old-fashioned racist shopkeeper, and the good liberal blog, you thought, okay, so the shopkeeper's going to turn out to be not as bad as we think, and the real monster's going to be Bro. It's like, no, it's exactly played straight. That there's a racist asshole who's racist and an asshole, but don't worry, the white liberal blogger's here to save you. It's like that was such a weird swerve for episode 1 as well. Like, because that's how you're starting it, and that felt like one of the weaker characters and plot moments in the whole thing. And it was in the first one, which always felt like such a weird swerve to me that's what they decided to do.
That's something else that Thomas points out in the
Yeah.
chat. I think we are meant to sympathize with them. That's what I don't like about this game. I feel like I'm supposed to like the most annoying characters.
I mean, I feel like it. Obviously, it's Sean. We follow Sean. I don't think we ever play as Dan. I think we've always played exclusively as Sean. So we're following Sean, and I like the idea of Sean as he's got his own problems. He's got his own grief. He's growing up himself. He's coming into his own sexuality, which is something we don't often get covered in games. Like teenagers coming into their sexuality and finding themselves.
Oh my God! Shut up about the telescope already.
He really wants to return that telescope, and that's something we don't get in games very often, and that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
So obviously, it's his story, and I like the fact that he has to deal with also the undercurrent of jealousy he's got with the fact he doesn't get superpowers. And I really love that moment at the beginning. I think it was beginning of episode 2, or somewhere in episode 2, where after he wakes up, you can see he's desperately trying to do power shit, and he can't. And he's really disappointed. He doesn't do it unless Sean's like, 'cause he's embarrassed.
Yeah,
that he's embarrassed. He doesn't want to be mocked for it. And it's really interesting. I think he is a really interesting character, but it's weird the stuff that's around him, because sometimes it feels like the stuff that populates the world he explores is really, really broad strokes. Really broad strokes.
Yeah, like with Cassidy and Finn and all them.
Yeah, sometimes the supporting cast can be a little on the nose. Movie theatre.
Love watching movies under the stars.
Okay, that would be cool.
Like a drive-in. With no cars.
There are clearly a lot of cars. There's so many cars. What do you mean no cars? Look at them. They're right there.
Yeah, people are saying in the chat, just return to telescope so
Dude,
he shuts up about it.
Remember
They
when
don't
you
just start
totally
complaining
fell
about what
asleep
else
during
you
that
do
Bollywood
next.
flick?
Yeah.
Because it was so lame after those cool cartoons.
Whatever. You missed Priya and Stanley teaching me how to dance.
No, I didn't. You can't dance, dude.
Alright, there's a Prior somewhere who we haven't run into yet. Whether we're going to run into her. Is that just Jess?
Karen and Joanne spend evenings playing and chatting. Kind of like me and Lila. Back in the day.
Aww. I wonder if we get to call Lila or anything by the end of this.
Yeah, Lila's the one that I still want to talk to.
I think Lila was a
should
really
bring the
likeable
telescope
character.
back to
She seemed like a
Arden's
real
stand before I
bro.
forget.
Like a cis bro. Or brosis.
A lady bro, John.
Yes.
It's called a lady bro.
Okay, sorry. I'm not up with the lingo of you kids, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this down over here is a bit of the town that doesn't exist. Yes.
Sorry, I was just looking at what people were saying about the game.
Is that house over there beyond the edge of the world? I'm just going to check that house too. I'm guessing that's beyond the edge of the world. Oh, can we make it in? No, we can't. So this is it. We can. Guess what, Claire?
Mm-hmm.
It's time to return the telescope. Holy shit! We get to return the telescope.
Dear oh dear.
Mm-hmm. Oh, magnificent. Right.
These guys are like social directors here. They still love to party.
So maybe they were like the first. I mean, I think they said didn't they actually specify they built this place rather than they just moved in.
Guess.
I think someone said actually built. Hang on, check the house.
Wish I could be as cool and as wise as these guys when I get older.
Yeah.
Morning, Sean.
Oh,
Morning, guys.
sorry, I got too close to them, Claire. I triggered them speaking.
Uh-huh.
Look at that. I thought there was only vultures in the desert.
There are actually no birds in the birdhouse, so you haven't really seen anything to disprove that theory. Hello, Stanley and Arthur. Give telescope back! Finally.
Hey,
We did
what's
it.
up?
Morning, Sean. Join us. Have a seat. Hey, just in time for our special desert brew. And dust-free.
Thanks. So much.
Sean, it's too early to be so awake.
I like him.
No kidding. Hey, how was your sleepover in the canyon?
Amazing. We watched the sunrise. Daniel loved it too.
That's my favorite view out here. It's like ancient times, but it never gets old.
Unlike us, darling. That canyon will be here long after we're gone. Hope you looked up.
We did. Thanks for hooking us up.
Anytime. Even my daughter Becky loves to stargaze when she visits us.
That's the only way to get Arthur to camp now. Becky is the real astronomer in the family. Wonder where she got this.
From her mom, probably.
Hope you guys get to meet Becky.
Okay, so yeah, let's not rush into that. Let's just figure out what's going on with his family. Ask further.
Does she come visiting often?
Not as much as I'd want. Can't really blame her. But you know, well, some parts of the year, this place is full of friends and family. Christmas, for example.
And why come here? Wow. Yeah. What is there enough stuff to do for everyone who visits?
So, don't you ever get bored? Being out here is a big change.
We do sometimes. We're in a desert. Oh, I miss the parks, cafes, shopping. But this place is something else.
And we feel safe out here. If you could have seen me as a family man a few years ago, I had everything but nothing. Now I have nothing but everything. Thanks to this one.
After we got together, we both had serious breakdowns. Then we got the hell out of the Bay Area. For the better.
I hear that. I'm just so fucking tired of running. I hope me and Daniel find our own way.
You will. People come here to reset their life, become the person they want to be, or used to be. You're smart. You'll figure out your next direction. Right, Gramps?
Speak for yourself, Grandpa. My body might be 59, but I'm 25.
Uh-huh. I'll remember that on the next hike.
I'm gonna hang around before it gets too hot. Thanks for the desert brew.
Alright, so yeah, given they specifically mentioned
Please
safety,
to
I'm guessing
remind
there
me
was...
of Claire and Stephen. In a weird, hippie version.
I'm guessing, yeah, there was some unpleasantness after they separated from their original families and got together. Okay, what do you want me to do? Just wait for Karen to come back officially.
Hey, Sean. What were you doing at Arthur and Stanley's place?
You're a little too young to be stalking me, dude.
You know what? I saw them kissing the other day. Kinda weird.
Okay, we have to have a chat about that there. That's absolutely fine.
You know it's actually normal for people in love to kiss, right?
I know. I just mean, they're really cute together.
Oh, good
I hope
save
somebody
there. That's
cares about
totally
me
why
like
you
that
went
when
in
I
the
get old.
first place.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Good save, Sean. Good flippin' save.
Oh, Thomas says back with mulled wine. Oh,
Hey,
Bean says back
mulled
with mulled
wine! Do we have... yeah, we're just waiting on Karen to come back, apparently. Oh.
Super Wolf to the Silver Runner. Copy. I hid something super cool for you to find. Will you accept this quest to find my secret treasure?
Okay, sure.
10-4. Okay. You're on it, Nano. If I can find you in a forest, I can find anything.
Yes. Thanks, Sean. Listen carefully. You must find the 2 items that will reveal where the treasure is.
Deal.
So for the first item is near the place with many wings that cannot fly.
Okay.
That's it.
That's your clue?
So, car wing mirrors, giant pile of cars over here.
I hope.
There are
Don't
giant...
bother checking Mom's trailer. It's outside.
Car wing mirrors? Where else do you think you could,
Wings that can't fly.
Yes.
The sculptures of giant birds.
Getting warm.
But they don't have... Actually, that one's sort of got wings.
Getting closer.
I mean, or I guess the wind thing.
Yeah, but those are wind chimes, aren't they? They're not wings.
Yeah.
Warm.
Oh, but I'm getting hot and cold. Hang on. Other things that have got... Those,
Well, he just said warm, so...
The planters don't have wings. Planters don't have...
Way cold.
Way cold. Okay, I'm getting help here. I'm getting help. I'm still saying wing mirrors. I don't know if they're called wing mirrors in America. But
You're way out there, dude.
other things that don't have other things with wings.
Warm.
Wings but cannot fly. Claire, what am I missing?
I'm not sure.
You're warming up.
I mean, is it the
I mean, I thought it was that. That's what I said.
like the windmill thing?
That's what I said to you earlier.
You're in the middle zone. Not too far.
Are they wings? I wouldn't call them
Oh, man.
wings.
You're right there. Just look around.
You're right there, just look around.
You're warm. You were so close. Go back.
I like his dramatic reading.
It's close, Sean.
There's a clue.
What?
Do that. There.
Clue.
Hidden clue. Pick
Clue.
up.
I missed the hidden clue, thank you.
Thank God for my perception.
Yeah, damn straight. I think my wing mirrors was a better solution.
Mm-hmm.
Ahoy, matey. I found a map of a way.
Yeah. Don't lose it because you'll need it to match up with the other part.
Got it.
Now, for the second item, you'll need to find something that eats the sun.
Uh-huh.
So
Sure.
Getting
the solar
warm?
panels.
Yeah. I'm glad to think I was just about to go to the
You're in
umbrella,
the
which you
middle.
shelter from. Your solution is better.
Yeah.
I always said, so umbrellas! Ha ha! I have solved the mystery.
Warm. Getting warm.
Hang on, where were they were over
Yeah,
here,
Getting
weren't they?
closer.
Yeah. Solar panels.
Just grab it. You're here.
There we go. Okay, thing number 2.
Mm-hmm. Well done.
Umbrellas! Okay, so that is, I think I know where that is. Basically, it's where I was looking originally for the wing mirrors. It's right there.
Found it.
But
Nice.
I would have accidentally
it's
found the original
a-
thing.
Tracing paper sheet with a red cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it over top of the other paper.
Then the treasure is yours.
No, we already did that. We've already seen that. It's fine.
Ahoy, matey. I think I have the whole treasure map.
Someone on the writers team of Don't Nod really likes pirate stuff, because there was a lot of pirate theming in the original Life is Strange as well, and all of the subsequent spin-offs.
That's a
and that
cool ass
little
map
thing,
you drew, dude.
That wrapped up,
Chris told me everything about treasure hunting.
you know, the little thing that wrapped up the second.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just a pirate.
Well, that was because that was literally remembering the day they originally took the pirate photo, I think.
Yeah.
So there was a heavy pirate theming in all of the original Life is Strange. Okay, so it's
Ooh.
a thing.
Looks like something's buried here.
Is that like a necklace or a watch or something? What have I got? Brooch.
Yes. I think I have found the hidden treasure.
Yeah, I knew you could do it. I found this under an old trailer. Looks like gold, right?
I'm not a prospector, but it looks like the real deal.
Sure! You know what time it is. Victory! Dance time! Come on, dance!
Dance, Daniel!
Commence dancing. Give me yeah.
Yeah!
We-
Dance
You
with your
asked for it.
daddy, Danny.
That was an odd conclusion.
Oh, that game!
That's-
Oh, I think you're spotting Mom's truck coming back.
There we go.
Yes, 100% her.
Gotcha. We'll help her out with the groceries.
And did she arrive yet, or is she just on the way? Yeah, that's a road sign. I thought that was a appearing thing for her, but just she's here.
And Paul Wilson gave us
This
two.
part of town is dead this time of year.
Mm-hmm.
I should stay around here.
Paul Wilson gave us $2 and says, to be fair, Max was 100% a stereotypical hipster photographer in the first game.
Yeah, but I had control of her, so I could make her less of that if I wished. Though it's true, the actual photos you took tend to be quite bad.
Yeah. And Jasmine gave us 150 Filipino pesos, which I'm not sure we've had before.
Ooh, is that a brand new
It might
currency?
be brand new.
Welcome, new currency. Oh, she was over there.
Don't go to her straight away
I'll
because
let
I
her know
need to
about
read the thing.
Okay, yeah.
New subscriber here, love you guys. John's intelligence really adds to appreciating games, and Claire deserves so much appreciation for her hard work.
Oh, that's why you insist I didn't start talking
No,
again.
it's
So you can...
because it gets-
I see. The favoritism for the ones that are pro Claire.
Favoritism for the one that
Favoritism
points
for-
out your intelligence and not mine, but sure.
Favoritism for the pro Claire commentary. Dear oh dear.
Looks like Karen is back from town.
Now is this the
Maybe she
guy
needs
who
my
lives
help.
there, David?
Small town America. If you're not careful enough, you can make your life small too.
Trust me.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, good morning.
Howdy, Sean.
How was the town trip?
Hate these trips. People look at us as if we're aliens. Here come the sand people.
The deserters have returned with offerings from Das Kapital.
Jolie! I missed you. Next time, you're coming with us.
We'll see.
Looking good. What's your secret?
Defying death on a daily basis. And hydrating.
Oh, right. Can't forget your goodies.
Hey, thanks, Angel.
Here,
You're the man, Karen. Catch you later.
take care. Hey, so how did you guys like your night in the canyon?
And yeah, I think it sounds like we had a lovely time.
It was amazing. So many stars. And so quiet. Good call, Karen.
I knew you'd like it. Stargazer. Glad you got to see that.
Hi, Mom. How was the town?
Town life always sucks. But we got something for you. Think fast.
Whoa, yes! Thanks, David.
You want to play catch, Danny boy?
Totally. Me and Dad always used to play, but I'm way better now.
Yeah, that's because you've got magic powers. That's cheating.
No matter what he's been through, he just wants to be a kid and play.
Yep. Daniel hasn't been like this in forever. You've all been a good influence on him.
About time you boys went camping. Hope Daniel didn't get scared by all the critters.
Yeah, not anymore. He's seen a lot worse. And that made him tougher. And he can defend himself.
You're right. And he does like to show off. Maybe too much. You boys have been here over a month, and I still can't get over Daniel's skills.
And yeah, that's understandable. Someone's acting reasonably here. Just yeah, it's unusual that he has magic powers.
Me neither. But I never figured it out, so I don't try anymore.
Well, take it from an old soldier. But you trained him well. He's a good kid.
Thanks. I tried my best.
I guess it's reassuring. But what do I know? Never met someone with a superpower before.
I try to be a good influence. Not always easy, but he listens to me. I don't know if I did right. Guess you never really know.
Listen, raising a kid is the toughest job in the world. Trust me. Combat was easier.
Mm-hmm. And okay.
So, I'm not sure if you can notice that because John, by the way, is notoriously bad at faces.
Yeah.
But the model for the new stepdad, that is David from
What?
Life is Strange 1.
The David. The David.
From Life is Strange 1.
Is it?
The stepdad. People are saying it's literally the same voice actor.
It does sound very similar. I was wondering if it was the same actor. I wasn't sure if they'd
The
reused.
model is so the same.
Okay,
'Cause
that's
people were saying that, so I googled it.
okay.
It seems like the model is very similar.
That's
Not
yeah,
just his
just
face.
with a beard.
Yeah, and like a little hair cue. And then also in the army. Look, there you go. Like, look at these two.
Yeah,
David and
that's
then this
true.
new guy.
That's true. He's just his eyebrows have changed as well, though. I feel like they could have. I felt they could have made the face a bit more recognisable There's not quite the sunken eyes aren't quite the same. I think the eyes are a bit more sunken on the old model. Okay, so right, let's see what happens to David and whether the canonical ending was getting him kicked out of his home.
Oh, you didn't tell me you were married.
Used to be. We're divorced now. Her daughter's death left her heartbroken. Same for me. We just couldn't put our pieces back together after what happened.
I'm sorry, David.
And the worst thing is, I never had the chance to do the right thing for my stepdaughter. Before she died.
Wait,
We
so
were
people are
like
saying it's
oil
actively
and water,
canonically the same
and
character?
she was always starting shit.
Guess that's hard for a kid to get a new father.
Especially one like me. I just had no clue how to deal with her. Wish I did. Anyway, you can't go back.
Nope. Thanks for talking, David.
Better start my delivery now. Found some weird snacks in town. Arthur's gonna freak. Catch you later, Sean.
Okay, time out. Oh my God, I'm gonna melt.
That was awesome, Mom.
Now I know why they don't play baseball in the desert.
You throw way better than Sean.
We're not done out here yet. Let's get this food inside before it melts.
No problem. She is so cool. You think?
Joanne is so cool. Stanley's so cool. The Heat is so cool. You're way too easy, bro.
Whatever. Can't help it if I like Karen.
Just be you and I know. I'm just saying.
Floating groceries.
Don't get too cozy here. This is a rest stop.
I know.
So I did just see in the comments that someone was saying there is no canonical ending to Life is Strange 1 because I've still got Life is Strange 1 installed in the save file saved just in case this sort of thing came up. The dialogue changes depending on what you did.
Yeah.
So in case you decided Bay before Bay, there is a different dialogue line. Because,
yeah, he mentions that his wife died.
Yeah.
I'm just completely shook. When people said it's the same model, I thought they meant they were reusing assets in a way that was clunky.
Yeah.
But no, they're literally saying
Yeah.
canonically it's the same character.
Yeah, it's David. Yeah, it's David again.
That seems...
Well, there's no reason why... I mean, it's a... The thing is, it's not really necessarily a coincidence because there's no reason why two people wouldn't run into it. It's not like this is like the 7th character from the original Life is Strange we've run into. Because Captain Spirit didn't have any crossover characters with the original Life is Strange 1. So that's just, yeah. I mean...
No, I just think it's very indulgent.
Yes, okay, sure.
I just think it's very indulgent in
It's
a way
also a
that
very
for
long
me-
way away, because this is Arizona, and that was set way up in Oregon, I believe.
Yeah, but
so
I
he's
just...
a long way away.
Like, you know, I just think... A, it's weird that you would do fan service callbacks by putting in a character that, like, beat up your main character in the first game.
Yes.
And B, it's just indulgent in a way that I think, like, breaks the narrative, where you're, like, trying to go, wait, how, what?
Plus, he's definitely kind of taken a bit of a revisionist view of his own relationship. There, is saying like, "Oh, I wish I wasn't able to be there for her. I wish I'd have known how to deal with us." Like, you skipped the part where you put the secret cameras inside her house without the consent of anyone who was the house owner or the children that lived there. You missed that bit when you were explaining what happened.
But I think it's really interesting. We were just saying that there is some dissonance in this game in who it wants you to sympathize with and how it presents people, and I think it just does the same thing there with David, where it gives him like a really just really an excuse, and it just
A lot of these large cardboard boxes have like plastic caps on the top. Is that like a plastic cap on top of a cereal box?
I don't know.
Like those three in the bottom right. That feels weird. Is that how cereal works in America?
Is that juice, maybe?
Does it have... That's a big thing of juice.
Well, maybe she likes juice as much as you do.
I really like juice. Juice is great. That's a really big, unnecessarily large thing of juice, though. It's a really large thing of juice.
But yeah, I mean, the thing is, the US is very, very large, and like Arizona and Oregon are only a few states away from each other, but Texas is like the size of Europe.
Yes.
So, you know, it still feels...
Texas is not the size of Europe.
Okay, but like, you know...
It's the size of the UK, bigger than the UK.
Yeah, it's much bigger than...
That's smart that everybody
Wait a
takes
minute.
turns shopping.
Let me Google how much
Oh,
of
here
Europe
we
you can fit
go.
into Texas. I really like seeing those like maps where everything is overlaid so that you can see, but please carry on.
So what everybody wants. Interesting. Arthur ordering Choco Crisps. Maybe kind of for Daniel. We know he likes his Choco Crisps.
Maybe Arthur has good taste in biscuits.
Priya's got simple taste. She just wants condoms and a USB cord. That's literally it. Just give me sex and computers. Sex and computers. That's all I need. I just need sex and computers.
Alright, so I've got a map of Texas here with countries that would fit in it. The Netherlands, Slovenia, Switzerland, Austria, Slovakia, Luxembourg, Hungary, Macedonia, the Czech Republic, and Belgium. All
Sweet.
of them. Like.
Also, there's a cat somewhere. Someone called Jem wants dry cat food. There is somewhere a kiddie who is apparently not so good at scavenging for themselves in the deserts.
Well, yeah, there's not that many things in the desert.
It's probably like, I think it's stuff that lives in the desert. You could hunt lizards. If it was a proper cat, hunt lizards. Now we're presumably just going to have a conversation the moment we step outside with Karen. Yeah, there we go. Been a quiet start to this episode so far, especially after the drama of the hospital in episode 4.
Yeah, literally people have been saying, how is this the finale? Nothing's happened for 2 hours.
I have to admit,
Nice to
I
remember
do miss that Pacific
catch-up
Northwest
episode.
weather. Sometimes.
Yeah, I bet.
You've been here over a month now. What do you think of our little oasis?
It's my favorite commenter. It was just like, well, it feels like a slightly, naively romanticized, idyllic version of an artist community, but that's not an option. It is indeed another world. That's true. And I don't mind it starting off as a fairly kind of like quiet episode, but I am obviously hoping it starts accelerating pretty soon. I would like some acceleration soon.
This place is like another world. Don't even know how to describe it.
I think you just did. It has a unique atmosphere. That's why people come here from all over the country. For their own reasons. Not perfect, but it works.
Okay, you live as outcasts. You live as outcasts. Wow, it's a lovely thing to say. No, it's so peaceful. We're gonna be nice.
It is so peaceful out here. Guess that's what everybody's really looking for. Peace.
You're probably right. Yes, I still feel like we're really privileged out here. There's bad shit going on in this desert.
Yeah. I don't think you can ever really get away from everything.
You can't escape reality. Even here. We just live slightly apart from it.
Okay, so yeah, how did you get here in the first place?
So... how did you end up here? This place is not on the map.
Like most of us, I was first brought here by someone. Maggie. After I failed to make it in New York, I was lucky enough to meet her down in Florida. She's had a tough life. This place was her getaway. She's long gone now, but her name is still written all over this place.
Well, thanks for bringing us here.
Oh, Sean. I'm glad I was able to help you. By the way, can you grab your brother so we can all talk?
Is everything okay?
Yeah, I just thought we could spend this day together. Just the three of us.
Big brother to Superwolf? We need you at Karen's trailer. Copy?
Sure. I mean, 10-4.
Hola.
Hola, compadre. How about a trek around the canyon today? You in?
Totally.
Let's pack then.
Something's going on. What's the secret thing going on, Claire?
I mean, that really does sound like a beginning of the fairy tale where, like, some farmers, leave their children in the wood with a trail of breadcrumbs or something.
Which she would probably do, yes.
Dear, oh dear.
Insufficient stars.
Rika says she's selling you out. Old Porg says, is she ill? And she wants to tell you about that. So, yeah. So Roderick says
Should have
she's
camped
bouncing.
near that little creek.
Could well be.
It was so perfect.
Nah. You'll need a good night's sleep after all this. And the car's just half a mile down the path.
This place makes for a pretty cool bedroom, though.
Man, I'm beat.
Oh, sorry. Just got one last thing to show you guys.
I can't get enough of this place.
Come on, Daniel. Give me your hand.
It's the same spot we were at just a second ago. Oh, well,
Slow
we started
down,
off.
Mom. You walk too fast.
'Cause there was a...
More walk, less talk.
That feels like the same
Yeah,
area. I
pass
think
me
we're
up.
exactly where we were. Alright. Why is she bringing us back to what I think is exactly where we just were?
Guys,
She just
Check
really
this
wants to
out.
pee off the edge of a
now
cliff.
this is nature's art.
Good work, Maxie.
She actually just pulled down her trousers, turned around and squatted right now. That
It's
would
so
be amazing.
big and pretty.
And so quiet. Except for the birds of prey. Shh. Listen.
Serious?
If we're lucky. Yeah.
We were here last night, Karen.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Did she just tell him to be quiet?
He's not good at that.
Uh-oh. I hear a wolf. Better be careful of hunters out here.
The Wolf Brothers can't be trapped. You'd help us.
No, she wouldn't. She'd fucking run. And potentially, if
We
it slowed
were
him down,
all
toss you
the
to the
time.
ground.
There's not a lot to do, but it's enough for me. Good thing Joanne likes to come with me.
Oh, I bet she would be fun to go hiking with.
Well, not when I go too fast. She's all about the journey. We usually find a good pace. Usually.
Joanna's like Sean. They make art so they stop to look at stuff. You're way more like me. Fast.
Yeah, I am like you, Daniel.
She's revealing her
let's hurry up.
superpowers.
Oh. Yeah, you could be. You could be. Why are you bringing us... You know we literally camped here last night, right? Like, this is
Which one of us is she gonna yeet off the cliff?
Maybe both. Why did you bring us back to
I
the exact
love to
same
come
spot?
here to get away from...
Having children.
away.
I bet.
It's the best spot.
Sorry, it's just like, she didn't have...
Let's sit down. So, hey, I do appreciate that you guys stuck around this long.
But fuck off
Thank you.
now.
I know, right?
And... yeah, do you regret pissing off now?
So, now that you know us better, do you kind of regret leaving and everything?
Nope.
I made a decision to never have regrets. Although, you two would be the best reason. Just know I love both of you so much. And I'm proud of who you are. And where you're going.
I love both of you so much. In the easy sort of way, where I say it but don't actually really have to do anything. Or make amends for years of doing nothing. Or help you beyond tomorrow. Which I won't be doing. That sort of love. Oh, the easy sort. The easy sort where you just say it and don't do anything. Great. You could come with us, but you're not going to.
By the way, if you wanted to, you could come with us. To Mexico.
That would be cool.
I would love to come see you settled into a new home. You're almost there. But I have to be upfront with both of you. What happened in Haven Point is catching up on us.
Huh? What do you mean?
When we were in town, we saw some stories in the papers. The feds are definitely tracking us down in the region.
Shit.
And they'll find us.
Well, figures. This couldn't last forever.
So... this is it?
See you, Nana. We'll leave tomorrow.
Can you hand me that bag, Sean? That's why I brought you back here. I made these for the 4th of July, but this is better.
Oh! I love those things!
Fireworks or something?
Lanterns?
Ah, little square
Whoa,
lantern thing.
awesome!
Like in Rapunzel.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's light up the sky.
So the feds know exactly where we are.
I love how she just totally ducks the question of, either way, I'm not willing to in any way sacrifice any aspect of my personal life or comfort to, you know, go with you. Like, as soon as you've actually gone on your own, crossed the border by yourself, set up your own life and got sustainable and comfortable, then I might come and visit. But until then, fuck you! I love you in the easiest way possible. Fuck, Karen, how the hell do only how though 95% of people think, oh yeah, we're gonna try and open up to her and forgive her. Fuck Karen so much. Jesus Christ. Just totally, completely, doesn't even have a legitimate reason for why she wouldn't come with us or help us. Or basically, she's just fucking selfish. She's just catastrophically selfish. She was selfish all along, she still is selfish. And this is, and no one's calling her fucking out. What the fuck? 95% of you should be ashamed. You could probably do a donation or two during the flying lantern scene. Or you're cut up.
Almost. Shout out to Magic Ellie who gave us $5 and says it's the first time we've ever actually caught you live. Much love to you both and to Tabby. John, how much Pokemon will you be doing? I'm really enjoying it.
Full series, it's about to take over the Monday, Friday slot now. Outer Worlds is done.
Yes,
so
I really like editing
two episodes
Pokemon.
a week. 2 episodes a week now.
Yes.
It's much easier for Claire to edit because there's no actual voice acting in it.
Yeah,
so it's
also
easier
I just
to edit
like
together.
Pokemon, they're cute.
It's easier to edit. Oh, Karen just doesn't give a shit. The hell. I mean, this is the point where, you know, if you're going to do a character thing, you do a character thing where actually she does something that inconveniences and disadvantages herself for your benefit.
Yeah.
But, you know, no. Fine, I guess.
Oh, and shout out to Venus as well, who gave us £2 and says, what animal do you think describes yourself best?
I like owls.
You like owls?
They're nocturnal and clever.
Yeah. Do they also have really bad perception?
No, famously good perception.
Are you
but
guys
menacing during the day, I
all
believe.
set up to leave?
No. Such we have to leave again. I think... I'm kind of scared.
Oh, honey.
And yes, indeed, it feels like it's quite far to the border. Let's figure out how far.
How far is the border?
Not that far. Maybe a 5 or 6 hours drive. It won't be easy crossing that border. So I'm gonna give you a head start from the police.
Wait, how?
What's your plan?
The cops are after me too, for what happened in Nevada. So they can catch me instead of you. Fair trade.
Mom,
Okay,
Go to
that's
jail
better.
for helping us.
It's not about me right now. We need to get your asses to Puerto Lobos.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. That's good. She is doing a thing that she doesn't want to do that's going to hurt herself for the sake of other people. She's giving up a part of her own life for us to make amends. You know what? Fair play.
Several people in the chat pointing out that owls are actually quite stupid.
Mm-hmm. Are they?
Yeah, so even though they are the symbol for wisdom in ancient societies, I do remember actually seeing an article from the people training the animals for the Harry Potter movies, like cursing J.K. Rowling for making the owls carry the mail because they're so fucking hard to train. Because they're really, really stubborn and they won't do anything you ask them to do.
Hashtag Team Owl. Hashtag Team Owl.
So that works really well.
Okay. You know what? Fair enough. Due credit to Karen. I'm not going to forgive her for this, but it is good that she has had a moment of character growth where she's actually gonna do this. Fair play. Fair play.
Thank you. So much, Karen.
I knew what I was doing when I came to Haven Point looking for your brother. I felt it was the right thing to do. And I feel the same today. I tried to live by my own rules, no matter what. I don't expect you boys to be like me. But try to stay true to yourselves. This is your life. Don't let anybody get in the way.
You know, I kind of feel like this would be better in terms of storytelling if she didn't tell us she was going to do that, because it feels like, you know, her telling her children, who are children, that she is sacrificing herself for them, that's like massively guilt-inducing. I feel like what should happen is she's telling us, oh, I'm going to help you, I'm going to help you.
Yeah.
She gets us the car and everything.
Yeah.
We leave, and then we have a surprisingly easy time, like, escaping.
Something like
and we're
that.
like, what good luck, it's amazing. And then later we see a paper that's like, makes it very clear that she sacrificed herself first, and we're like, oh, that's what happened.
Though admittedly, her plan is a bit odd. It's like, well, they're going to catch me rather you. It's like, is that how police work?
Yeah, I feel like the FBI have more than like one van
like,
they can use to capture people. But
we've caught one of them. That's the police van fill for today. We're going to have to take her back to prison and, like, you know, she's going to have to be tried and serve a sentence before we've got any more space in prison. That's it. Sorry, the prisons are full now. We're just going to have to let the kids go because she's been caught. So I guess that's it. Because I've got to assume that, like, you know, the people who survived, because no one died in the church fire, the people who survived, like, would say, hey, there was like, you know, 2 kids. There were 2 kids and a woman, and you probably want to catch them because they burned down a cock in church. So I feel like... I mean,
maybe Karen is going to tell the cops, like, well, they also think that kid had superpowers, so they're clearly crazy, they don't know what they're talking about, it was just me.
Yeah.
But...
It's an odd one, because I feel like, Karen... I'd actually like to see Karen's point of view, when she just kind of, you know, walks with her arms out towards the police officer, like, oh, I give myself up. She's like, okay, put her in the car. Right, now let's get after the boys. And she's like, wait, what? No, you've caught me, yes, and now we're going to go catch the boys too. This was a very temporary setback. Mm-hmm. You bought them maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 seconds that it took to put handcuffs on you. But alright, fine. You know what, Dad raised us well. He was a good man. I liked him. He was great.
I don't know. Dad didn't raise us this way. He was a rebel, but he wasn't a criminal. He didn't teach us to say, fuck it.
Esteban had a lot more faith in the system than me. I had to do shit my own way. Look, I only want you and Daniel to get what you deserve. Okay, this is the last roundup.
Wait, let me say bye to Joanne.
All right. I'm gonna go do one last checkup on the truck before you hit it. And don't forget what we talked about. It's your life, Sean. You should go see David. He has something for you.
Okay.
Alright. Dump things in sync. Go and see Surprise David. There's a character I wasn't expecting. Just random surprise. Oh! I've just gained $130. Got $147 now.
Is that what David gave you?
I don't know. If so, we haven't got over to him yet. So unless he's got psychic money. Let's see what we got.
Did you steal money from your mum's trailer?
Possibly. Is your mum supposed to have it?
Sean.
Hey. Karen said you wanted to see me?
Yeah, but go grab that police scanner inside first. I gotta put these new plates on the car.
Sure. I'm on it.
I'll join you when I'm done.
Okay, police scanner, so we can check whether they're after us, is potentially rather useful.
Pretty nice.
Though we're also going to be reading all of his personal
Sure,
letters. Dear Joyce, great to get your postcard. You should get around now. Wish it was like on a honeymoon. Wish I was. Hope you're seeing the world like you wanted. I know life's so different now, I like to think, but I hope we can scratch out. Everything's just so different. I hope one day we can just have a beer, shoot the shit like before. Well, unfortunately, I chose Arcadia Bay over Bay. So, Chloe dead. Chloe mega dead. And
Weird.
I
Didn't know David was so punk rock.
I'm pretty sure that was in Chloe. That's from Chloe's room. That'll have been a thing from Chloe's room that he's got there. That seems like the sort of thing Chloe would have up, so...
Yeah. Me and David won't be sharing any playlist.
He wasn't to country music. Chloe hated that. I remember that much.
That's right. I never saw David even drink a beer.
Yeah, he was recovering from an alcohol problem, if I recall, yeah. Okay.
Arthur said David could fix anything. He hopes.
Apart from his relationship with his family.
Great.
He can't fix that.
Oh, wow.
Must be his ex-wife.
Yep, there we go. Sad
changed so
Chloe in
much
the
since
background.
And not for the best.
I like sad Chloe in the background. Okay, so that's just in case you didn't realise it was the same guy. They've put that there just to make sure you realise. Alright. I imagine just... I feel like his face has changed a bit. That might be the that would have been the moment if I was just doing this for myself and I'd be like, oh! That would have been it. I wouldn't have realised till then. I would have been like, wait, what? That would have been the moment. That would have been the moment right there.
This place has too many adults.
There we go. Grab the police scanner. Hopefully. Of use.
Okay. How does this thing work?
Yeah, it looks like you twiddle the knob between 140 and 160.
Okay.
Oh, there was something there for a second.
Only gotta search between 140 and 160.
Hope you're having a lovely morning on
There we go.
string quartets. Now with the
It's not the
Doesn't
police.
sound like cops.
Let's find out. Wait, Claire. Look at this. Look at this. It's fucking gameplay! Holy shit!
Wow!
Holy shit! It's gameplay!
All I'm saying, folks. But back to our caller, talking
Still
about
not the right one.
hoax.
Come on.
Find some...
another hit from the backwoods on Dusty Rocks FM.
Not police.
Dusty Rocks FM.
I want to listen to Dusty Rocks FM.
136, listening. We've got reports of a
There we go.
Wait,
1010
is
down by
this it?
Sounds about right.
Now we can spy on the cops all the way to Mexico.
10-4, I'm...
Thanks, David. You big rebel.
Alright. That's actually useful. Okay, that's the gameplay done. That's all the gameplay. Oh.
This game is as subtle as the forest fire mysteriously started by Rachel Lember.
With her mysterious nature and or fire powers, or possibly wind powers, that were brought up once and then never raised or explained. She just 1 point gained magical
Your mom's
scream
car is
wind
all ready to roll.
powers. Once.
Did you get the police scanner?
Yep. And I found the police frequency.
How about that? Good job. Now, you'll always want to know what they're up to. No surprises on your way to the border. All right, this is the fastest route. When you get there, cross between these two stations. Now, you have to exit the main road and drive through the desert for a while. But Karen's car should be okay. You got all that?
Sure. Think so.
Sean, you have to know. The police are on your ass. You only get one chance here. I'm not trying to be a dick. Just honest.
I know, David. Thanks.
Here. Have a seat.
I kind of want to see David's tattoo. He's got an in memoriam tattoo, but we can't quite see it 'cause it's hidden.
Don't mean to order you around. Bad habits die hard. And yes, I was suspicious when Karen showed up with you two. But after watching you and your little brother for a while, I think I get what you're going through. Your experience forms you as a person. And I imagine all the shit you've seen and how it's changed you.
Pretty much.
Not comparing myself, but I had to go through my own hell. In war and at home. I didn't know how to deal with emotions or other people.
And yeah, this is about Chloe. Let's see if we can just figure out. Well, we know we saw the entirety of the relationship because Chloe died in my universe. So,
Are you talking about your stepdaughter?
Yeah. Some rich fucking kid shot her at school, where I was supposed to protect her. Me and her hated each other on sight. But once I lost her, everything became clear. How selfish and stupid I'd been. I should have listened to Chloe, instead of being a bully. All of my fuck-ups are crystal clear now. But I'm not gonna fuck this up. Sean, I'm gonna do everything I can to help you get out of here. That's my duty now. But I want to be straight up with you, okay?
Yeah. Of course.
I know you guys got screwed. That you think nobody will ever believe you. But the truth is on your side. You and Daniel can't just hide out forever. Is that how you see yourself in 10 years? If you step up and face the law, you can be free. Sooner than later.
okay, interesting. And we finally got back to what I was saying in episode 1. How about can we just turn ourselves in? Is that an option?
I mean,
we're not making a big slidey wibble choice. We're not making a slidey wibble choice. Also, we're saying it's quite interesting that apparently David, David basically, the Chloe who he hated, just sort of was shot at school in the back in time scene. And apparently he, at that point, had a complete 180 character swerve.
I mean, absolutely.
He had a character swerve 180 and has now dedicated the rest of his life to undoing the damage with Chloe. So, really? Wow, that's a hell of a character swerve right there.
But maybe this whole thing has been a really, really long con from David. And now he's like secretly telling him to turn himself in because he knows that the truth is not on their fucking side because a cop is dead and the church was burned down. And if they give themselves in right now, there is really going to be some bad shit going on.
I would love it at this point if no matter what response, like David immediately just kind of lay forward, and this next time he's just like, yeah, and just so I'm clear, could you just repeat all of the crimes that your you're running from. There's coming from under his shirt.
No,
Just repeat all of them one by one, roughly to this point. This unsuspicious lump on my chest. Take that. You're under arrest.
Oh, they also attacked a guard and ran away from a hospital where they were in custody from the FBI.
That's true. I did knock the FBI agent unconscious, as well as killing the cop, blowing up the drug lab.
Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto, probably times more than one. I think I sold some stuff from that Christmas Fate in episode 2, but that's probably less important.
Yeah.
I think I stole a yo-yo. And we were going to let you walk away, but then we learned you stole a yo-yo from the Christmas market. Lock him away and throw away the key.
Thomas says the only way to explain this complete 180-degree turn in David's personality is that he was visited by the ghost of Christmas past, present, and future.
It does, it feels... It's an odd one.
I mean, there are several people in the chat pointing out that, look, this is a story arc and trauma changes people.
Yeah.
But, it's just really abrupt.
It just felt like when you met David and Chloe's relationship in episode 1 of the original Life is Strange, it didn't feel like they really had much of a relationship. And yes, he, of course, would be sad that it broke the relationship with Joyce because it damaged their relationship because of the trauma she suffered from that. But it just... I never got the feeling from the original Life is Strange that there would have been a strong enough relationship between David and Chloe that he would respond to her death with some form of massive life-changing flee into the desert and then wait for the opportunity to make amends by helping some other lost youngsters find their path.
I mean,
it feels weird to me.
It's not like...
And many years have passed, yes.
Right, it's not like he did something that inadvertently caused what happened to her. He probably thinks that.
Well, to be clear, he was working as the security guard at the school when a child was shot at that school. So it kind of was probably technically his fault.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? She didn't say to him, I don't want to go to school because I'm scared, and he made her go.
Yes.
You know, it's not as direct.
Yes.
I think... it's horrible that it's his stepdaughter, it's someone he knew, it's someone who was under his roof, it's someone who he wished he had a better relationship with.
Yeah.
Once there was no possibility to improve the relationship. However, I feel like it's the same any person who's tasked to protect people, and particularly children and vulnerable people, would have a similar reaction. Would he have a similar reaction if the kid next door had died when he was supposed to protect them?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like,
I feel like while I would have liked the option to tell myself in episode 1, I feel like at this point I've committed too many crimes. I think we just need to we need to go. I think we've committed far too many crimes at this point. I want
to know what happens if you do turn yourself in.
Well, I think you're entertaining the possibility rather than doing it.
But what
I really hope I'm not about to tap in. I mean, you know what? You're right. 911. Hello. Yes, this is the person who did all the crimes.
No, I know, but it feels like it's so weird that it's turning up suddenly as a possibility when it's never been a possibility before, and the reason it's never been a possibility before is because he has said for the word go, and it's very clear in the scene in the first episode, I'm a brown kid and a white cop has died, this is not going to go well for me. And the fact that he has a white dude who used to be a soldier lecturing him about how the law is going to be on his side because the truth is on his side, is frankly a bit rich, and I feel he would know that.
And he's in now a more southern state than he was before, which I feel is going to work out even worse.
Yeah, and also he's had all these various experience with various people. Yeah.
I'm just going to entertain the possibility.
Okay, so this is interesting. Wait a minute.
Yes. Yes.
Sola says, one connection you guys didn't get. David has a letter from Victoria thanking him for saving her from the dark room. So there you go.
Okay, that's interesting. Because, the version of events is weird, and we didn't necessarily know all of the version of events that played out inside the original Life is Strange. Of course, bear in mind, if you go for the Arcadia Bay, the Bay Before Bay ending, then Chloe gets shot, but as a result of that, events play out differently after Chloe's death for the remaining 4 days. So precisely what the canonical after sacrificing Chloe 4 days went like is unclear. So presumably, therefore, yes, he was the one that actually brought in the kid and basically was able to figure out where Victoria was and all of that business. So okay, that's interesting. I'm just going to entertain the possibility because we're not making a choice here. I just wanted to hear what he has to say.
I don't know. I might turn myself in after I see what happens with Daniel.
I know you want to settle down first, but keep your options open. Think about it. And Daniel is growing up fast. Too fast.
That's what I'm worried about.
He had his fake 10th birthday
made it
the
here.
other night.
So, I know you're on the right path. Oh. Sorry. I really have to take this.
Oh, I thought it was my phone.
No.
I was like, shoot.
Hey,
He's making
Joyce.
a lot of noise.
Oh,
Right
Joyce.
on time.
Phone call with Joyce. Hey, spy.
Yeah, someone's pointing out it would make more sense, this whole
Yeah.
conversation, if Chloe hadn't died
I'm
and Joyce
good.
had died.
Finally done setting up those solar
I
panels.
listened to the conversation.
Don't worry. I'm mostly working when the sun's going down. You got that right. How about you? Oh, any news from the vet?
From the vet, they didn't have a pest, I don't think, not in the original.
Good. That's a relief. Hope I can see that little boy next time I swing by Santa Rosa. Nah. Still haven't heard anything. Just hope they won't let him out.
Ah, so, yeah. Watch his face.
Well, you know lawyers. Can't expect much from them.
If he's actually talking to the police right now, he's doing a really good job with the code words.
Sure. Okay. Take care. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, so maybe their relationship is vaguely fixable.
Yeah, and Maxie says,
It would be weird to be back on the road with Daniel
Yeah.
after all this time in a community.
Sorry, Maxie says basically that letter that was mentioned from Victoria, that's only if Arcadia Bay is destroyed, and it's talking about the process of Nathan being in police custody and hoping he doesn't get out.
I see.
And
I thought it would be odd I missed a letter when the trailer was so Spartan and small.
yeah, if you do this different ending and Joyce dies,
Yeah.
then Chloe calls him now.
Ah.
You get to hear him talk to Chloe.
That's weird. Oh, I can't imagine. Okay, I'm not sure how that conversation would go. I feel like Chloe would
Chloe is in... at this point, he's talking to Chloe, who is in New York with Max at an art gallery showing off Max's photos, apparently.
Ah.
That's the phone call in the other... But, like, if Joyce dies, you could see a... Like, you could see a possibility of them coming together.
Looks like we
over
got
it.
everything.
I really couldn't, you know.
Well,
Time
I
to
don't
hit
know.
the highway.
I think that would be, she would just immediately cut him, Chloe would immediately cut him out of her life, immediately and forever, and never mention or speak of him again.
Fair enough.
I would struggle to see a scenario where Chloe would respond to trauma by becoming friends with him. I just think they don't have enough in common they don't have enough shared perception of the universe to have a meaningful relationship.
I feel like this game puts a lot more emphasis on parental relationship, even in the
Please
case
don't
of
let the cops come looking for us out
them
here.
being like
Yeah.
father and stepdaughter.
Yeah.
Than perhaps
Yeah.
people do in real life when it's just a really bad relationship and you're better off without it. It's the thing that you were talking about before, how in media people always want to repair relationship with parents as if there is some kind of like moral imperative to do that.
Okay. Let's see where this goes. We got the police scanner. We need to leave away. Don't forget to, like, you know, take Daniel. He's moderately important.
Daniel, do you copy? It's time to wrap it up.
Be right there. Over.
So, did you get to say goodbye to Away?
Yeah. Kinda sad.
I know.
Are we leaving yet?
We have to, Enano.
Come here.
It's like 3 named people who we know are here because they ordered groceries who we never met. We never met Bria.
I'm gonna miss you.
I'll miss you too, Danny. It was amazing to spend this time with you. I'm so damn proud of you both and what you're gonna do with your life. And if you ever need me, I'm just around the corner.
Okay, Mom.
They're about to go to Mexico and she's in Arizona. There's a wall. It's a big plot point. She's not just around the corner.
Well,
they can't just hop over the wall
Sean,
across the desert.
This is it.
And also, she's about to be in prison. That's the plan. I'm just around the corner. They'd have to break into America and then break into prison when they're wanted for crimes. That's what?
The thing is, she's unable to tell them.
Shit!
She's absolutely unable to tell them anything.
I'm just around the corner.
Like,
she might as well be on the moon.
You know, when Sean asked her if she's got any regrets, she's unable to lie for their benefit at that point.
Yeah.
She's gonna tell them her truth.
Yeah.
But, you know, when it's about, like, where she's gonna be, and that's clearly a lot of bull, she's just around the corner.
Yeah. I'm divided on this one. Were she not doing the police thing, it would be a definite no-hug scenario. I would be comfortable with either hug or no hug. I don't feel like we're at hugging yet. But, do you know how this goes, Claire?
Yeah.
Set up the poll! Poll. It's poll time. I think under the circumstances, if only for the fact she just said I'm just round the corner, I say no hug. I say no hug. No hug for Karen. Karen does not get hug. So I my vote is for don't hug. What do you vote for, Claire?
I mean, I don't think that it can really hurt. I'm also considering whether, like, is Dan gonna be mad at you? Is Daniel gonna be mad at you if you don't hug her?
I don't know.
Do we care more about Daniel than...
Interesting idea. I'm liking that this seems to be a bit divisive. I'm seeing a lot of opinions.
Alright, folks, vote in the poll, not in the chat.
Admittedly, when I said at the beginning, I really hope this is the episode where things diverge like crazy and you either end up in the pink hippo on the moon or you end up dead by Daniel's hand. I was hoping for a more dramatic choice than hug.
It has been 3 hours.
Than hug or don't hug.
It has
hug
been
or don't hug.
3 hours, and this is what's
This is the first choice. Yeah, it's been a very slow start. I was hoping for a more big dramatic climax ending. Like, you know, like the truck screams back in town. It's like, Daniel, they've deployed their new RoboCop to hunt you down. He never stops. He never sleeps. You have to go. Oh no, here he comes. Pew, pew, pew. Give them his ass. Oh no, Away's on fire. No, jump. Oh no, Jones in several pieces now. Oh no. Which Jones says, yeah, I've got one trick up my sleeve. Pushes button and secret remote control, and her robots come to life because they were real robots, and they start wrestling the giant RoboCop, and they're wrestling, and they're like, no, power sword activate. It'd be amazing. I was hoping for that.
Yeah. You and Daniel both.
It was unlikely, but all of Joan's statues coming to life to fight the giant police mechas would have been the best thing. Do we have the poll in the chat yet?
We do have a poll in the chat.
Spam that poll!
I have been spamming that.
Continue spamming! Oh. I vote, so you're not sure and I'm voting don't hug. Is that what we've decided?
The poll is really close. The poll is on 50-50 right now.
She is doing one thing. And I'm not objecting to... I would not object to hugging her on grounds that she is making a very significant personal sacrifice. Maybe an ill-considered and meaningless one, but she is doing... And it's one hell of a character swerve, but she is. But on the other hand, one gesture doesn't make up for a decade of absence, of total absence and neglect.
The thing with this game, right, is that you tell it doesn't, you know... The thing that kind of bothers me sometimes with this game is it gives you a choice and it says a name for the choice and then a lot of other things happen from it. So I guess what it's saying is not hug Karen or don't hug Karen. It's like forgive Karen all of her crimes. Yeah. Or absolutely don't forgive her and be a dick to her.
Okay.
Like there doesn't seem to be a middle ground with this game and the way that it interprets your prompts.
And then once all the RoboCops are dead, we all start cheering. But actually, you suddenly hear a beeping, which is the cops have called for reinforcements. And then up from behind the mountain, up steps Mega Cop. He's like a giant mecha cop. And oh no, he's too big. Oh no, Jones robots can't defeat him. And he stamps on Jones robots, and they're smushed. They're smushed into scrap. And everyone's like, oh no, what do we do? It's like, don't worry. And then immediately David steps forward. It's like, I've been preparing for this. And he gets out his secret remote control. And it turns out every single one of the RVs that's like around the side can come together into one form of like mega sand person or whatever. And you can come at them. And it's like got an RV farm. It's like a Megazord, but shit. And it can wrestle with Mega Cop. And then we're driving away during this bit.
Okay,
Mega RV.
Are you quite done?
No, I can keep coming up with this.
I know,
my game's
I
so
have
much
insights from the crowd.
So many of my version of events are better.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
You're very smart and good at storytelling. Of course it's better. Venus says you can always hug her later. After all, she's only just around the corner.
Yes! Vote don't hug just for that. That's amazing.
I thought you'd like that. That's why I shouted at you. I'm sorry about shouting. It's strong mulled wine. Oh, that's so harsh. John, don't quit your day job.
One day they'll let me write a series of Power Rangers. It'll be the best one. Aww. I'm going to set it in ancient Greece. Ancient Greek Power Rangers. Fuck yeah. It's going to be the best thing. And there's going to be like character drama because the Athenian Ranger and the Spartan Ranger both think they should be the leader. Alright, that's where the character drama comes from.
We're at 300 votes with 151 votes for one and 157 votes for the other. Do a democracy right now. Go and vote in the poll.
You got 2 more minutes. 1:15 we'll call it. It's right on the wire. On the wire.
It is very, 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 very close right now.
I just saw a comment in the comments. Where does this fight go into space? That's easy. At the point when they need to get away because the RV bot is being torn apart by Megacop, Karen reveals that in all her years in the desert, she's actually been building a plan. She's been making a plan ready that if she ever needed to, she would be able to escape because she has been learning to commune with the eagles, which is why she went out to show us the birds of prey last night. So Karen just stands in the middle and she goes, caw-caw! And the eagles soar, and it's like Lord of the Rings, but like better because there's loads of them. And like they actually mentioned...
Do you mean it's better because they bring them to Mordor and then back?
No, it's better because we actually mentioned the eagles ahead of time rather than just coming out of nowhere. We actually foreshadowed. It's literally been foreshadowed. And the eagles pick up Sean and Daniel and Karen and they zoom them away at high speed. It's like that bit in Zelda Wind Waker when like Link and Tetra get rescued from Ganon's castle at the end of the first act. It's just like that with actual eagles, not eagle people. And she's like, caw! And then like, they zoom away. The other eagles like zoom in on like Mega Cop and they get stuck inside all his servos. Like, Mega Cop, too many eagles, can't walk, eagles in joints, and he falls over and explodes.
I want you to know, by the way, that there's a lot of gesturing going on. There's a lot of hand motions that John is doing right now.
Karen, seriously, if Karen revealed that this was a secret plan to train the eagles, so when the time came, she would be able to send the eagles to save her children. That's the fucking solution right there. Okay, it's 1:15. Claire, what's the answer?
The answer is no Hug!
No
By
hug.
12 votes, no hug wins.
No hug.
180 votes for a hug, 192 votes for no hug. Don't hug her.
No hug. Don't hug Karen. Confirmed.
Thank you for helping us, Karen. Seriously.
I wish I could have done more.
Yeah, me too.
Let's hit the road.
Oh, go hug Joan.
Well, apparently we don't. We don't
Be
give
like,
we don't give a shit. I think this might be a
thank you,
music
Sean.
section.
You're the only person that pronounces my name correctly around here.
Take care, boys.
Stay safe.
Someone say goodbye to Priya for us. She's not technically here right now, but do you think it was supposed to be vaguely implied that maybe
Bye, everybody.
Joan and
Yes.
or Joanne and
Yeah.
It was. I think they were. It was towards the subtle side, but I think it was there as an implication even before you saw them hugging like that.
Yeah.
In what was quite an intimate fashion. I think there's an implication that possibly she.
FYI, I didn't want to tell you because it was pretty spoilery, but someone did mention in chat that if you choose to hug, it's not just that you hug her, it's that you call her mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering where you were going. So it's not just that you hug her, but there's a fucking hell. I'm glad we said don't hug.
No. It's just that you know what this game does. It's like either you just don't hug her or suddenly you're reconciled.
Okay, I'm really glad it was don't hug then. Oh, I think we've got some music. Go.
Yeah. What do we got? Shout out to Magic Ellie, who gave us $2 and says, yes, John, you're literally my fave. Don't tell Dan. He's definitely gonna tell Dan.
Yeah.
Venus gave us £2 and says, wow, trivialized. Life is really strange.
Hey.
Oh. It isn't.
Is something wrong?
He just had to leave his home of the last 7 weeks
We're
with
almost
people he
there, okay?
liked.
That's the last time I have to say that.
I don't care about that.
So, what's the problem?
What are we gonna do in Puerto Lobos? We don't know anybody. We're like strangers. How long can we live there?
It's a fair question. One we should have asked.
Totally.
One we should have asked before we got to the border. To be honest, before we started committing many crimes in order to get there. But there we go. Also, is it odd that I assume Karen was going to be in the car with us, so she could bring the car back. Presumably
And get captured by the car? Wasn't that anyway? No.
Well, yeah, I know the point was she had to get captured by the cops, but this way, this community doesn't seem to have many functional vehicles, and they need to go into town to get supplies or they can't live. And we've just taken one of their cars, and there's now no way for them to get it back.
But see, the thing is, if they had written it the way that I was discussing earlier, they would have given
your
us
way
the
doesn't involve
car,
Megazords.
and you would have been like, oh my god, Mom, you made such a big sacrifice giving us the car, you're gonna need another car. It would already seem like a selfless gesture.
Yes,
and then
I
you could
agree.
learn later
I
it was
agree.
bigger.
But the problem with the car is there's I am making a selfless gesture versus I am literally giving away one of the crucial bits of infrastructure that the society I live in needs to survive.
Right,
I'm
but
not
the
just
society I live in of hippies have sat down, discussed it, had a vote, and decided to help the kids.
Mm-hmm.
That seems in character. You
But
could
literally
believe that out of
any
them.
adult could go with them and then drive the car back after they were done.
Right, but
they
they could have made a point out of the car, and that could have been a
Yeah.
source of conflict.
Like Priya, Priya's not even done anything. All we know about her is she likes sex and computers. we could just put her in the boot. She could have just been in the boot. It would have been great.
They could have just said, she could have just said, take the car, and he could have said, no, you're gonna need the car.
Yeah.
You guys only have 2 cars. What are you gonna do with only one?
Yeah.
He could have said something about that.
Maybe there are other cars, and that's where Priya is. She's off in a car, either having sex or buying computers.
Shout out to Thomas.
This is the only characterization we know about Priya. She's just either really into sex or really into computers. Sometimes both at the same time. She loves pornography so much.
shout out to Thomas Richter, who gave us 2 Brazilian reais and says surely they will use the Megabot to get groceries.
It's fair. I mean, any damage done to the Mega RV Zord, they can repair using the remnants of the police bots.
Pyro Fluffian says it's highly possible one of the people we didn't meet has a car and will be back in a couple of days. Yes, however, it would have been good storytelling to tell us about it, so we're not thinking about that stuff.
Yeah. I'd say, we're just gonna stop running, alright? When we get to Mexico, we can stop running. Unless we murder people in Mexico.
Venus says, in a true democratic fashion, I call for a vote on ending the stream here and get John to make the end up.
No.
No, let's...
No more running. No more running.
How do you think we can live here? No more running, Enano.
So, what are we gonna do for money and stuff?
Magic powers, magic powers, magic powers, and yeah, like one or both of you get jobs. That's how money works.
I get a job, man. It won't be hard.
One that
You
doesn't
can probably
involve seeing
go
how
to
far away
school.
things are.
Dude, I can't even speak Spanish.
Oh shit!
How can I make friends or do anything if I can't talk?
Could you have maybe taught him Spanish during this very long road trip that you guys
Holy
have been
shit!
taking?
I feel like this is something that should have been raised earlier during the Let's Go to Mexico plan. The fact that one of the 2 people doesn't speak Spanish. Fucking hell! This is a major hole in the plan to have not mentioned till now.
They've been on a road trip for a really long time.
They've been on the
and
road
can
trip
speak
for half a
language
year.
quickly. If Sean can speak Spanish, he should have been teaching
Yes.
Daniel this whole time.
Oh
I'll
my
teach you future tense. What is wrong with you?
Also, why didn't he speak any Spanish when they were both raised in America? But we know that Sean does speak Spanish because one of the options when the arseholes were annoying you was to say basically insult them in Spanish when you were saying what they wanted you to say. So he clearly does speak at least a decent level of Spanish.
What
so
I'm
why would
assuming-
one of them know Spanish but not the other when they were
Okay.
raised in the same house in the same country?
What I'm assuming is that Esteban did the thing that a lot of immigrants do, or people from, immigrant families do, which is make sure to speak to your children in English at home so that they are good at English and they don't suffer consequences from that at school or whatever. I'm assuming that they just speak a little bit of like family Spanish to each other, like Enano and here.
Or because he's older, he actually studied some Spanish in
And
school
then he
because they
went
would have
to school
taught.
for
Yeah,
Spanish. Yeah,
I assume Spanish is a more commonly taught language in bits of America where there's a significant Latinx population.
I'm assuming that if there's
Is that
one
how it's
language...
pronounced Latinx, by the way?
I'm sorry?
Latinx.
Yeah.
I always thought for years ago, only if I saw it written down, it was Latinx.
I thought that too.
Holy shit! I heard it just the other day, and I thought, what? It's Latinx? Oh fuck me! I thought it was Latinx for years, and I'm glad I never said that out loud.
The thing is,
That the correct term was Latinx.
I wanted to say that word in a video because I was talking about like a initiative that they did at Worldcon a couple years ago to like bring Latinx writers and all that to Worldcon because it was in California.
Yeah.
And I wanted to talk about it, but I don't see it written down. So I like Googled it because that's what I do when I need to pronounce words.
I think I overheard you say it the other day for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, shit, is that how that's pronounced?
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it makes sense to add a whole other syllable at the end because it replaces Latino and Latina.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the plurals from
Yeah.
that.
Oh, holy shit, I feel like, how can this plot point only be raised now? That you go into a country where one of you definitely doesn't speak the language, and we do not have it confirmed how well the other one does. Because if the other one does just have high school level Spanish, that's not... You'd struggle to function and work in another country. I mean, I'm guessing English is a fairly widely spoken language if you are the next door neighbour of a majority English-speaking nation. So I'm guessing English is going to be fairly widely spoken in Mexico. And that's just a guess, but it feels likely to me, especially if you're close to the border. If you live close to the border of an English majority country, probably English is a not uncommon second language, I would guess. But it's still, what a fucking wacky thing to bring up now. When you're literally driving to the border. Hey, do we speak the language of the country we're breaking into? Oh, no, we don't. Jesus Christ, that's amazing.
So writing for this game is very bad.
That was bad. That was bad. I'm just gonna say we're gonna teach her. I'm gonna teach her Spanish, which I'd thought of 6 months ago during the many instances where we were walking in silence along roads when we could have been practicing basic Spanish.
I'll teach you, man.
You think so? That's cool.
You fit in everywhere we go. And we'll get to hang out too.
Well, that sounds okay. I guess.
Daniel, I get scared too, you know? But we'll be fine.
This is the point where I'd have Megacop show by smashing into the road.
Yeah.
Stop in the name of the law! I am Megacop 2! Honk! Gunfire!
People are pointing out that in story he just said, but I don't speak Spanish, and then there was 5 minutes of silence as we made fun of it.
Oh, donation time if you've got any, I think. we're into a musical interlude.
No, I think we're
Oh,
caught
God.
up. So if people have questions or remarks or whatever, if I've missed your donations, do let me know, but I don't think I have, because it's been relatively quiet today.
I can't believe that just happened. That's the most amazing plot point to come out of nowhere.
Yeah, several people in the chat pointing out I'm working on writing my first book or my first script or whatever. I'm deeply offended by this writing. Oh, we have time to teach him to magic drive, but not Spanish.
Yeah, magic driving. That's. I feel like we could maybe have started on the Spanish right now. Like maybe it would have been nice if he's worried about whether he's going to be able to fit in the new country you're driving to give him a first basic lesson now.
Like it's not hard. You point at things you see around you and say the word.
Yeah, precisely. You know, just absolute basic survival stuff.
Road, car,
water.
cactus.
Water would be a really important one. Like water, drinking water. And things that you need to live if you're going to live in the desert. Oh, okay. Is this the point where... And then they said we have to turn off the road and drive over the desert. Looks like there's a dirt track here. Or maybe we're making that dirt track. I'm not sure.
Whoa.
Now, I know the wall is... I know that right now the current border is, because this is back in 2017, some of the border is walled, some of it isn't.
Big.
I guess this is a bit that is.
Yeah, but he has magic powers. He can just blow a hole in it.
It's true.
Dude.
Or he could just float it.
It's just a giant fence.
Yeah, he could float them over.
Except it won't keep us in.
I mean, he could just he says, I wish I could fly. He
did
say, he literally said earlier, I wish I could fly. It's like, can I fly?
After the raid on a way.
Ooh, raid on a way.
We believe they left within the past few hours. The two brothers are still considered armed and dangerous. Proceed with caution. At this time, only the mother of the fugitives has been arrested.
Oh no. Sean.
Yeah, but that was the
Why
plan.
would they arrest Mom? Why?
Because she burnt
So
a
they can give her
church down!
shit. But she didn't do anything. The cops will have to let her go.
I hope so.
She was there when
Why can't they just leave us alone?
They're going to. Once we're over that fucking wall.
Yeah, just fly the car over the wall.
This should last until Puerto Lobos.
Yeah, but...
Unless our car breaks down in the desert.
Oh, we're going to blow a hole in the fence and then drive through, I think is the plan.
Okay.
I assume
we could just fly the car over the wall, I guess, with us in it.
It's true,
Why
because
would they build this?
Well...
Because racism.
You know,
yeah.
It's a border, man.
Is there a wall like this up north?
Nah. Not really.
Not the subtlest
So-
script in the world.
Nope.
No.
Why did they build
Actually, can you
one
check
here?
this? Is this part of
I
the
don't
world where there
know,
actually is a border wall? Is this actually accurate? Because I know it varies
sucks.
bit of border to bit of border. Like this is under the sticky undie
Well, we
bit.
don't really know where it is.
Well, we know we're going. We know we must be going into the sticky downy bit because so we must be on the basically the
Is
very
Dad's house in
very
Mexico going to be
extreme
totally trash?
the extreme
or
west,
What?
as close to the basically
I'm
very
sure
close
it
to the
is.
sea. Like, is that bit walled or is
Whatever.
I
that bit?
don't know, John.
That's a good project for us. Right?
I know.
But thank you
It's
for
gonna be
making me
super
Google the
easy with
border
my
wall.
power.
Yeah, that's the wall, all right. That's a wall.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Shit. I didn't think there'd be more than a barbed wire fence out here.
Well, you could have Googled it, man.
Yeah. We did toss a phone away a while ago, but again, this feels like something we should have checked. This
is the opposite of Seattle.
Two bits of the plan we should have checked here. Number one, is there a wall at the point where we're planning to try and cross? 2, do we speak the language of the country we're trying to get into? These are important bits. Important bits of the plan. Is there actually anything else done, or is it just invisible walls at the moment you get, like, anywhere away from the area it wants us to tear apart?
Yeah, it looks like there's a wall in that spot.
It looks like there is a wall in that spot. Because I know it hugely varies right now.
I'm wasting time.
Because there's actually, it's really inconsistent. Sometimes it's...
Okay, but I've actually seen a thing on the internet about how actually easy to climb the supposed unclimbable wall is if you have any climbing equipment.
Yeah.
So if they just had a rope and, like, you know...
Yeah. I feel like this here feels tall for a ladder. I'm not sure a standard ladder would be able to pull this over. But again, though, like, you know, Sean specifically said earlier, I wish I could fly. And that's if I was like, have you ever tried using your power on yourself or other people? Because, in fact, you have used it on other people. So why don't you just float people over the wall? But okay, let's destroy the wall. If you can. If that's a thing. I feel like we've never asked him to destroy anything this large before.
So, here we are, Daniel. The end of the road.
Finally. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. Take it easy. You can do it.
And make sure you push rather than pull. Otherwise you will crush us under the wall. There's probably supposed to be music here. Sorry about
Dude, it's hard.
Oh, that's a little bit of a bit of progress.
I can't.
It's all right. Take your time. Stay focused. I'm with you, Daniel.
I mean, it seems like this would be more climactic if they hadn't shown us him, like, tossing a bunch of boulders earlier in the game, which felt like it was on a kind of level.
And the massive tree trunk previously.
Yeah.
Also, I like him to stand and say, I'm with you, Daniel. I'm here to help you. In the same way that your mom loves you. The easy way that doesn't really mean anything.
You alright, Superwolf?
Almost.
It's okay. It's okay. Just breathe. Shh. Breathe.
Okay, police showing up in 3, 2.
We did it!
We fucked
Get
that
in
shit
the
up.
fucking car!
Yes!
Also, park the car closer. The car's quite a long way back in that direction.
It's all thanks to you.
It's gonna be alright now. We've done the hardest part.
Get in the car!
Get in the other country first!
Get to the other side first!
We did it together, man.
We're gonna be fine in Mexico.
Come
There's
on.
no laws there.
Let's go back to the car.
In Mexico.
And the car is broken down in 3,
I cannot wait to go
2,
swimming in the
1.
ocean.
Run back to the fucking car. Fast as you can. Alright, just get in the car.
That would be cool if we can just walk to the beach. It'll be...
Oh!
Daniel!
That was a really non-dramatic response to him
Daniel,
just
talk
being
to me.
shot.
Daniel! Talk to me!
Daniel! Well, that's the super kid, Dad.
No! No way! Not now! Daniel! Hey! Who are you? Did you shoot my brother? Hey, Oh, shit, Madison. I told you he was a fucking kid. Get off of me! Get off of me!
Well,
Daniel!
is he?
He's my brother! He's okay. Bullet just grazed him. Let me go!
Do not move if you want to keep that arm. Comprende? Keep an eye on the wall. These fuckers blew it up so their friends can cross.
Daniel!
So what's the plan, huh? I bet there's a dozen more coming through, right?
No! We're leaving! Going to Mexico, I swear!
Wait. You're trying to break into Mexico. That's fucking funny.
Surely if they're just trying to stop me entering America, then they'd be perfectly happy if I wanted to.
Walls.
Never
That's
mind.
called terrorism. You get it?
Oh, that was timed.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to Mexico!
Listen, it's a long story, but we really are trying to get out of here.
You can fucking skateboard across the border 10 miles away. So tell me the plan.
We're also criminals, and you're not cops.
Yeah, that's gonna help.
You're not cops. You can't arrest us.
No, but we work with them. And they sure appreciate our help.
Looks like no one's coming for now.
Anyway, don't waste your energy. I bet the Border Patrol has a big plan for you, mister.
Madison, come on. We have to deal with this kid. Still bleeding. Don't touch him. Get off.
Don't move.
What the fuck? Get it off. Stop. Get it off.
Jesus! What the fuck is going on?
Where's Spencer?
He's off duty today. Why?
Listen, we have a deal. He knows.
Yeah, I heard about this crap. Not happening anymore.
Come on, Maddie. Do what the officer says.
Fuck! How old is he?
He's all right, officer. Don't worry.
Shut it! You're both coming with me to the station.
What? Are you kidding? They're illegals.
Fuck's sake! What'd I say? Okay. Up.
Take a breath. You okay now?
Daniel!
What? I'm sorry, are you Sean?
Uh-oh.
Sean Diaz?
Uh-oh.
You're under arrest.
I mean...
Oh dear. Oh dear. This is the point where we just blow up the prison.
So wait, did we... Where were we before?
I think we're in. I think
in Arizona.
I think Arizona has a border with Mexico, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just really unclear where we are the entire time. Is all.
Because Arizona's south of Nevada, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
I mean, really, at that point, the story is happening to you, and the only thing that happens is completely unrelated to any of your choices.
Yes.
Don't look at me.
¿Estás bien? Sí. Yo soy Diego. Mi esposa Carla. Y este frijolito de aquí es Ángel.
Oh, Ángela.
Encantado. Soy Sean. ¿Cómo te sientes, hijo? ¿Han visto un niño de 10 años? Es mi hermanito. Nos separaron cerca del muro. Está herido.
Lo llevaron a la enfermería. Si fuera grave, una ambulancia ya habría venido a buscarlo. Si lo dejaron aquí quiere decir que está bien.
Tranquilo, amigo. Aquí no hacen daño a los niños.
Okay. So it sounds like his Spanish is not fluent. He can speak it, but it was slow.
Hope that Campbell's almost done with the paperwork. Then we're out and we're not coming back.
Ugh, this place is fucking gross.
I wonder how long they've been here. And why.
So we got these two. And we can speak to them again.
¿Saben cuánto tiempo nos van a dejar aquí?
No.
Esta es la primera vez que intentan cruzar. Me acuerdo de nuestra primera vez. Casi morimos de sed en el desierto.
And we aren't legals trying to reach Mexico. When was that? Yes, we're trying to reach Mexico. Maybe you've got some advice.
En realidad, queremos llegar a México. ¿A México? No mames. ¿Pero por qué? Entonces son gringos. Sí, nacimos aquí, pero ahora tenemos que irnos.
Todos estamos escapando de algo.
Es la tercera vez que intentamos cruzar la frontera.
And why not tired or brave? Yes, that sounds like that would tire you out, kind of emotionally, if nothing else.
¿Y no están cansados de intentar?
No tenemos otra opción. Y seguiremos intentándolo hasta que crucemos.
Queremos darle una vida mejor a nuestro hijo o hija.
And the easy way...
Well, you know it's not an easy way. You've literally been trying to do it.
And yes, let's see if we can learn a little bit more about Esteban's past, which has been kind of hinted at, but not really explicitly stated.
Es lo que hizo mi papá. Se fue de México cuando murieron sus padres. Para ganarse la vida. Pero yo sé que extrañaba su pueblo natal.
Por supuesto. Pero seguro que tuvo sus razones para irse. Como nosotros.
No quiero desanimarte, amigo. Pero lo de México no va a ser fácil para ustedes. Es un país magnífico. Y me cuesta muchísimo dejarlo, pero allá va a ser muy complicado cumplir tus sueños. Ya no tengo sueños aquí.
Sean, has vivido en este país toda tu vida con un padre mexicano. Y ahora los tiempos han cambiado. ¿Cómo crees que va a ser todo en el futuro?
And integrated, I'm pessimistic. It's getting better. I'm pessimistic based on everything I've seen so far over the past bit of time.
Yeah.
No sé, creo que soy un poco pesimista. En el camino, no solo me encontré con gente amable.
Me imagino.
Cuando eres extranjero, tienes que trabajar aún más duro para arreglártelas. Así funciona.
Oh, shit. Enough now. It's America. We speak English.
We're just talking.
No, the problem is you people breaking into my country.
We come here to work, not steal or live at your home.
Diego.
No, I am so fucking tired. You only come here to cause trouble. And we have to pay for your welfare. You all want a free ride, and that makes me sick.
No, it's the...
And you did shoot a child.
It's the
so
race.
fuck
So it's...
off.
What if she's the daughter of the racist arsehole from episode 1?
And
come on,
peace.
every time.
Yes. An honest job and the ability to raise our child in a safe country. That's all we're looking for.
That's what you people always say. But the facts speak for themselves.
And my dad was great.
My dad was an immigrant, and he worked his ass off, raised a family, and made a business.
Yeah, and his son ended up in jail. What a role model. Thanks for proving my point.
Damn right, baby girl.
You hunt us like animals.
I don't think I have a choice. I want the safest country for my children.
See? You love your family like us. We don't go walking hundreds of miles in the desert and risking everything for no reason. We do it for our child. A mother must understand.
No, you and your unborn parasite have nothing in common with me and my family.
What?
Maddie,
What'd you say?
Oh, see? There you go.
take it easy.
This is our
Try and calm it down a
Siéntate,
bit.
Diego.
Try and de-escalate a
Solo
little
vas a
bit.
empeorar las cosas para ustedes.
Tienes razón, amor. No valen la pena.
Whether you people like it or not, we're not gonna give you a break.
You're in jail too. Loser.
Why are we stuck down here with them? You know us. We're helping you, goddammit!
Hey, you have the right to remain silent, so fucking use it, okay?
All right.
Diaz, you're up.
How's my brother?
Don't worry about him. Now turn around. Hands behind your back. Okay? Let's move it.
Okay. Who can we pin everything on? Flip.
Karen.
Daniel. It was Daniel.
All right.
The kid with the superpowers.
down.
It was him. He
Where's
did
my
everything.
brother?
He's doing fine for a kid who got grazed by a bullet. Lost some blood. But he's tough. They're taking care of him at the infirmary. You want coffee?
Okay.
Good. Be right back.
Fuck. Great. Now I can put on a fucking show. I hope he's alright.
Yep, being watched.
Shit.
Oh.
Is it morning already? Haven't seen Daniel since yesterday. How am I gonna get myself out of this mess?
I'm a mother too, you know.
It was now or never. One day after
Clearly make out
there's
what's being
no
said
way
there.
we could cross.
So tired of all this shit.
There's no point trying to break that, is there?
When will we
You're
get
just
a
gonna
break?
get in more trouble for that. It's not like you can go anywhere.
No. Yeah.
No point in getting these off. There are cops everywhere.
Talk to me like that, Mamacita. You understand? Oh, I can't believe this. Why am I in here? Hey! Hey! Hey!
Does she understand that people trafficking is bad, even if you don't like the people?
Citizen! Open up!
Yeah, it's just the racist lady yelling. Maybe the game doesn't progress until I try and break.
Now, do you ever just not yell?
You have
It's been a long fucking night. We're
go
all
back to
sick
the
of your
break
shit.
choice.
Yeah.
If I have to come back here again,
Can you look at it?
Yeah,
you're
I
going to
did.
solitary.
Oh,
No
you
point
already
in getting these off. There are cops everywhere.
Oh, no, good, good. I think not breaking them is the better option there. It's not like you're going anywhere.
No.
You just, yeah, cause
There
more
you
trouble.
go. Looks like you need it.
Thanks.
All right. Let's see.
So many crimes. All the crimes. So
Okay.
fucking many.
Damn. Seriously?
That's a lot of crime.
Yeah.
No.
Coffee's gonna make me feel so much better.
Keep drinking it.
At least it'll keep me up.
And you plan to...
Jeez.
There we go. He's running to talk to me.
That's quite a crime spree.
He's not wrong.
It's hard to believe what kids can do nowadays. Killing that officer in Seattle, vandalizing a motel room,
That's really minor.
caught in another weird explosion at a pot farm in California. Then you join a religious commune in Nevada. Oh, which ends up burnt to the ground. And we're not even halfway down the list. One of those things you could get away with. But not all that.
Okay. I can explain
with
It sounds
superpowers.
crazy, but I can explain.
Explain it to Agent Flores.
Hey, Flores is
She's
back.
on her way now.
She seems to be
spoke to
vaguely
your mother,
decent.
who took responsibility for the church fire.
Okay, do we let her do that? I mean, she did want to do that.
Yeah, she did want to do that.
So that's fine, so, yeah.
She says a lot. Who cares? You don't have any proof. But sure, throw another innocent in jail. I don't really care.
I bet she'd be happy to hear that. Listen, I feel sorry for you. I really do. But denying what you did will only make things worse.
Technically, I'm not sure I actually did any of these things. They were all my super-powered brother. I'm pretty sure all of them were my...
If you say I had to, is that gonna go in, I had to run away to protect my brother because our dad was killed by a car?
Okay, at the bare minimum, we can blame the pot farm explosion on what's-his-face, who we already blamed.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just say it wasn't my fault.
It
So
wasn't
bare
my
minimum, we
fault.
can get rid of someone more or less.
All I did was try to survive.
Yeah, I guess you did. You know, I read the report. You claim that Officer Matthews' death was an accident, so why didn't you wait for the police?
I kind of wanted to. I think panicked and then it was too late is a reasonable...
No one would have believed it, I think makes more sense in their situation, right? What happened is it started as, you know, racially motivated harassment.
Yeah.
Then escalated to a white cop shooting his immigrant dad.
Yeah.
Like, of course, no one would have...
Yeah, but no one would have believed it leads into the question, believed what? I panicked.
Yeah, also, he should definitely let you speak to a lawyer right now.
I panicked is, I think, the more reasonable. Because it doesn't lead into... I think I panicked is at least a vaguely reasonable, not superpower-related option.
I panicked, okay? Then it was too late. We were already criminals.
Well, it's no reason to make things worse by running away, kid. Good news is, your brother's too young to be prosecuted. He'll end up with your grandparents, if they want him.
Okay.
But you're facing a shitload of years between bars. At least he'll get a life.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he woke up.
Oh, he's about to blow up the prison.
What I don't get is how two kids can destroy so much stuff. I mean, anywhere you went, something blew up. Seriously. How?
Magic powers. Magic powers with supervillains.
Well, I mean...
A series of unrelated explosive accidents, officer. As you can reasonably expect. Drug
Also,
labs.
yeah, people are correct. Between bars are very weird things to say. It's not the expression.
It's true. Okay. Sometimes drug labs just explode, right? Typically meth. But, like, pot farms explode too, right?
I don't know.
I think pot farms explode. I think that one we can just say that's legit. The hotel room, that was just an act of trashing. The cop was unfortunate, but we'll blame our dead dad. I think we can get off this. I think we can argue on
Chat
technicalities.
would like you to say supervillain.
I'm gonna de-escalate the situation and lie,
Why
alright?
can't you just tell them?
Because I'm trying to protect Daniel. I'm just saying random accidents. It's a series of unfortunate accidents.
We're just random accidents. Yeah, it's crazy, but it just happens around us. I can't explain it.
Uh-huh. Listen. Once is an accident. Twice is luck. 3 times is enemy action. Whoa! What is that?
Enemy action.
Sir? I don't think you should...
Keep your ass in that seat.
He's breaking out!
Sean! You okay? How do you feel?
I'm okay. Just a little headache. Hold on.
I was on the process
Dude,
of
we gotta go.
explaining this away.
Hold
You've
up.
ruined everything.
Is he okay? I wanted to rescue you, but I had to use my power. I didn't want to hurt him.
He's okay. Don't worry.
Okay, this is good. He's worried about hurting people. He doesn't want to be hurting people. This is good. Be a good boy. That none of those.
Maybe you heard that bitch.
We gotta go.
Get us out of here!
Yeah, if we can, I'm doing that. Yeah. Hey, fuck you.
Who are
Shall we
these
try to make peace with these morons? Well,
Obviously not.
Carla and Diego.
Oh, can we let
They
out these
came all
guys
the
now?
way from Mexico. And got
Maybe this
thrown
I
in
would
jail
love
for
it, okay?
As
I would
for
love it if we let Carla and Diego out.
the others.
Yeah.
And then the other
He's up
two
for
are
the
like,
count.
oh my god, he had superpowers, he opened the cage with magic, and then...
Yeah. We need the key. I need to go check. I need to just go and check that. Hey, assholes! Fuck you!
I killed him?
No.
No, he was
He's
okay.
okay.
I'm probably lying.
He'll just wake up with a nasty headache.
Check the keys. Check the keys. Check the keys. Check the keys. Is he actually dead?
Nothing personal, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this cop was probably some of the more nuanced character work we've seen in this entire game.
Yeah.
He was actually just
Where are the
trying to do
keys?
his
Fuck
job.
you, losers!
Can we literally... Do we actually don't have a choice to...
Escape the police station. There's nothing in my pockets. There's no keys. No,
Okay, hands up.
Shit!
Don't
Kill him.
shoot! Hands up!
Kill him.
Do not move!
Use power.
Wait!
Sean?
Stay back, Daniel. Let me think.
Sean, what do I do?
Quick.
Uh-oh.
Gotta find something to stop them.
Multiple officers
Okay,
down!
just distract.
The chair.
Now!
They're dangerous! What's going on? Shoot if we need to. Understand?
Oh.
Yeah, they fucking understand that. They saw
Fire
it happen to their
extinguisher.
dad.
I'm
Fuck!
scared. Do something.
Okay, what the fuck? Do not move! Don't do anything stupid!
Confine? What?
Put him in there. Now.
Yeah, put him in the room. Put him in the room. Okay, they're not dead. Whew.
You're the man.
No one's dead.
Now
No
let's
one's dead.
move.
No one's dead. No one's dead.
Sean, I think our things are in there.
Does that matter? Just open it.
Hey,
It's a
hey,
door.
What did you
Step
do?
back.
You fucking murderer!
Terrorists!
Nice.
So that's super
Don't move.
terrorist to you.
I'll be right back.
Hey,
Okay, but be quick.
we gotta get our things. I need my wallet with the unopened condom. Oh, there's also rifles.
Oh, you can
They
steal
must
their money
really
in
feel
their bag.
threatened to put so much effort into
What?
this.
You can look at their bags, see if you can steal their
Bet it
money.
belongs to one of these trigger-happy people.
Yeah, steal their money though.
I'm stealing the flag pin. I'm stealing their little American
Pretty
flag
good, man.
pin.
From a pretty bad place.
Yeah, stealing their stupid flag pin.
If they had money, it would be a lot more
Look at
practical for us to steal that.
Crime Central.
Okay, but they
Okay, we
hold
should
on,
really
Sean.
go. Yeah, we gotta
Gotta
go.
go.
We should go. We should definitely be going.
Let's just run.
We would be so dead if we didn't have Daniel's power.
I mean, you wouldn't be in this situation if you didn't have Daniel's power in the first place, though. So
Luckily, it's a really small police station. This is working fine. Blow up the
Take
doors.
it out, Daniel.
Go, Daniel. Super Daniel. Yay! Probably more
Time to
cops
go.
arriving any moment.
yeah, on the way to the car.
Okay, come on. Let's
Hurry, Sean.
Everyone
Try.
knows that once you're over the border to Mexico, the police just don't give a shit anymore. Oh, the game's too exciting. The frame rate can't take it. Okay, we didn't kill a single cop unless we were just lying to Daniel, which we might have been.
No, I don't think we did.
Mm-hmm. 3,500 feet. That doesn't seem that
Nobody
long.
is chasing us.
Okay, keep your head down, though.
Not
Daniel.
yet.
3,500 feet doesn't seem that long. Just seems like a weird thing to put on the sign. That's an odd
For
unit.
every unit in the area, 2 prisoners, both teenagers, have escaped using violent force from the El Rey police station. They are considered armed and dangerous. Repeat.
Don't turn it off. We need that. That's really useful.
Are we still going to Mexico?
We're definitely still
Yeah.
going to Mexico.
I've committed
We got
so many
miles to
crimes.
go.
I've like doubled the number today. And this is possibly a musical incident. Jay, free fireworks.
Sean, it's the 4th of July. our first one without Dad.
You're right.
Is this important to bring up right now?
Remember how he was so into fireworks every year? He always made us go too early so we could get a good spot.
I know. He is so corny. He said he was proud to live in this country.
It sounds like the final choice will basically be Mexico or turn yourself in, knowing that he'll go to his grandparents if you do. Still no police, which is good.
How much is 3,500 feet?
It doesn't sound like much, does it? Maybe it's longer than more than I'm expecting. It doesn't.
Shit.
Oh, it's a kilometer.
Okay. Yeah, there's just stop driving at it! There's so many cops.
Sean, what are we gonna do?
Told them the border was like walkable 12 miles away. Why don't you just drive like...
It's over. Don't make this worse.
Hey, Flores.
Get out of the car. Slow. With your hands above your head. Do exactly what I say.
So now it's either powers to blast your way through or give up, I think. I'm guessing that's it. That's the final choice.
Yeah. So that's what, 2 big
You know
choices
that
in
day
this?
Yeah, very few.
in Seattle? The day Dad was shot. I think about it every day. And I would give anything to change what happened. But I can't. I'm sorry for my mistakes. I tried my best. I swear.
Sean.
Why didn't they just drive back to the
I'm so
hole they made
proud
in
of
the
you,
wall?
Nano. Just like Dad would be.
He was told to get out of the
We
car.
both learned a lot
like
together.
30
If you
seconds
can
ago,
make
they
your
would have
own
shot him
rules
by
now.
now.
If we surrender,
Or come up to the car to pull him
it
out.
will separate us, Daniel. And if that happens, promise me that you will always do the right thing, okay? Don't waste your power. Be smart like you already are.
I don't want to be separated.
Hear me out. Please. Don't make any more mistakes.
Whatever happens,
Too late to surrender.
always remember that you're Daniel Diaz.
You know this is
I promise, Sean.
a trap.
I mean, it does look like a trap.
Please, get out of the car. Come on. There's no way out. This is our last
So,
warning. Listen up.
how does the story of the Wolf Brothers end?
Step out of the car. Now.
Gotta be, yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
Has to be. So, the options are you surrender, at which point I'm going to jail for so long. So long. Though, the thing is, how can we possibly work under the idea that his powers are not going to be known by the police? There are like many witnesses to small child walking through police station blasting police off their feet who are not dead, who are going to be able to give some form of witness account of this. Sure, he's too young to be prosecuted, but he's going into a government lab. He's going into a government black site. Alright, there's no way he goes and lives with the grandparents. There are now too many witnesses to this child has superpowers. Okay? So, while my initial instinct is surrender, because we now have it confirmed the kid will go to the grandparents and they are loving and they are kind and it is a good home and it is next door, to Captain Spirit.
Yeah,
he gets one of his best friends back, which is the best thing. It is self-sacrifice for the benefit of another. Don't be Karen, be Esteban. Sacrifice yourself if it means helping the person you have a duty of care over.
Yeah.
Yes. However, the only thing I'm scared of is his powers are now going to be known about, and that's going to be complicated. The alternative, of course, is cross the border with powers, which means a difficult life in Mexico, where we have beaten up and done a lot of damage to a lot of cops. I don't know what the rules of extradition are. I feel like they're not just going to let us go, but equally, maybe it's actually Daniel's best chance of living a normal life if he hasn't been taking out police officers locally. My preference is towards surrender.
Okay, so what I'm gonna say here about cross the border, right?
Yes.
Is that how are we going to cross the border without having to kill every single cop there, right? Because they have a lot of guns.
We use the magic logic of if I just knock someone away, then they're unconscious and definitely have suffered no debilitating injuries.
Struggled earlier today to make that hole in the wall. Then he was shot. Then he lost some blood.
Yeah, but he's also been knocking police officers over, and he just basically walked out of that prison. I think he could handle this. I'm not concerned, because the thing is, we've also been working on training, control, the fact that he knows not to kill. He's a good boy. I think he can be trusted.
Your training of him to be a good kid, you are going to damage him really hard if you make him kill all those cops.
He's not going to kill anybody, because I think this is where the choices you've made with Daniel are going to reflect how he deals with the situation.
What I'm thinking is, and maybe I need to think better in terms of how bad the writing in this episode has been, right? What I'm saying is, it seems like there's no way at all that Cross the Border isn't going to end up with a bunch of dead police that he has killed and then he has to live with.
I disagree. I think we're dealing with video game
I'm not
logic.
done, though.
I think we're dealing with video game logic. We're talking with video game logic. Okay.
Either a lot of people are gonna die or we're gonna get shot as we are driving away.
Yeah.
And the question is, what are they gonna do in Mexico? Daniel doesn't speak Spanish. What the crap is Sean gonna do for a job? He's just a kid. He's, missing an eye. He is a kid with not a lot of skills and a disability.
Yeah.
That's gonna be hard to get a job.
Yeah.
How big is Puerto Lobos? Is it really the kind of place that you can walk up with?
I think it's fictional.
Right, but is it really the kind of place, fictional or not, where you can just show up with a lot of not with a lot of skills and a kid, and you're like, oh yeah, my dad was so and so who immigrated 20 years ago, and everybody's like, my son, Is it really?
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone's raised that as a possibility. I think thematically, surrender is the right option, because when you look at, in particular, when we look at Karen's arc, the game is about family and sacrifice.
Yeah,
that is what this game is ultimately about. The game is about Sean having been willing to sacrifice his own ability to grieve, his own teenage years, his own fun years, his own period when he could have been having fun and learning about himself sexually. He sacrifices himself for the benefit of his brother. Karen, meanwhile, does not sacrifice for her family. She does the selfish thing, and in the end realises that was a shitty thing to do and has to make amends. The game is about family and sacrifice. It almost feels wrong not to end on surrender, because surrender is the point where you say, I have had it confirmed to me that I will suffer, but the person I have a duty of care over will not. It feels thematically like surrender is the right option.
I mean, people were pointing out that thematically maybe, but it is also a video game. But the point of this particular video game is choices that you make.
Yes.
And the impact that they have. And quite frankly, there's been precious few choices in this episode that make any impact at all. So it'd be nice to actually make a choice that makes an impact.
Yeah.
You've been talking about wanting to surrender since episode 1, though.
Yeah. It's true.
And when you surrender and they take you in, because you did a lot of work with Daniel, maybe he won't do anything weird.
Yeah. I trust my Daniel to not kill anybody. Because that's what we've been working up to. But I think the right thing to do... I mean, I'm actually happy with either. Because I am happy with the concept that my Daniel could be trusted to get us into Mexico, and that Sean is a hard worker, and that Daniel, when he comes of age with his abilities, will be able to survive. That they can take care of themselves. They've survived enough that they can take care of themselves in Mexico. On the other hand, surrender feels thematically like that is the right ending. Alright? What do we have here? Do we have a poll?
Yeah, we do have a poll. It's been going a while. There's almost 400 votes. It's very clearly in favor of crossing the border. With 62% in favor of crossing the border, 38% for surrendering.
Yeah. I'm broadly happy with that, because I think they can... I mean, there's arguments on both sides, because there's two, even though I said, like, thematically it's about family and sacrifice, it's also about family sticking together in the face of adversity and in the face of an unjust world.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the question is, do you want one of them to sacrifice himself for the other and then they get separated or not?
Exactly. I mean, surrender is a thematically appropriate ending because it is one person laying down their life for the benefit of another. Cross the border is a thematically appropriate ending because it is about two people who are marginalised in all sorts of ways, ultimately saying, actually, if we stick together, for once, we can actually do what needs to be done.
And you do remember that it's about a metaphor of the Wolf Brothers, right?
Yeah.
And so he's going to be like, either the hunters are over there, the big brother wolf is gonna go, like, all tamely and stuff, so that the baby wolf can have a good life.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna say the two wolves are gonna, like, run past the hunters. Like, it's gonna be this metaphorical...
Yeah. Both of them, to my mind, work as endings. They both work as endings. What's the final vote then? Is it overwhelmingly across the border?
Some people are saying the poll is broken for them. Hopefully that's not too many people. I mean, it's still pretty much it's gone up a bit for surrender, but only by one percentage point. So we are still very much crossing the border if we follow the poll.
Yep. That's fine. I'm fine with that. We can look at the other result. That's absolutely fine. So, I mean, okay, the thing is, yes, they might not necessarily have the best life in Mexico, but equally the life that risks being in prison, being like, a marginalised person in prison in America is not a good life either. Screw it, we'll give it a go. Who knows what the right actual option is here. I think both of these have things to recommend and things not to recommend. Neither of these are amazing options. They are both problematic as fuck.
Yeah, definitely.
And, like, my first instinct is to surrender, but it's not... I'm not wedded to it. Cross the border then. Let's see what happens. And this is really the point where we say, has any of the training we've done with Daniel and all the times we've said to him, don't toy with people, don't fuck with living things, don't kill, be good, practice, be in control, does it actually matter? Come on. Let's do this.
They make it to the other side.
What? You sure?
Trust me, okay?
Not in the slightest.
Just
no idea.
Get us through. Hold on tight.
I mean, I feel like
I don't wanna!
Shot
I'm not hurting anyone else! Sean!
Open
stop
fire! It's too late! They're shooting at us, Daniel! This is the only way!
How have they not got shot already? Everybody has stormtrooper aim!
Yay! I think he just pulled the guns out of their hands.
Sorry, Sean, but I have to go.
What? What are you talking about?
Don't turn back for me.
Daniel!
What? What?
What? Does he know he won't get persecuted? The whole
I hope
point
he'll
was
be
to
happy in
separate
Mexico.
them. Did he just not want to go to Mexico because of the Spanish? This is so weird.
That's one hell of a flex for. I don't know Spanish. I don't know Spanish, so fuck everything. Fuck you.
What the crap is that?
That's so fucking weird. What a fucking
like,
character.
He told him so, and like supposedly we're supposed to hear that he's gonna go to his. Like he didn't know that. He doesn't know what's gonna happen to him.
Yeah. Well, I guess this kind of works out. He gets to go to the ground.
Well, I mean,
everyone's going to ask, hey, how does the king have superpowers? That's odd, isn't it? Why are all the cars on their side right now?
They're gonna be like, yeah, my brother Sean, he had superpowers, and so.
I mean, I guess this means Daniel doesn't have to go to prison, and Sean gets to go. No, other way around.
Yeah.
Sean doesn't go to prison. Daniel gets to.
So what?
Go to
Maybe if
grandparents.
you didn't teach him to be
Oh,
so good,
fuck?
he'd be happy to go with you to Mexico. This is so weird.
Maybe he just wants to stay in America to take over America with his new. That was such a what the?
Oh my
fuck
god!
was that? What the?
Jack says Sean did a Karen.
What the fuck was that?
That is so unsatisfying.
So they actually, so you go for the let's stay together. So there's basically no way to get them to stay together. Either you surrender, or there's just no way to keep them together.
How the fuck does he end up with his grandparents?
You just saw him with the superpowers. You just saw the. How did you let? He has. You saw the powers. You saw the cars on the side. You saw the cars.
I mean, like.
How the fuck has anybody not noticed the superpowers? Well, I assume he can he can cushion his fall with the powers. Oh, he got a new puppy.
Okay,
everything's fine because he's got a puppy.
Yeah.
That's...
Okay, but like the thing is that presumably he is with Chris, so
that's fun. Yay.
Okay, but like, are we assuming that he then blamed the superpowers on Sean?
I don't know. What the fuck just happened? And he's using his superpowers to help people as well. The fuck is even... What the fuck was that? Why would he do that as a character?
Okay, people are saying apparently there's only 4 endings.
Yeah.
There are worse endings, trust me. There are 4 endings, only one they stay together.
I wonder what that one is. Is there one where he's just happy to murder everyone, so he just wants to have a new life in Mexico, being a new murder lord?
Maybe there's one where you didn't teach him.
I mean,
so
we'll
much
see.
about
We'll see at the
personal
end, hopefully.
responsibility,
We'll see at the end, I guess. But what the fuck was that? That was so out of nowhere.
Okay, so now you get to see all of his future, and now he's a mechanic.
Yeah. Now he's got.
And so now you're what, like a 35-year-old living in Mexico or whatever, as you go looking at all these pictures.
I guess.
And you can just never see him again.
I mean,
no international travel for you, Sean Diaz.
Well, hang on. Can't Daniel go and visit him?
I mean, presumably.
6 years later, at the grandma's house, where no one gave a shit about the fact that there were blatantly observed superpowers by a giant pile of witnesses.
Oh, apparently there are 7 endings.
7, okay.
Okay.
There's a fish.
Okay, the game has a secret societal rules and morality meter that you teach Daniel that helps make this determination.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah,
if you
that's
teach
why I trusted
Daniel
him.
to be a dick, and then you cross the border, you can stay together. Okay, people are saying a wildly different number of endings, so I don't know.
Well, we'll see because it'll tell us.
Yeah.
It'll tell us like what the ways it can end up are.
Forever an Arsenal fan gave us £5 and says if you choose surrender, Sean goes to jail for 15 years and Daniel lives with the grandparents and they reunite.
Only
15 years
15?
later with Lila. If you called her in episode 1.
Okay.
15 years seems not a lot.
That's not a lot for the number of cops I've badly brutalised.
I know, right?
Although there is an ankle bracelet there.
Soul the Dragon says in his ending, they stayed together in Mexico. Sure, Daniel was a bit of a mass murderer and killed many cops, but it was fine.
It was just so weird that, like, having done this whole thing, like, the wolves together, I love you so much, brother, just like, no, goodbye, brother. Goodbye, fuck you! I've never implied this as something I do before, but now I will. They quite, like, aged up By the way, this is there's no audio. There's no audio. This is it's because it's just music, so there is no lines recorded for them. We're not missing that. And yes, of course, we're
Thomas Richter gave us 2 Brazilian reais. Says Sean is just in Mexico having unprotected sex.
He's probably got still the same condom in his wallet right now.
It's gone from his wallet.
Yeah. And was that Cassidy?
Jesus Christ!
Oh, I know. Oh no, he grew terrible facial hair. He grew an awful, terrible little goatee thing. Oh no, Claire, we got the ending where he grew the awful goatee. No, we got the bad ending. And stop using the superpowers. The government's gonna do bad things to you. I mean, it does. In all fairness, this does seem pretty good ending in terms of like characters.
This is what you get for teaching him to do the right thing.
I mean, it does feel like everyone's broadly happy. It feels like Daniel is in a loving home with a loving family, having a decent life next door to his best friend, and Sean is sending him sand. Here's some sand in the mail. I've just sent you some sand. And Sean, meanwhile, gets to just have sex with a kinky hippie, and admittedly probably a bit dirty and smelly, but whatever.
But the question is, how the fuck does he not get caught once his superpowered little brother jumps off the car and he's just in a car without superpowers with a bunch of cops?
Because you saw all the guns fly out of their hands, because he just somehow magically knew how to knock the guns out of everyone's hands. And, I don't know what the rules are for extradition with Mexico and America, but fuck it.
Someone is pointing out that Sean doesn't have the eye patch.
Oh shit, he grew his eye back!
How did we accidentally get the best ending? Is that the best ending?
Maybe? I mean, it seems like everybody ended up broadly happy.
Solar Dragon says there's 3 variations for the ending we just got. One has just got Sean in the picture and nobody else, and one has Finn. This is...
Oh, that's if you're gay, presumably. That's
if
presumably
you
gay
Finn,
Sean.
right? That's if you decide to be bi.
Yeah.
But, because I think you always liked the girl in the first episode.
Yeah.
But okay, so... Are we saying that if you hook up with the one guy at the pot farm or the one girl at the pot farm, that's just who you're gonna be with 6 years later? This is very Harry Potter.
Well, I'm not necessarily with, just like, you know what, they came and visited you and maybe you have I mean, I felt like they were not going to be together forever. They felt...
Yeah, okay, people are saying maybe he has a glass eye, that makes sense.
Yeah. Especially as he forgot to actually take his eye lube with him. That was wow. That was not the sort of wild divergence I was hoping for.
Yeah, there's a low morality and surrender option, a high morality and surrender option, and then low morality.
Well, what's low morality surrender? Is that he goes fucking mad and says, "No, I'm not letting you surrender. Everybody is on fire." Ha ha! No, Daniel, stop! Ha ha ha! I kind of want to see that one. That one sounds fucking hilarious. Okay, here we go. So the big things, the big ones. So you decided to force the roadblock and Daniel accepted. So he can refuse to force the roadblock. I decided to force the roadblock and Daniel refused because my Daniel was a good non-kill Daniel. So 26% of people. So he stays in America. I go to Mexico. Alternatively, you decide to surrender, Daniel, or you decide to accept and Daniel refuses 9%.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know what happens then, whether he just like... I mean, it was implied earlier he knew how to take control of the car. Does he just like say, no, fuck it, we're going to Mexico whether you want to or not?
If Daniel hates you and you try to surrender, Daniel will force the car through the border and Shauna ends up getting shot and killed.
Oh, fuck me.
Wait, so just if Daniel hates you, then they don't have Stormtrooper aim?
Apparently. Yeah, wow.
Okay, well...
Wow, okay, so overall you taught Daniel to do his best and follow the rules of society, 66%. Overall you taught Daniel to put himself and his brother first, 34%. We were part of the majority where we told him to do the right things and not murder people. I feel like that's probably the best ending, because if we tried to force the roadblock and Daniel accepted, then that is basically...
You're fugitives.
You're fugitives forever. He can't speak the language. He is not in a good place. I think we've locked on the best ending there. I feel like we've locked on the best ending. So, and I assume it would have been vice versa. So had I chosen surrender, because we were following the rules of society, Daniel would have accepted. So therefore, he would have gone to grandma, I would have gone to prison. So I feel like in both cases, I would have been happy with the ending.
Oh, okay. York says lowest morality is going to Mexico together and getting in gang fights with your superpowers.
Wow. Fucking hell. Okay. Well, let's get some proper detailed things here. So, we got ourselves... you did the treasure hunt and found the hidden souvenir. 92%. Wow, 6% of people just refuse to do the treasure hunt. There's so little gameplay. Don't turn down the gameplay that is there, for fuck's sake. Only 18% of people kept their distance with Karen. I'm happy with that, because in the last episode it was like 5% of people didn't open up to Karen. Now it's up to 18%, so I'm glad that a good more 13% of people, 13 percentage points of people have basically come to the conclusion, fuck Karen. It's nice. Oh, apparently there was an option to leave a note for Karen.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that. So I didn't spot that, fine. I didn't say goodbye to Arthur and Stanley. No, sorry, I forgot to do that. I did. Okay, you were right. I could have gone to say goodbye to them. I just didn't. So that's unfortunate. Didn't hug... Wow, 3% didn't hug Karen. 97% hug Karen. Okay, fine. There was still a lot of hug Karen. You intervened to calm Diego. I feel like that was the right thing to do. I felt like de-escalating that situation was right. Oh shit, there was a way to open the couple's cell. There might have been like a hidden option to let them out. That's a shame. But then again, maybe they would have just been... They don't have the superpowers to not be shot. So I feel like... Okay,
you can ask him to free the racist dickbags?
I didn't even see the option for that. Although apparently there was an option to take revenge. Maybe it's because my Daniel's a good boy. There's no... Because I didn't see an option.
I'm highly uncomfortable with the way you talk about Daniel being a good boy like he's a dog.
He's a good boy.
Yeah.
He's a good boy. I've taught him well. He doesn't...
He doesn't pee in the house.
Exactly. He's a good boy. I didn't even see the option to take revenge of the vigilantes. So I assume maybe some options don't become available if you don't have that, because there was no like blue outline indicating there is a Daniel option here. So I'm guessing that just wasn't an option for me. And you didn't ask Daniel to kill the officers to escape the police station, which I was getting nervous. I was getting nervous there for a second, but it worked out in the end. So 14% just asked him to just kill the police officers. Fucking hell.
Like, if you are going the high morality route, surrender is some prison for Sean and then they reunite.
I'm amazed it's only 15 years. Reunite. I'm amazed it's 15 years. Not like more. There are a lot of dead cops.
How old is he? Is he still a juvenile? I bet you anything, if this was a real life situation with the number of crimes that he did, they would have petitions to try him as an adult rather than a juvenile.
Quite possible.
And you get a lot more.
So Daniel was told off about the Scorpio, not the Scorpion, the Scorpio. Stop messing with it. So, and yeah, you can tell him off about the Scorpion, but he keeps messing with it if he's Dick Daniel. So fortunately, our Daniel was a good boy, which is good. And Daniel managed to set up Joan's sculpture with your help. Daniel can just set up the statue like he wants it to be, or he just refuses your orders and just does it how he wants. So that's Dick Daniel. Daniel was concerned about hurting Officer Campbell. If you've got Dick Daniel, Daniel's like, don't care, fuck the police, pew 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 pew.
Oh, Maxie says this option was really finicky, presumably letting the couple out, and that I've seen other people miss it as well. Daniel has to complete his talking spiel before you...
it's because he was mid-conversation.
Sean has to complete his spiel.
It's because we weren't done with the previous conversation. That'll be why. Yeah, that can be fiddly. So that's why we weren't asked to do any of that business. So Daniel can also agree or refuse to take revenge on vigilantes. I'm guessing mine would have refused anyway. Daniel locked up officers in the closet, which is 26%. Daniel was forced to intervene because officers got too close, 24%. Daniel knocked out the officers, 40%, or Daniel killed the officers, 10%. So actually, I feel like locking them in the closet was the right answer. 86%. Daniel wasn't asked to kill the officers. Although had you asked him, my Daniel would probably have refused, because that's Daniel refused to kill officers. Daniel was reluctant but forced to kill the officers. I just picked him up and pointed him at them like the baby and the boys. Ah, beautiful. Okay. So there we go.
And Forever an Arsenal fan gave us £2 and points out that all endings can be found on the Life is Strange YouTube channel.
I'm amazed they put them up that quickly.
I know.
I would have thought that they would have, held off for a bit, but okay, they just decided to do that. Is there any epilogue?
Yeah.
Ooh. Thanks for playing and following Sean and Daniel on their journey. And... oh. Nope, that's it. Okay, so I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah, same.
This was like I said, the whole point was this could have been the episode where they just said, fuck it, there's no sequel, so let's just fucking go off the rails. And if we do want you to make a sequel, we want to tie them in the future, just like we just did with Chloe, we can have, we can just check for save data and adjust the line of dialogue accordingly and work around it. But there were only 2, slash choices in the whole thing, so they gave you less agency, and it was really slow to get going. Yeah. I mean, in some ways it was nice to have a bit of calm before the storm and a bit of closure for some of the characters we met previously, but the calm before the storm, there was no storm.
Yeah.
It never got to a storm. I mean, the Prison Break, I felt like the Prison Break could have been much bigger and more exciting and had more stuff going on, but it was a very small building.
It doesn't really give you choices,
no.
And all the choices feel so meaningless because,
yeah.
we're kind of used to them not really making a difference.
Underwhelmed. Yeah, I'm underwhelmed, and I feel like the ending could have been much more than that, and I feel like the ending for the original Life is Strange was a bit more interesting insofar as there was a lot more diversity, and literally destroy the town versus go back in time and Chloe's dead, and it just felt a bit more interesting.
There was more stakes.
And Daniel's fucking heel turn, throwing himself out of the car, was just out of nowhere.
Yeah, and you just
out
don't
of
expect that.
Nowhere.
He's not said he doesn't want to go to Mexico because he's not said he doesn't want to go to Mexico because it would be wrong.
Yeah.
He's not said he doesn't want to fling things out of. He's never said that he wanted you to stop making him do things. When he freed you out, he said, I didn't want to hurt anybody, but it was his own agency to come and get you.
Yeah.
And then when he put the officers in a cupboard, he didn't say to you, I hate that you made me do that.
Yeah.
There's no warning. It comes out of nowhere.
I mean, the way they vocalize it in the extra, in the kind of the decision slides is, because your Daniel is a Daniel who's been taught to respect the rules of society, therefore he doesn't believe in fleeing as a fugitive. He chooses to surrender even if you don't. But he could have done. He could have, exactly. He could have done that.
Set up a premise that's really complex about the neighbor kid who teases you, and how it's racially motivated harassment, and then how the dad is just trying to help calm the situation, and the cop fires, and clearly the cop is very young. And then Daniel goes off the rail. That's all very subtle.
Yeah.
And then that just flies out of the window.
Yeah, it's all gone with a 0 or a 1. It's a 1 or a 0.
It's just, if we were gonna go so completely 0 or 1, black and white, completely binary with morality, as we are in that last episode where it's well, you've taught him to be a good boy and therefore he doesn't want to fling weapons out of police officers' hands.
Yeah. He's willing, he's such a good boy, he's not flee the country, he's gonna surrender. But he is going to literally blow his way out of prison with psychic powers. He just has
10 minutes earlier.
He just has a revelation as he's about to escape the country with his brother at the end of a several-month road trip. No, actually, I shall surrender to the police. I wish I'd thought of this earlier. It would have saved all of us a lot of bother. Goodbye!
He could have said to you he wanted to surrender before. He could have. That could have been a line of dialogue for that. The thing is, if that's the choice he makes at the end, then if we are looking at it in such a binary way at the end, good or evil and nothing in between, then he should have surrendered at the beginning.
Agreed.
The reason he doesn't surrender at the beginning is we understand that it's not as easy as all that, and that there's no way to explain what happened.
Yeah.
And that there's a history of bias that's really dangerous for them.
Yeah.
And all that seems to completely fly out of the window, and that's the reason that the David thing also looks completely so many things in this episode completely out of the blue. Yeah. And then don't really.
I also like how there's a giant pile of, what was it, maybe 12 cops ahead of you, 4 behind, and they're all cops that exist on or close by to a border that part of their job is defending, and none of them seem to be capable of stopping a car. Or say, maybe having some form of intuition or training, say, let's just shoot out the tyres. Or go for the engine. Or go to take out the driver if he's driving straight. It's none of them know how to do it. It's really? None of you? None of you know how to stop a car. Border patrol officers don't know how to stop a car driving at a border. None of you have had to deal with this before. This is all new to you.
I mean, like, you know, the thing is,
Ugh.
what do the Wolf Brothers do?
Yeah.
They stay together and they get to the other side.
Yeah.
Really? Drive. Like, that's not how you do it.
Yeah.
You do it like, hey, what do the Wolves Brothers do? What do you want them to do? Like,
Yeah.
they can get to the other side, but it takes a big sacrifice.
Yes.
Is that what we want to happen? Like, you know, there's just a... And you're driving to the fucking border, and you've
Yeah.
decided not to drive to the hole you've made in the wall.
Yeah.
Or to the spot where the racist told you could cross on foot 2 miles away. Or
Oh, I assume I think they
wall.
meant that point. It's just that they didn't know we were criminals, so we wouldn't have been allowed to cross because the police would have spotted us and ID'd us.
Right, okay, fair enough. The point is, you know, you can, you know, like,
Yeah.
you can just drive to another spot in the wall and make another hole in the wall. Like,
Yeah.
because the way you've made it look like it was hard for Daniel to do is completely inconsistent
Yeah.
with everything else that you've done, so it doesn't make sense and I don't believe it.
And you've literally got one border to protect because somehow you don't know that the kid makes holes and he can just do that indefinitely. So there's no spike strips, as someone brought up, like that very common thing that American police use when they want to stop someone driving along a road. It's like, no, of course not. It'd be ridiculous.
And I mean, it also doesn't take that long to drive a kilometer. You
Yeah.
know, like for them to be already.
Especially on a they would have seen it. A kilometre on flat terrain, they would have seen it at the moment. They would have been visual range. They'd have seen the border from the car park. Kilometre's nothing.
I mean, it just seems wildly far-fetched, all of it. And,
Yeah, I'm disappointed that they didn't let it fully go off the rails, where they didn't literally kind of start saying, you know what, we've been tracking, this is Daniel's level of willing to listen to you, propensity towards violence, willingness to accept murder, and every single one of those things started fractaling off into like 20 different endings, which can go in completely radically different ways.
I mean, yeah. Some people making a point in the game, like, you know, the game is making clear political statements, and they're not political statements that I think you or I disagree with about, like...
They're very heavy-handed, though.
Okay, fine, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Again, if you would let me finish a sentence.
I don't like letting you finish sentences. That's my hobby.
The political points and the very subtle points that it's making in episode 1, I look at it and I'm like, that's really good storytelling.
Yeah.
It's observing things that are really happening.
True.
To manage by episode 5 to make me go like, oh my god, are you done with like your heavy-handed political bullshit? If anyone's ever seen my Twitter feed, you know that's a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
To get me fed up with like your bad, like how heavy-handed your political messaging is. Like, you gotta work for that.
Yeah.
It's very contrived and like, you know, it's just...
Also, I want to point out that is actually the third group of completely uncomplicated, straight up, we are racist assholes character groups run into. We ran into the original guy at the shop, the two guys out in the middle of the road, and then these two guys right here. Like, which was basically the same character 3 times in a row.
Are we supposed to assume that the lady who, the racist woman who was like, oh, you're not Officer so-and-so, like, here's some kids for you, like, are we supposed to assume that's like a people smuggling ring?
Or they just pay off the cops because they like shooting immigrants or something. I don't know.
Or they just, yeah, I mean, the cops let them catch people and have like a big ego trip, and that particular cop is like, stop catching people, you're not fucking cops.
I find it weird that the Border Patrol ICE agent was suddenly brought in as the hero.
Well, I don't think he was supposed to be an ICE agent, though. I mean, what year is this set in? ICE is a really new agency.
2007.
Yeah.
17, sorry. 2 years ago.
2017, okay, so there definitely was at this point ICE. But, like, the thing is, the fact that Sean would not bring up in the interview with the cop, why did you run away? Like, yeah, a white cop shot my dad, Esteban, who is an immigrant. Why do you think I ran away? Like, how was that not an option you could say to the guy.
Yeah. And for the person who just asked, so Captain Spirit was better, like, far better. Captain Spirit
is so much better.
was great. Captain Spirit was small, it was contained, and it told a really subtly observed, heartbreaking story, which had no easy answer in it, because you're dealing with, you're dealing with a child who has nothing in his, who's very socially isolated and has lost his mother, only has his dad left as a member of immediate family, but his dad is also an alcoholic and an abuser, and he has to deal with that, and he's a child. And
and he deals with it in a way that's very original, and that you unveil as you go through. You kind of understand more and more about how.
Yeah, and you see the world through his eyes and his unique perspective, because he sees things through this veil of imagination, and how he chooses to reimagine his world and the really fucked up things that he has to deal with, that he deals with by merging them into stories that make sense to him, and how you look at his really tiny things like the toys he plays with, and how the toys interact with each other, and the characterization he is assigned to his plastic playthings, and it's meaningful and heartbreaking, and there's nothing even approaching that level of subtlety in Life is Strange 2.
Okay, think about Chris's dad, right? Chris's dad is an alcoholic.
Yes.
And his alcohol addiction causes him to be abusive towards his son, right?
Yes.
He has that tendency.
I wouldn't use the word cause.
No, sorry, that's poor phrasing on my part. He has these abusive tendencies, and they manifest more when he's been drinking than not.
Yeah.
But the subtlety of the writing of that game is that you see them having a warm, loving relationship when his dad's not drinking.
Yeah.
And you understand why he doesn't want to give his dad up when the neighbor comes in and asks what's going on.
Yeah, and you understand that his dad's trying. He's failing, but he's actually trying when he can. And that everybody's struggling and just doing the best they can. And Chris is I think, one of the most... I mean, it's... The beautiful thing about Captain Spirit is the whole thing happens in a small house and the yard around it. And you never leave the yard and a house. The entire game is over in about 2 hours and is set in, 5 rooms and a small yard. And that's it. That's all there is. And yet Chris is one of the most interesting, compelling characters I've cared about in a game in years.
Well, all of the characters in... Chris feels like a real character.
Yes.
And the other characters in that
absolutely.
game feel like real characters, and you could have things that are really heavy-handed in that game,
I mean, and part of it is, different games speak to different people in different ways based on your own experiences and whatnot. So absolutely, I don't think Captain Spirit might not speak to everybody. Captain Spirit will not speak to some people.
I don't think it spoke to me as much as it spoke to you, for instance.
Yeah.
But it was well written.
It's like how, thematically, some of the Marvel movies mean very different things to us.
Yeah,
I have a real fondness for Guardians 2, because it has certain things to say about family and friends, and it has a certain ethos behind it that speaks to me personally. That makes it a very important film to me, and you don't really care for it as much because it doesn't speak to you in that way.
It feels very that is one that felt very heavy-handed to me because it didn't work in very the things that spoke to you didn't speak to me, and then I noticed things that I think you did and that felt very hostile towards me.
Yeah,
and so that is you can notice different things, but I don't think there's a single person in the chat that said oh my god, this episode of Life is Strange 2 spoke to me so much.
No.
And it's just I think a lot of something George R. R. Martin said on twists and turns and all of that, because obviously Song of Ice and Fire has a lot of twists and turns and secret things that get revealed, and he talks about writing and about how you don't just do a twist for twist's sake. You have to be able to go back from the beginning and see that all the clues were there, because you don't just do a surprise for the sake of pulling the rug. The point of doing a twist is not saying, aha, I am smarter than you, the person enjoying, the person seeing this. The point of you have to have a narrative point. And it's just a bit,
I can't help but be disappointed. And in many ways also the final episode of the original Life is Strange was not the best one. It wasn't. I think it was the second episode of Life is Strange that was the really compelling one to me, because that was the one where I've forgotten her name now. Your friend who commits suicide at the end of the second one. Maybe was that before you were editing?
What are you talking about? I have never seen the original Life is Strange series.
Of course you haven't. That was before you were working for the channel. Yeah, it was a long time ago. I'd forgotten how long ago it was.
John was doing the John thing that he does, where he looked at everything, and his videos were really long, and I watched Dodgers.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm sorry, I like Dodger. Okay?
Basically, there's in episode 2, there's the moment where basically your friend is planning to kill herself, and you have to talk her down because your powers are failing, and you can fail.
Yeah.
You can fail. And there's things like, you have to choose the right thing to say to her, and she's very religious, and in her room there were various religious scriptures, and if you choose the wrong Bible passage to say to her that you've got to have seen and remembered from earlier, it can fuck up the choices. And I fucked it up. And she jumped and she killed herself, and she's gone. She's just not in the story anymore. And that was the moment where I thought, fuck, this is actually really good. This is compelling. I feel sad and engaged. And that was a really good moment. The final episode of Life is Strange, there's a little bit too much walking down corridors where weird shit happens because the storm's coming in and reality's going fucked. But there was still good, compelling stuff there. I think there are good bits in Life is Strange 2. I like the idea. Like, I think the cliff notes are more compelling than the actual game is. I think, like, the plot synopsis and Wikipedia might make it sound really good if you missed out the actual detail.
Oh, they say Kate is the name of the
Kate!
person.
That was Kate! Yay. And I think that was really compelling. Like, this, and I really love the concept behind Sean. I love the concept that you are playing as someone who has a duty of care to someone else, and what you teach them affects how they will act. That is a really interesting idea we don't often get in games, because sure, there's plenty of games where you're escorting someone, but there's very few games where you're also responsible not just for their physical integrity, but for their moral education. But that doesn't happen very often.
I think the issue with this is that it's a road trip, and because it's a road trip, it's so much easier to see the walls around the game, and once you notice it, it's a lot harder. I mean, you said that episode 1 of this, right?
Yeah.
And once you notice it, it's really, really hard to not notice it anymore and to not feel affected by it.
You know what's weird is this is actually a very similar problem to one I've actually got with, of all things, The Outer Worlds.
Okay.
I know it sounds weird, but okay, the thing is, the two things have something in common, which is The Outer Worlds is a big explore this massive system sci-fi game. Yeah. This is a road trip game. I think in both of those, a key thing that you've got to get across is a sensation of bigness. A road trip is meaningless if it doesn't feel like you're actually going on a journey, and i.e. covering distance, like you're going over a long area. And I think a sci-fi game, one of the things that you've really got to do when you're doing an exploring sci-fi game is you've got to feel like this is a big galaxy that you are a tiny part of, and you are exploring it, meaning there's lots of shit to explore, which is why I still think Mass Effect 1 is the best one, because Mass Effect 1 got the sensation of space the best. There were huge areas of land that made it feel like you were a tiny part of a really big galaxy, and there were tiny things that you could find that were buried away on planets in corners that you would have no reason to go to, but they were just there if you went exploring, and subsequent Mass Effects all lost that. And I feel like The Outer Worlds, though it does a good job pretending it's big and it looks big with its skyboxes, actually it's a very small game, and it feels very small when you actually understand where the walls are, and you start seeing the walls more than you did in New Vegas, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine, but I feel like it's an odd contrast that it's a fairly small game that feels fairly small and doesn't feel massive and expansive, and that's an odd decision to make in a game where you're going for sci-fi exploration. I think the same thing is true here. Right. That if you're gonna go for a road trip, it's got to feel like a road trip. It's got to feel big. And I feel like both of those games feel small. And I think, I'm not saying The Outer Worlds and Life is Strange are as good as each other. They're not. Outer Worlds is still really, really fucking good. Life is Strange 2 has disappointed me in the end. I really like the idea of Sean. And, I think it would be great if we got more games where you know, the escort quest wasn't just physical integrity, it was moral education. You know, remake Resident Evil 4, where Ashley's like, Leon, help me understand the morality of my current actions. That's really funny if you've played Resident Evil 4. Claire's not laughing. That's really funny if you've played... That's a great joke. That's a fucking great joke. I'm writing that one down. I'm going to reuse that next time I play a Resident Evil game.
God.
Reusing that one.
Wow.
You fucking don't understand.
Anyway, shh.
Fake gamer geek girl.
Don't. Come on.
No.
Have you met the internet? Like, come on.
Okay. You shouldn't have given me wine. You know it goes to my head.
Yeah, well, it didn't cause you to call me something bad, did it now, John?
Uh-huh.
Anyway. Let's see. People are catching up with your extremely funny joke.
Yeah, someone just said I'm dying. That was amazing. See, it was a funny joke. Boom.
Uh-huh.
I will say I did like BioShock Infinite, because in there you've got, you're not really escorting Elizabeth. She's instead like a little helper, because she, like, you know, although you do kind of get into having to book a catch. This is great, because she's constantly tossing you new weapons and ammo when you run out of ammo.
Mm-hmm.
Book a catch! It's like, yay, thanks! But you always catch it. I wish there was like a 1% chance that when she goes, book a catch, you touch it and you just kind of fumble it and just smacks you in the face and you take a bit of 8 point damage. She has to apologise. That'd be great. And then there should be a moment where book a catch fails. Book a catch! You get into that a lot. That's my favourite thing in BioShock Infinite. Elizabeth just yelling, book a catch. The immortal invisible. Immortal Elizabeth just running around doing whatever the fuck she wants.
I mean, I have to say, if you're going to compare this to the Outer Worlds, I would say, for me, there are times where the Outer Worlds is a little bit clunky with what it's trying to say morality-wise.
I don't think
in terms of like who the bad guys, but I think it's a far cry from how clunky.
It depends what you mean by clunky. If it's like it arguably falls into the exact same.
Well, John, did you know corporations are bad?
Yeah. Well, it falls into the same problem. Actually, it's the thing is, there's one big problem that everyone acknowledges with New Vegas. Even people who say, like, New Vegas is, like, the best game ever, basically freely acknowledge the Legion is underdeveloped.
Mm-hmm.
And we know in the planning stages there was supposed to be a Legion companion who helped contextualise the Legion. Yeah. So, because, you know, they're a group of, you know, basically murdering, slaving, genocide, rapist group. And that's bad. That's a bad thing. But there was supposed to be a companion who would basically try and contextualise them a little bit more and, like, flesh out something that just kind of... There's, like, a couple of characters that vaguely mention, yeah, they're really shit, but actually once they've been for there and taken it over, it's, like, super safe and whatever. And it's supposed to be, like, you know... It does that, you know, does a secure, stable society after they've been through justify the horrors they unleash? Yeah. But it doesn't really go there. That's barely even mentioned in the game. Like, one person vaguely implies it. But Legion is underdeveloped, so, like, there's very little reason you would ever think morally the thing I'm going to do now is side with the Legion because it makes sense to me. Like, you know, you might do that for Yes Man or House or the NCR, but you wouldn't do it for the Legion. You only do the Legion if you're role-playing as the dicks, because you just want to see what the dick bad guy options are. Like, what's the bad ending? I want to see the bad ending of New Vegas. So you might play as the Legion. And I think they did exactly the same with the Outer Worlds, which is weird, because that's the one thing that's wrong with New Vegas. You think they would have, like, fixed that. Well, actually, you know what? If there's two sides, both of them are... You can understand the logic that might make you choose to side with it, and actually both of them have benefits and disadvantages. In fact, there's a really interesting anecdote about the original Fallout, which is, did you edit the original Fallout 1?
Yeah.
Do you remember Junktown?
No. Don't remember any of it. It was really hard to edit because I couldn't see a lot of
small
the text
town,
from my
massive
small
fat
screen.
guy behind a desk, or like really charming sheriff guy in a shop. Never mind.
Super
There's two guys,
that.
Killian Darkwater, the heroic sheriff sort, and Gizmo, who runs the kind of brothel casino.
Mm-hmm.
And basically you have to choose one and assassinate the other. And the original ending of that quest was, if you side with Killian Darkwater and take out Gizmo, even though he's blatantly morally right and Gizmo's a crook and a schemer and a gangster and has people murdered and shit, the game basically says, you got rid of Gizmo, But actually, because he was so strict and enforced the laws so rigidly, the town stagnated and eventually just got swallowed by its neighbours. But if you side with Gizmo, it's like the original ending was he's an arsehole, but actually, because he's willing to tolerate all these vices, there's all these kind of very prosperous communities. And actually, you know what, you become the centre of a casino and a drug trade, and the town grows and prospers, and people actually do very well out of it. But they decided at the last minute that that was backwards. And they didn't want to create this scenario where things might have unintended consequences. So they swapped it. And he said, actually, no, turns out Gizmo, he fucks up the town and it's all shit. And if you start with Killian Darkwater, you saved the town, so good for you, it prospers because there's law now. So
but that makes the choice meaningless, because you're like, there's only one side is all good and one side is all bad.
Exactly. So there's no reason to ever choose anything but Killian Darkwater. But they were scared of the idea that that there would be unintended consequences. Whereas I think the original ending, before they changed it, was actually much more interesting. Where actually, you know what, there might be an unintended consequence, and you have to actually try and figure out, okay, sure, this guy is a massive sinister gangster, but might it be better for wider society if he happens to actually... I was recently, I've been rereading Terry Pratchett recently.
Yeah.
I've been rereading Mort recently.
Yeah.
And in that, there's the thing where the Duke tries to kill the princess, but Mort, fluffs the assassination. And it actually goes the official history was, even though the Duke was evil and killed all his enemies, actually he led to a period of unification and peace for centuries, because sometimes arseholes who kill all their enemies can actually lead to a period of stability and peace. He doesn't it's not an evil empire, it's not like the Lion King where everything dies and it's okay, sometimes arseholes actually kind of works out, because sometimes that's what happens. Sometimes twats do horrible things that hurt lots of people, but actually it's really good for the economy, and actually, a generation or two later, most people think, probably that was worth it. Or, things shit like that can happen in the real world. And I think it's it's interesting that Outer Worlds is so absolutely the corporations. Do you think the one thing the corporate route would be good at would be, hey, we're actually pretty good at making prosperity? There might be an underclass, some people might suffer, but actually we might be able, we're pretty good at generating wealth, and actually there will be a significant body of people that will be raised up out of absolute poverty by our existence. You might agree with that or not, but it's the very trite, stupid soundbite Twitter defense of capitalism, isn't it? Where people say, well, under capitalism, this proportion of people were raised out of poverty, and now this many hundreds of millions of people who are starving are now middle class in this country, and it's trite and it's massively oversimplified. But it's more, as a video game choice, it would make the corporations much more interesting than just they are blatant evil, they're planning to kill everybody. The people who don't die might die later.
And it wouldn't necessarily even have to be a moral justification, because it could just be hey, actually, the people who want to be good and moral just don't have the infrastructure and the power, and it's gonna take, in the good ending that we get, where it's we're going to we managed to do all the things we were trying to do, and we're rebuilding. It points out how slow it is to rebuild, and how hard it is to rebuild, and how much time it takes, and all of that. And it's clearly not easy. And so it could just be hey, here's an option that's really hard, where you don't know if you're going to succeed, and here's an option where it's easier for you the protagonist, have a better time, but actually it's not great for everybody.
The end of Byzantium particularly annoys me, because when you do the basically turn on the board entirely ending, the Byzantium ending was played as a joke, where they do some people even had to get jobs. It was a dark time. It's okay, you've just taken a society where nobody knows how to work, no one does any useful productive labour, they're completely used, they have a huge consumption rate, and that's all they know, and you're going to basically take all that away from them in a society that needs a massive amount of maintenance, otherwise it will start disintegrating almost immediately, and you've taken that away from them, and the ending slide is a joke about how some people had to get a job. What a dark era. It's no, you just fucked that ending so badly. The end, the compromise, the absolute bare minimum compromise for turning the board is, hey, Byzantium basically fucking collapsed. People turned on each other, and people
and
died.
Some people,
lots of people died.
Clearly in Byzantium, some people have jobs that could be repurposed, but like, say the tailor woman, if she hadn't been, murdered, she's somebody whose skills could have been useful to like teach to people. Yeah. But that's clearly not her deal, you know. For her to go like, okay, fine, I suppose I'll turn myself into a teacher to teach people to make like work like clothing for the masses. Like clearly that wouldn't have been happy or fulfilling for her personally. Yeah. So you could have something where, like, you struggle a lot with making that stick. Yeah. And obviously a lot of people who are, like, the kind of people that are happy to be like, yeah, my kid's dead, give me insurance money. Yeah. And the fact that the slide for Ellie doesn't change.
Doesn't change, no. It's just
it's
what it is.
The slide for Ellie just stay the same.
And
with a little joke about how some of the jobs she does are
the ending of lots of the ending of Outer Worlds does bug me, because lots of it hand wave. You're like, hey, you've abolished the central authority and basically defeated the government, and now everyone just has to act independently. It was hard work, but you did fine. It's like, wow, really? There was no really massive consequences to abolishing the government and everyone having to suddenly act independently when they were used to a central top-down planned economy. There was no, basically you've just done the fucking Bronze Age collapse and people were just sort of fine. It was hard work, but everyone was okay. So, wow! Okay, thanks for that fucking amazing ending there. Good work.
Okay, so someone's asking if we can watch the end slides on stream.
The end slides? We already saw the end. We already saw the end
the other
choices.
ones that are on the Life is Strange channel. I don't know if they'll have music in it, though. I'm not sure we can.
No, because it might have the music. It's someone else's channel. We can't just straight up repurpose someone else's channel on our channel. That's not allowed. And also, we need to stop because it's 10 o'clock. Tabby needs to be fed, and I need to put out the Fallout video essay.
Okay, well, let me just read a few things that have come in the meantime. Shout out to Thomas Richter, who gave us 5 billion reacts and points out that the ending was not in fact luck. It was the power of chat democracy.
Damn straight.
Damn straight.
Chat democracy did deliver us the best ending. Well done, chat.
Yeah, well done, chat. Shout out to Paul Wilson, who gave us $2 and says, Max Caulfield could have handled this a lot better.
She could have done, because she could have just tried all the endings.
Yeah, absolutely. Derry gave us £20. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much indeed.
And says, I've been watching for a few years now. John and Grills Bears have helped me complete Fallout 4 on survival when I was struggling. I've been here ever since. I got my first proper job recently, so I thought I'd give something back.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much, and I hope you're enjoying your job and it goes well for you.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to James, who gave us £5 and says, this is off topic, but did John enjoy Baldur's Gate? It's one of my all-time favourites and began my love of RPGs. I hope he plays more. You need to meet Minsk and Boo.
Yeah,
there you
damn
go.
straight. I think they show up in the tutorial.
Wasn't hard.
I think they show up in the tutorial. The thing is, it's aged remarkably well. It really has aged very well. There's bits of it that are a bit dated, absolutely, of course. It's over 2 decades old. But the thing is, it's aged remarkably well, and people seem to enjoy it. So I think it'll be an option in a live stream vote at some point. Absolutely.
Okay, we're all caught up, I think.
In which case, we need to wrap things up there, ladies and gentlemen, because I need to go and release a video, and Tabby will probably be along to complain about the appalling lack of service any flipping minute.
Oh, this is a fun one, guys.
Oh, yeah,
I really enjoyed this one. I really enjoyed editing it. Well, editing the sound.
Oh,
Obviously,
yes, Claire.
John did the pictures, but
Yes, the way essays work is I often record them, then Claire does the first pass of putting the audio together, then I add the pictures.
Yeah, because obviously John knows what pictures he wants to put with what.
It's also like it's almost like a little. It's almost like game journalism. This one, a little expose.
Yeah, no,
kind
this one
of.
is really cool.
It's kind of a bit of a games journalism about the Atom Store.
Listen, it was
talking about the Atom Store.
It was quite tricky because I was editing it and I was going like, I was editing it and it was too interesting. I was kind of losing the track of what John was saying because I was getting really into it, and then I was like, wait. Did he flub there? I have to go back and listen again.
Good sign. So that'll be coming up probably about 10 minutes or something. I just need to wrap up the stream and then set up the video and pick a thumbnail because Claire's made 2 and they're both really good. So I just need to 10 minutes. 10 minutes on the main channel. That'll be out.
I want you all to know that I left like 2 hours this morning to make the thumbnail because this is an important video, and John shows up and goes like, I want a thumbnail that looks like those documentaries on Netflix. Like, excuse me, you want me to take 2 hours and make something that looks like a Netflix?
Yes, I want you to make a thumbnail in 2 hours. I'm so sorry.
Do you think it takes 2 hours for them to make thumbnails for Netflix?
Probably, maybe less.
Do you think they're trained graphic designers?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with yes.
Whatever. You just take a picture and you put some text on it. I can do that in Paint in 30 seconds. But you needed 2 hours. Dear oh flipping dear. Right, thank you all so very, very much for coming along. Thank you especially to the Super Chat donators. Very, very kind indeed. Your generosity always blows away. I hope you've enjoyed that. At least I hope you've enjoyed our reaction to it. I was disappointed by the game, but I think we had a nice discussion about it at the end there. I should say, by the way, I know I was bitching about Outer Worlds. I think Outer Worlds is brilliant, but I think it's not perfect. And I think it's always interesting to talk about when you talk about the good games, talk about the stuff that's wrong with them. I think that's always interesting stuff. Always interesting. It's always interesting to figure out what they did wrong. I think it's the most interesting bit. So I do really like the Outer Worlds. I'm not saying it's shit. I think it's really good. So thank you all so very much for coming along. Thank you very much, Super Donator. Thank you very much to the patrons. And Patron Cast should be coming out later tonight. We're just putting the final touches on that right now. Patron Cast is what, 2.5 hours or something? What have we got?
No, it's shorter this time around.
Bit shorter, okay.
It's under 2 hours.
Okay, just under 2 hours of Patron Cast coming along very, very soon indeed for the patrons. That's coming out momentarily. And Fallout Video too. So everything coming out. Thank you all so very much for coming along. That is the end of Life is Strange for the time being. I've not heard any mumblings at all about Life is Strange 3, so if it's going to happen, or a spin-off, of course, because the one after Life is Strange was Before the Storm. So I've heard nothing. I don't know what's going on there. I'll keep an eye out and let you know if I hear anything. But in the meantime, I've been John.
I've been Claire.
This has been Benny Trudeau, and this has been Life is Strange 2. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Goodbye.